Hello and welcome to Legal Bites. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legal Bites merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. All right, we are live. We are live. We are live. We're live. Good morning, everybody. Can you believe it that we are here at Closing Arguments? We are, we're making it across the finish line.
Neither one of us has fallen asleep on stream, so I consider that a win.
I absolutely, yeah, I do agree. Mr. Bites, at one point, I think it was last week, was very concerned about that. He was like, I've been to Ranger School. I know what it's like to not have sleep, and I'm worried you're going to fall asleep on a live stream.
I'm not going to lie. When the psychologist with like the cool British, South African, or New Zealand accent comes on, I think if you go back to that stream, folks, you watch me logo up, sit back in my chair, and I'm like, all right. And then I actually was afraid I was going to fall asleep. I was like, I better turn everything back on. But that guy's voice, man, he could sell.
It was very soothing. It was
soothing.
It definitely was like legal ASMR. Like
it was. That guy could go on YouTube. He could make some money putting out videos that are just me talking you to sleep with a cooler accent than mine.
Yeah, a really, really cool accent. Anyhow, welcome. I'm so thrilled to see so many people in the chat. I love seeing all the blue hearts from all my biters. I'm very, very excited. So, thank you, Leanne. Thank you. So yeah, we've got another, maybe a full day. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen today. So forgive me because my attention got a little bit distracted yesterday. Are we doing closing arguments first and then jury instructions, or jury instructions first?
No, if I'm remembering what the judge said, we start with jury instructions before closing. So get excited, people. All those pages you might have seen being waved around by the judge, those are going to be read into the record and instructing the jury like this, with words that you don't understand and using Romanettes and numbers so that you can barely tell where you're at because you're not looking at the document, and you're going to hear this for between 1 and 2 hours before anything exciting happens. And we're warning you about that in advance so that you don't yell at us while it goes down. But we'll try to pick out the jury instructions as they come in so that we can at least tell you broadly what is happening for what they're actually reading in. But you heard the judge say, what, they got like 50 subsections, 60. So yeah. Get excited.
It is one of those things that I will say, most of the stuff, like when people are like, how can you guys pay attention to all of this? It's so boring. Jury instructions are one of those times that for me, it's also a very big struggle. I'm not going to lie. I might be
read to understand. They're not read to even be understandable. Like, that's what I'm trying to warn people about. It's like, you can't even fathom how this kind of legalese in like what the jury will actually get, what they can reflect on in the jury room if they have to, makes more sense because it'll have like the bullet points and show what the various elements are. It'll be what it is. It'll be what it is. We're gonna have fun here with you this morning.
It is
during jury instruction reading.
We'll try to lighten it a bit from time to time if we can. So also, Jonathan, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says it's the final countdown.
Final countdown.
I heard that in my head too. I've got like Job with like his cards and the knife in his hand in his mouth and like facing the crowd. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says I just want to thank you for Your super long days and sleep deprivation, you made this whole thing so much easier to follow and understand. I hope you all have some amazing rest after this. Take care. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just Aaron things. Wow. Thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says hi from 12 hours in the future, Perth, Western Australia. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I learned recently that I do not pronounce a lot of Australian towns correctly.
Is there really another pronunciation for Perth? I gotta believe Perth is Perth, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I know that Australians pronounce their R's differently than we do.
Okay, all right.
So there's that, but I think I can be excused on that part, being an American. But anyhow, she says, hi from 12 hours in the future. What was your favorite day in the last 6 or 7 weeks? A massive thank you to all. You all have invested so much of your time and efforts. I've been waking up every day early to catch up, and I love my sleep. I do too.
Yeah.
What's been your favorite day?
I guess Camille Vasquez's first cross of Amber was a real big surprise. I'd have to think about how those days configured, because there's also, my brain isn't thinking of these as days. It's just kind of a compilation of evidence, because I know there are a number of days where there was just a lot of good witnesses. Hey, Mike.
Good morning.
I'm going to go with Amber Cross.
Okay.
Favorite day of the trial.
Camille Vasquez Cross was fantastic.
Yeah. It was really good.
The
first day, right?
Isaac. Yeah. Yeah. The first day when you first realized the thunder. Yeah, that's right. The direct testimony where you really get a feel for the exaggerative quality. And then, I mean, what did Camille have? She had 2 hours on the first day, and you're just watching like a lightning strike. That's the goddess of thunder.
Goddess of thunder. That was really good.
Yeah. So that was pretty crazy.
I'm also going to address the elephant in the room, even though nobody wants me to. I've got a straight Care Bears take on this situation. Okay, I know everybody involved. I understand why everything happened. Everybody is cool. I have relationships with all of them. It's all going to be fine. We're all gonna have a stream and sing Kumbaya. Okay, next.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Soph says, my final thank you, not a lot, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Soph. Viking Rex, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, just a quick one. You've shown your love for fellow law tubers and the hard work that goes into running this channel. I'm a proud legal biter now. Hogue, Kirtland, all others are the best, and you together almost seem family. It does feel like family. It does. I really feel
we have a lot of fun.
Thank you. Yeah. Brick Cormier, thanks so much for your super chat. Says, morning all. I'm finally off work today, but I am already late to the cigar shop. Have fun, everyone. I am going to enjoy a morning away from the keyboard. LBHL grants on making the final mile. Oh, congrats on making the final mile of a double marathon. It feels like a double marathon, doesn't it?
I was sitting there going, who is HL? I'm like, oh, that's me.
Yeah. Mike the Dad Crosby says, congrats on the summer nuptials. Thank you. And thank you for the generous super chat. Glad the extra drama is water under the bridge. Here is to the last push and hook 'em for sure. Dr. Industry Rajan, the conscious psychologist. Thank you. So generous. A lot of these pink and red ones this morning. Alita, I'm not sure what happened, but I think you and your panel have been wonderful and professional, especially given all the weeks of work and attention. Please know that you are very supportive and appreciated. Wishing you a lovely day. Thank you. That's very kind.
Wishing you a lovely day.
Yes, likewise. But as for I think my favorite day, honestly, was probably the day that we got to. I mean, it lasted several days, but I think that like the best moment was probably getting to see Johnny tell his story himself. Like seeing the amount of space that they gave him to just run with it and to tell his story from his perspective, because he definitely got the sense that like there was a lot of narrative that was told out there by the mainstream media that was not by him. And he didn't have a chance until that point to really tell his story. He had the UK trial, but there were no cameras in there. And it really felt like, I remember thinking, and I may have even commented this, but I remember thinking like when he was on direct, I was like, this right now, like this, what's going on right now is what this trial is all about. Like whatever happens after this, like this is what he wanted more than anything, was my impression.
Yeah, I think so. I think I said at the time, this is what he bought. This is what he spent all that money and time on, was that right then. And as it turns out, no matter how the jury returned, whatever word they say at the end of all this, I think he has fundamentally changed the impression of what happened in this relationship going forward. There's no question.
Yep. Taylor Ziegler. Oh, Chrissy Mahoney. Thank you for your super sticker. And I do see questions in the chat about,
I honestly forgot about that, Taylor Ziegler. I'm sorry. We're not getting a ton of sleep.
I also forgot. I can change
3.5 hours or something. You're going to get a lot of fun from us today, because it's the end of all things, as I've said 1,000 times, after I got in a little Les Mis yesterday. So I forgot to wear blue.
I also forgot to wear blue. And it's my own channel, and it's my color. I can change. I can go put on a Dodgers jersey. I'd be happy to. B555.
You should logo up and get a Dodgers jersey on for the finale. That would be interesting.
That would be. B555 says, as a female litigator, can I just say how excited I am that lawyers like Alita, Emily, Natalie, Andrea, Bree, and of course Camille have been the rock stars of the Depp Heard trial. Great role models to young girls everywhere. Thank you.
Aren't the ladies of all this fantastic? Like,
yes,
everybody's fantastic. So that's a wonderful super chat.
Thank you.
Not you, Mike.
Well, I had to do something to counteract my earlier Care Bears moment. Sorry. Me,
No, I do agree, and I'm really, really happy about the community that we have here. There's a lot of support from we're all good friends, and also like the female litigators also. It's really great to have that kinship too, because it's law can be a dog eat dog world. Laura says, one final big super chat to say thanks to the entire panel. I've learned so much from y'all, and the commentary has been superb. Can we sneak in one more Star Trek reference today, Hogue?
If you think I'm stopping at one, you haven't been watching. So yeah,
we should keep a tally.
We'll beam ourselves right up into closing arguments today. Don't you worry.
There you go. Right there. We'll beam ourselves up.
We'll keep it up.
I mean, we could start a tally of like all of the nerd references that we can make, nerd/movie references that we can make.
I don't think the tally boards have enough tally marks for the references we do in these streams. So we'll see.
You might be right. Natty J, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says Alita and Co. Thank you so much for your commentary and education every day. You all are the best. Thank you, and I'm glad that you've been watching. I'm thrilled. Abby Libby says, Alita, wanted to let you know you still have all my appreciation and support. Drama was silly. Your concerns are valid, and no one communicates perfectly all the time. Keep your chin up. Thank you. And so all of the super chats that have come in, like we'll bring them in, but I don't want to dwell on that stuff as much as possible.
It's closing arguments day. We don't need to dwell on anything.
Exactly. But thank you, Abby Libby. That's very kind of you.
I don't know. I say we dwell away. We get jury instructions. I mean, come on.
We have hours to kill.
I want to hear your whole life story today.
I mean that I can do. My pre-law tube life. Katie P says, thank you all for your insight throughout this whole trial. Can't wait to see what happens today and in the future. Love you all, and get some rest after this. Thank you.
That's
Erica, thank you so much for another generous super chat. Says, good morning, lovelies. A token of my appreciation for all your work. Wisconsin native here, and found you guys during the Rittenhouse trial, and will continue to subscribe for life. Thank you. Let's all have a great day today. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Let's all have a great day today. I like that message.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Agreed. So let's see here.
Now it is 9, Alita. Do we have anything coming in?
I've got
usually Judge A has already materialized.
Usually, but this is the court feed so far. So we're waiting on it. 9210 A Tucker. Thanks so much for your very generous super chat. It's truly admire and appreciate you. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. You helped me through a rough few weeks. I hope you all get some much deserved rest. Go Giants. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will respond to that with Go Dodgers.
is like the people that pay me money to say, go Buckeyes.
Yeah.
It's like, all right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Daryl Nikolovsky says, question, panel's gut feeling on verdict prior to closing. I do. What can I say? I've been team Johnny this whole time, right? Like, and that's just been confirmed for me.
Alita, I do want to tell you that they are in court, so I don't know about this stream.
What is going on here? Okay, then I'm sorry, guys. I've got to find a new
stream.
No,
not at all. See if I can find another one.
Yeah, if you want to drop a link in the chat, that would be
I'm just looking.
Be helpful.
Our streams are constantly randomized just to make things a little bit trickier for you.
It says Law and Crime has it, but aren't they?
Yep. Nope.
Yeah, they're
on the forbidden list.
Yes, they are. Okay, let's see here. Sorry, guys.
Law and copyright strike. Maybe they could change their title.
Maybe they could learn how to read the DMCA and fair use.
Okay, let's see here. We could do maybe this one, perhaps. Okay, yeah, we'll do. We'll just.
I got one if you need it. If you're otherwise good.
I've got this one. Hopefully, if we could get whatever, it'll be whatever it is. Okay. 1 second after I get through the ads. Okay.
Your recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Okay.
I'm actually going to use this other one. I'm sorry, guys.
The following jury instructions that I'm going
to.
Okay.
Sorry.
You'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you. Arguments. The court, you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now because you'll all have copies of them. But I would ask for your attention while I read them to you. Okay. With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings. Okay. All right. Now, some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case. Okay. All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3,
there's your
Ms.
instruction
Heard's
that you've been
statements
telling me
seen by
about
anyone
for 7
other
weeks.
than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number 6, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. Number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement.
I'm sure
you
the
shall
jury
only
is right
return
on
your
top
verdict
of
for
it.
Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following
Getting every
statement
detail.
if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Miss Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Miss Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Miss Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Miss Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Miss Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Miss Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication. but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you're not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number three, any injury to his or her reputation. And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020.
That is quite the
Ms.
tie
Heard
on
can
the
recover
shoe.
damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published.
That'll
the
wake
burden
you up
is on
in
the
morning.
parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the...
Oh, see, I chat and I broke it. Hey, Kurt and Natalie, welcome to Jury Instructions.
Hey, folks, how's it going? Happy Friday. Happy jury instructions.
20.
What?
Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after
All
Mr.
right.
Waldman's statements
Happy
were
Friday to
published.
you guys.
The burden is on the November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of these and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages.
And that's what I think.
If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
Wow, those were more svelte in Virginia than I was expecting.
I thought they were going to be much longer too. I remember the written
nice job,
hours.
Commonwealth of Virginia.
I'm finding Virginia very, very similar to Maryland in a lot of ways. Our jury instructions are similarly abbreviated.
Oh,
there you go.
That's good to hear, Natalie. All right, let's go, folks.
Nope, you had it for a second.
Wearing white in closing means you feel good about your case and you think you're going to win. I'm serious.
Good morning.
Really?
She's got her power color on.
Good morning.
I'm not sure about the one.
On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later,
Playing into the poetry.
we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
So far, total God mode.
It's going well.
I love closing statements.
2 years
Closing
later,
arguments.
when promoting the biggest role of her career until this
Scott
trial,
Fitzgerald, very generous.
Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny.
Well, they started with it. They didn't end with it.
Man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. Please tell me people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial.
Very important.
We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James. Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Miss Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Miss Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Miss Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Miss Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Miss Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Miss Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Miss Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Miss Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Miss Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Miss Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Miss Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clap.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Start physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. quote, "I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched." Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Ms. Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
Oh,
that is
such
quite
a
a point.
argument.
Ooh, this one.
That fake laugh is too much to take.
Well, not the laugh.
This is the audio that really freaked me out the most.
So disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's trained.
I'm not ready for the laugh this morning.
No, no, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else? What else that you do? Oh, come on. Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else other things you want to add? You fucking lying piece of shit. What? Oh, no, I want to know.
Get out of your Uber job.
I'm kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah,
Wait, is there no other place for you to run your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
This is the real Ms. Heard,
Holy shit.
the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Ms. Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow These pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later. In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000.
Shameful.
But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. Again, people were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform. Right. And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
Mm-hmm.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting.
Boom. Boom.
You saw it. Yep. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship.
Hey, Nate, can you
But as
unmute
Mr.
yourself?
Chu and I
I'll adjust
promised
your volume.
the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing.
Camille is killing it.
Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage.
This is really smart.
Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, And this is what she looked like. Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face. Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress. Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave that she said, "I can't leave, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave." He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name, but they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
Nice moment of pacing there.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin,
I'm so happy they went with
and
this.
Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence, weight of that evidence, shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
I don't know why I turned it over, man. 9.8 out of 10. You're pretty much crushing it.
That was good. Good way to end it, too.
You just got a 98% on the exam, girl. Damn.
Big Ben's going to come in and clean things up here.
What's to clean up?
Yeah, no, she did a really nice job.
Ben's going to get to the technical elements, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Just
She
like in the opening.
Yeah.
Amber is smiling. I can't believe she's not like overwrought with.
Thank you, Camille.
Concern.
Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping, and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever No woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding ever, a very private person, testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That Ms. Short.
Ooh, closing argument objection.
Very frowned upon closing argument objections, unless there's a good reason. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of—
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
It's exactly
we just
what she
discussed
testified.
that. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it.
What is happening?
Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny them. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood, and to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you've heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights.
Kelly Faria, thank you. Very generous.
Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise," unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp. And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, "2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse," unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, "spoke up against sexual violence," unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis," unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This
We
case
don't care what
for
number
Mr.
you put
Depp
down.
has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that, that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back. So do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so I thought Ben Chu was fine. I give him about 90%. He could use a little work on the vocal variety as a most notable thing, but otherwise, and also he has the misfortune of having to go through the more technical elements, which is not as compelling as the more emotional appeal of Vasquez. But I think that they both did very, very good, especially in my opinion, compared to their openings, which I maintain.
Let's come back at 11:05. Oh, okay.
So,
okay, sure.
I thought they did a very, very good job, both of them. That's what I think. Anyone else have an opinion?
I found Ben underwhelming, honestly. I think they present a good case, but I found it a little staid.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I wonder if they were going for like good cop, bad cop, where she was the attack dog and he was a bit more reasonable, or not, I don't know about reasonable, but like, you know what I mean? Like a little more tame. And not to say that she's unreasonable, not at all. Definitely don't want to be saying that. But
I thought they both did a really nice job.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard. There are a lot of things to cover. I don't like reading arguments. I really don't. But they had a 6-week trial.
Yeah. It is a lot to cover.
I think Camille was trying to give the facts, and Chu was trying to give the emotion, right? He's closing the door on the emotional piece. This is what it is. While Camille just was like, yo, these are the facts. So I like the way they broke it up.
How would you do it if you don't like reading it? Would you have an outline form and just have bullet points listed?
Yeah, that's what I do. I do bullet points and I check them off, but that way you don't lose the connection with the jury.
Okay.
Yeah, the reading.
But you also don't lose your place.
well, you tend to ramble then. That's the issue there.
Yeah, and you're time locked, and you got a lot to cover, and you want to make sure you have it for the rest of your section. I get reading it, but even with a speech in front of you, to me, you can be a little bit more rhetorically persuasive. And I know you don't want to make mistakes, that you don't want to get quotes messed up. And we could talk about those objections, because I thought, don't tell anybody. I thought they were shit. So we can talk about those objections. But yeah, I just found it my favorite Ben Chu performance of the trial appears to be the anger directed at the motion to strike his case.
Yeah.
We never really got to see that again, because it was just so staid. Now they're going to do their rebuttal, so who knows? But yeah, a little underwhelming.
I thought their damages discussion was fascinating. I was wondering how they were going to do it, and I liked it. They basically conceded it. They said it's not about that. Just we want a judgment in our favor, and I think that was really wise, because it just leaves it up to the jury, and they don't look like they're money grubbing, which they're not. They're really not.
It was very magnanimous, right? It's that guy. So the one sentence is something along the lines of, "Well, we think Hollywood agents and directors and whatnot know best, but this was never really about the money." So it's like, we're magnanimous. We're the guys you want to have win. And then if you happen to put a 5 and a number of zeros after it, well, I mean, we're not the jury.
We wouldn't exactly have a problem with you giving us money.
So I just had a couple of little points that I wrote down as I was listening, if that's okay.
Of course.
So I had some like pluses and minuses as far as this closing was concerned. Camille, both of their closings were technical as far as like what trial advocacy is supposed to be in that, and I mean that in a good way. So one thing that Camille did and Ben did was call back to what they promised in opening. And as the party bearing the burden, you have to always do that. Or when you do that, it's very effective, because defense counsel will point out when you have not kept up with your promises. I do that. It's a strategy that I use. Look at what they promised you versus look at what you heard in the trial, right? And you're only to consider the actual evidence. And they were able to point to each area that they actually promised and fulfilled. And I don't think that they'll be able to say in defense that they didn't fulfill anything. Also, there were several points in which Camille turned Amber's own witnesses against her. So you heard from Amber's own witness, like Dr. Hughes, for example, and they said this, or you heard from the acting coach and they said that, and that's how it actually supports our claim. So even her evidence supports our claim. That's a very powerful thing for a jury to hear in closing. And then, also I understood that Ben was coming for the technical elements that have to be established for each claim plus damages. And, but that leads me into my kind of minuses, which is that I think it's a really bad idea to split who the attorneys are doing the initial closing and then the rebuttal closing. I'm okay if it's two different attorneys doing initial and rebuttal. versus one attorney doing both. I know some attorneys hate that. They want one attorney to do both. But I'm really not okay with splitting it in between because the change in pace is kind of jarring. And in comparison, because Camille is plucky and compassionate and Ben is more staid, he seemed more boring in comparison to her, even though what he had to say was very important because it established elements. So I would have just picked one or the other to do that. And then you guys were noticing it, but it's a stylistic thing. But I really am against reading a speech during closing arguments. You make your bullet points to bring you back to your bullet points, but you don't write out your entire speech. And there was one moment there where Camille got tripped up on what she was reading and she said the opposite of what she intended to say and didn't really clean it up. And they're going to use that in their closing for the defense. So, but otherwise,
you're talking about abuser?
Yes, that she made
she
these
definitely
accusations.
pauses.
Yes, and it was clear that she didn't make this mean to call Johnny her abuser, but she did it. And because she didn't want to go back and draw more attention to it, she moved on, but it was still hanging there in the air.
Yeah.
She should have cleaned it up. And that, like you said, it's been a 6-week trial. Probably one of the longest civil trials, that's been televised, probably one of the longest. And
right?
yeah, and so I get it. There's a lot of information there that you have to go back to, but that's what your co-counsels are there to help you with. And that's what I think mooting helps more than having it all written out. And mooting is where you practice it with your co-counsels, you practice it with your client, you practice it over and over until it's committed to memory. I just don't think that was a good idea to read it, but otherwise it was a very good closing, I think effective, and the evidence is on their side, and then they still have rebuttal to clean up any mistakes.
They have a lot of good facts, don't they? I had forgotten half those. I know that's the purpose of closing arguments, but they have a lot of good facts. And Natalie, does it change your opinion on the pairing up of the closing at all if you know in advance that the other side's going to pair the closing? Does that change anything? Because they're going to go with 2 lawyers as well.
Right. It's just okay. So they're going to go with it's a couple of things. They're going to go with 2 lawyers, but are they going to get to have a rebuttal closing because they have their own case?
Yeah.
They
get a rebuttal.
I still. Yeah. So, oh my goodness. So I still would not have done it this way. Now, this is just me.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying? This is just my stylistic opinion. I would not have done it that way. Just even that transition where you're changing mics and you have that lull. I just think you can lose your jury sometimes. Again, they have great facts on their side. It probably doesn't matter, but it's just, just to be like technical, just to point things out. That's what I would say. But overall, I think it was a great closing. But no, even if the other side was doing it, I would let them be the ones to fumble and look. You don't need to match the other side and the things that they do.
That's why I ask the questions. I always love your insight on this stuff, Natalie.
I agree with you in part. I think it's ideal to try to commit to memory the closing if you're going to go that way and have it pre-written out to commit to memory. But all things being considered, I don't think Vasquez lost very much by it being written. I thought she had a very good ability to maintain with the jury and maintain eye contact and engagement with the jury. So if you're trying to balance this out in terms of like the factors, is like, if my choices are, do I write it out completely and read it, or do I do the bullet point thing and try to improv it and maybe risk losing something in this case when I have all these really good points that are good? I think Vasquez made the right decision on balance. I think what she had was so effective, and I think her ability. I don't think she lost very much by being written, as opposed to an opening where she was just kind of holding it.
Well, the funny thing is,
and that was kind of weird.
That was, I do agree that it's better that she had the podium than in the opening when she just had her papers in front of her. At the end of the day, what is most important? I mean, we're practitioners, so we're gonna get down to the brass tacks of like what we would expect for the ideal, but at the end of the day, also what is most important is that she's able to give ammunition to the jury to find in his favor, and particularly what they're doing is they are communicating to the ones that are already supportive of Johnny on their side so that they can do the remaining work for Johnny Depp's team to convince the others.
Right.
That is ultimately, at the end of the day, that is what they need to be doing.
Let's be facts now and fire on rebuttal.
Yeah,
it's
fair.
possible, but the problem. All right, so the closing was great. I think what Natalie said is 110% accurate. I couldn't agree more. But I do think they've left themselves holes for attack. Some really, really, I think, good holes if Amber's team could close the way I think they should close. And the avenues of attack are, you know what? You should believe Johnny Depp. You should believe it when he said he headbutted her. You should believe Johnny Depp when he said he pushed her. You should believe Johnny Depp when he said he headbutted her, right? So this is not the he said, she said that they're talking about. He's admitted to these things, right? He said he did these things. Now, no matter what people think, in 2020, are we really going to sit here and believe that a man the woman who has two black eyes, a busted nose, and comes to you and says he headbutted me, he abused me, and his response is, yes, it was an accident. How many times have we heard this before? So we're not saying don't believe Amber. We're saying believe Johnny. And you work it that way. And then you align the facts that support this, right? Support Johnny did this, Johnny did that, because her credibility, I think, is shot. But I think there's enough facts here where you can muddy it enough to say he's admitted to all this stuff. She's admitted to hitting him. It's so muddy. But the question here is simple. You go right back to the law.
Right.
Did he abuse her? Well, you don't have to believe what Amber says. If you believe everything she's saying is a lie, you just got to believe what Johnny said. And is that a lie? That's kind of the way I would try to twist it, because you really don't have anything with Amber. You can't put Amber and say she's telling the truth, right? I don't think that's going to win. But I think it wins if you can rely on the evidence and kind of just put it to the point where here's the direction we want to go.
And if I could just say something briefly. I'm sorry. No, you have a super chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, Emily, thanks so much for the super chat. It says, to have your own lawyers become emotionally captivated in representing you. Now that is on a higher level. Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
That's a good point. Thank you. Okay. So I just wanted to say this because it's something that I've seen that, I don't really care about, people's opinion of my opinion, but I've seen it with my opinion, but with also other attorneys' opinions on here when they're saying something like, Amber's attorney made a good point doing this, or Johnny's attorney could have done better doing this, that people because you're in a certain camp might feel defensive. And I can see it in the comment section. I just want you to understand that this is not, this has nothing to do with that, right? This has to do with the fact that lawyering is a technical skill. The things that we do, right? So Kurt had a different opinion on Amber's lawyer's performance. I think when they were doing the cross-examination of one of the witnesses, I think they really broke a witness down, and Kurt was like, that was a good cross. Things are good or bad, not because we feel a certain way about the parties, but because, number one, you comply with the rules of evidence. Number two, you comply with the rules of criminal procedure. And there are trial advocacy principles that you follow in conducting your cross, your closing, your opening, your direct, right? And so what we are talking about are things that we have learned as practitioners and also been taught to us by attorneys who are now past, but lawyering is a very old profession. And there are certain things that you do as a lawyer that we don't reinvent the wheel, right? So when I'm saying that, this could have been a stylistic mistake, it doesn't mean that they necessarily did anything wrong. With the jury that they had, it may totally work with the jury that they have. And it's the practitioners who are in court who are best able to read their jury. We're fortunate here that there's some Law 2 people in court, but for the most part, you usually can't see the people in court other than the practitioners. So I trust all of them, plaintiff and defense, to understand their sides of the case. I am just saying that technically speaking, there are certain little stylistic things that I would not do that may seem like they're quibbling to you guys, but they're not. They're actually important in the totality of the case. And other practitioners may disagree because it's the practice of law. It's not the science of law. So I'm just telling you guys principles. I'm not telling you a personal opinion.
Yes.
Yeah. Could it also be
I couldn't possibly agree more.
And I think it's warranted because we all want to be better. We all want to be better at the end of the day. So if there's any flaw at all, if I'm saying, okay, Vasquez is 98, I say Ben Chu is 90, whether or not I'm right or not. It's like either way, there are flaws. I mean, they're minor flaws to be sure. In Vasquez's case, I'm nitpicking nits, but either way, it's like, well, if I can find something that make it a little bit better, it's like, why don't you want to know that? You know, and I would love to be. You know, it's hard sometimes to be on the receiving end of that, but you know, we all want to be better.
Well, can we talk spectator sport, right? We're watching. We're watching.
Yeah, we're
the game. One
commenting.
team is up by.
When we hear
One team is up by 30. I
like
could say that was a bad
commentary.
play. Yeah, I
And
mean, it's a bad play, but that doesn't mean they're going to lose, right?
Can we talk about
you know,
can we talk about the
happens.
world's worst objections? All right.
Oh my God.
This cat objects twice on characterizations that Amber lied to you, and he gets overruled both times.
Yikes.
So that effectively the effect is the judge just said, no, she lied to you. And then, like the actual effect,
which was really
is insane.
Which is not of course that's not what Judge Escarati intended. Like she's not ruling on a fact, obviously, but that is what that can sound like, and that's the danger in objecting and getting overruled on an objection. Is you have to consider, like, what is this going to look like, you know, on the other side of it.
What was Ben's line? It was like, "Here they go again" or something on the second objection.
Yeah.
They're trying to do it again to you.
They're still at it. Yeah,
they're still at it. Thank you. Yes, it's like, damn. That was. I couldn't believe it because I was expecting objections.
That was quip. I'll give him.
Oh yeah, that was.
He's just a snarky guy, as we know, right?
He's just a snarky guy.
Bonus point.
Well, but also, I don't want to get lost. That was. I will say the closing by both, though, as a closing and ending on a great note. I think they got what they paid to do. I think they have now, at the end of this closing, have given the jury a winnable case. And I think that's the best you can ask your attorneys to do in a case like this. They've given the jury, I think, what's a winnable case going into the next piece. The other side has to win it because I think they've done enough to win.
And I'll say that this case was winnable before the closing argument. But what the closing argument did, and I know you don't disagree, but what the closing argument did was that it packaged it in such a way so that the jury can take that into the deliberation room. They can talk about it. They can kind of open up the package and be like, okay, I feel good about this, basically. Now I know I'm seeing a lot of folks in the chat talking about Runkle's tweets. So I see him. I've got him pulled up. Okay. So let me get some of those. So first he says, that was amazing. Jury was absolutely wrapped until Chu flagged a little bit, but not hugely. I expect him to pitch $1, but he left it to the jury's call. Will be a tough to match.
Which is smart.
Then he says, jury was also paying huge attention to the jury instructions. They're here to take this seriously. Well, that's a good sign. I mean, it does help that the jury instructions were kind of short and sweet.
As these things go.
Yeah. I mean, especially in comparison to, you know, to what we've seen in the past. Then and then he says that was exactly what she testified to. Was such a baller move for that objection. Jury enjoyed the exchange, and we got to hear Chu vindicated on that point by the judge. Own goal by Rottenborn.
Exactly.
Yeah, that seems like
doesn't that also
and I'll refresh to see if there's any more.
Doesn't it also reinforce on the objection if the one lawyer objects and then he loses it, the first lawyer gets to say it again now with reinforcement, like, as I was saying, she's a liar. And just the objection itself sounds like, oh, we're scared of this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm speaking as a possible jury member, not as a lawyer.
It's the objection. This is really damaging to my client. Move.
Well, it's even worse for Rottenborn because that's the entire theory of Johnny's case is that Amber's a liar, and they've been trying to show that. So it's not as though this is just a brand new revelation.
Right.
That this is all made up. So,
court's back.
Yeah, I don't understand the point of him doing that. The other thing, and I don't know if you guys talked about this, I was getting kicked with the internet I have. When Ben Chu brought up, it's not Me Too, it's just Amber. Where's the Me Too? You never heard anybody else say, yeah, Johnny did this to me. I felt like he really should have brought that up a couple more times and really, she tries to tell you she's part of Me Too. She wants to be the face of it. And, there's nobody else with her. Nobody else supports her. Nobody else has vindicated her or agreed with her. And I felt like he could have done that as more of a little bit of a narrative. I don't know if you guys have mentioned that yet at all.
No, I mean that's a really good point because it eliminates the political discussion that they probably anticipate that Amber Heard's side is going to use, which is very, very, very likely to say that this is a thing about, women speaking out against the patriarchy. I mean, that's what they did in their opening statement, so I would totally expect them to do it in their closing too.
Yes.
And to say like this statement was not about Johnny. This was about the Me Too movement. This was about speaking out about domestic violence and the First Amendment and wrapping myself in the American flag and
we're gonna get proud to be an American.
We're gonna get proud to be an American, man. If this was about the Me Too, if they say it's about the Me Too movement, and now suddenly we're evaluating the entire Me Too movement, I mean
they're not going to say Me Too. They're going to say, haven't we as a society moved past disbelieving those that have been abused in their own homes? Haven't we as a society moved past denigrating those that speak out, that get an op-ed in the Washington Post, that believe in their American First Amendment rights to talk about the situations that they have found themselves in their home? This is coming.
There you go.
Yes, but then they have to be careful because on rebuttal, your First Amendment right doesn't include lying about people.
Yeah, but they've already said that. They've already spent an hour saying you're a liar who lies. It doesn't change anything from their closing.
Yeah, but I think it's just if they try to bring up the First Amendment, I'll bet just says defamation. You don't have the right to defame people.
I'm willing to bet you First Amendment pops out in this closing.
Oh, it will. It will. I just think that's ill-advised.
Well, that might well be, but yeah, they've definitely laid the groundwork.
The Battle Hymn of the Republic is about what you got. Why not?
I'm just saying. Look, if they could play music to backstop their speech, it would be Battle Hymn of the Republic. It would be from sea to shining sea.
I see the chat saying that court is back on.
Court is back on.
It's not according to what we can see here.
Is our feed delayed?
Oops, that. Yeah. Maybe.
Having fun with feeds today.
If they point to the seal and say, the very seal says to this tyrants, Johnny Depp is a tyrant. Put a boot on him. That'd be great. Is it just me?
Sorry, I'm trying to see.
We're trying to make sure the speed.
It was quiet there for a while. I was very okay.
No.
There's your mic drop moment.
It was good. It was good. It was really good, Kurt.
I've still got recess on the 2 streams I've checked, but
okay. Okay.
Just a misreport.
Let's get some super chats here. Sarah H says, I'm realizing how nerdy I am. I find the jury instructions fascinating. Love to you all. Go baseball. That's the brown egg one, right? Jokes. Not a sports fan here. By the way, I have many muffins. I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. Let's see here. Mary Hickey asked, who's the woman always arriving and leaving with JD? That her name is Joelle. She's one of his attorneys from the UK case.
Interesting.
Next one. I think there was a pink one that was going to come up here. Walter Beasley says they keep saying May 27th.
Oh, yeah,
they want the verdict today.
The anniversary. What a crazy coincidence.
Yeah. That would, it really would be poetic.
I thought that was good to hammer on that 4 years ago or 6 years ago today.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later, I mean, that was really, really effective.
Yeah, and Walter Beasley, thank you. That's very generous of you. And John Guitar 87, thank you. Very, very generous. Says if Johnny wins this and gets some minimum of $7 million, he should donate that $7 million Children's Hospital and publish receipts just to stick it to Amber. Well, I'm not going to tell him what to do with his money. But if he did do that, obviously that would be a total mic drop moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tara Mary Watson Lawless says, what's the etiquette with objections on closing argument? Big love from Ireland. Well, they're generally frowned upon, and it's like you only want to object if you really think that it's necessary and if you really think that you're gonna win. So the objections to this closing were a bit of a fail.
Oh, yeah.
Also, there's a big difference between a civil trial and a criminal trial where, you might lose, but you still need to make sure that things are done properly. But on a civil trial, you need to be very, very careful with those.
Yeah. M. Lay, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, all yes, wins 100 million if I was a jury. At the end of the day, Johnny Depp consistently stays with what he said. Let the truth set him free. Even if he wins or not, his actions as of today is for the truth to prevail. Lisa has 12. Wow. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Thank you. Amanda Ister says, question, does the jury have to explain how they came to their decision? Nope, they don't.
No, you saw the boxes. Just check the box. Check the box, write in a number.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
Here, you do have to
Chrissy
fill the blank,
Anderson.
by the way. You
Chrissy
can't just
Anderson
send a
says,
note along. You have to fill it the
should
blank.
they have done this in reverse? I know it's just started, but seems like you'd want to end with Camille. I would have thought that too. I was going to ask folks on the panel about that too, their thoughts on that. If they would have, I mean, I know Natalie said that she wasn't really a fan of breaking it up that way at all. But I wonder if maybe it would have gone over a little bit better if Camille had gone second as part of the ramp up.
Yeah.
Brienne says, question, are the lawyers allowed to raise objections during closing arguments? What stops them from breaking the rules the judge laid out? Oh yeah, we just talked about that one. They are allowed, but it's got to be careful about them. Kelly Freya says, thank you so much for everything you do. I feel like every day the past 6 weeks I got to hang out with new friends that I look forward to seeing every morning. You all do an amazing job. I learned so much about trials and legal stuff. Thank you. I appreciate that. Andrew Nichols says, the question, did they get this in writing? No way I'd remember a fraction of the speed read epic if I was on a jury. Yes, they got it in writing.
Mr. Rottenborn? Okay, thank you.
All right, Rottenborn, show us what you got.
I think he'll do this pretty well. We'll see.
I wonder if we'll hear about the palette as much as we did in the opening.
That's going to be
Come
interesting.
up so far.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Rottenborn, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Just want to make sure from your team.
You that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion. Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on this claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp. And you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements.
And for yes, it does.
If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4, designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018, said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that, but they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous.
I feel like he's contradicting himself here.
At its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link.
But
and
not
the jury
that
instructions that you have.
And she can literally disclaim the
a
title in
hyperlink
that tweet.
Is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make.
It does. Crazy. Didn't write the title, but here's my article.
And the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
Judge,
there was no content
I don't know why
added
this is
to
going
the
to
article.
What? No, it's
She
content
tweeted
added to the
above
link.
the article, simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago, I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content.
Okay.
But I guess it's no surprise.
I
Because
don't even
this
know what
whole
to say about
case
that.
is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for
I
words
told
she
you so
didn't
much.
publish.
He says the state's
But
constitution
here we
actually
are.
preserves that issue for the
Here we
for
are.
the Virginia
And you
Supreme
can
Court.
decide this case without ever wading into any
I think he's confusing
of the
Johnny with Amber
allegations,
about not accepting
facts, the evidence that
responsibility.
you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the
I
road
tend to like
ends for Mr.
Rottenborn's
Depp.
delivery style, but he's got a rough set of facts.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear.
He's
If
doing great
Amber
with the nothing.
was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological
She
abuse,
doesn't win on every
financial
account.
abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking
See, he
about.
didn't mean to leave it off yesterday. He just forgot.
Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they referenced, his mother called him one-eyed because he had a lazy eye. And he said
So they're
that that
trying to
was
go for
worse
the
than
verbal
beatings that he
abuse.
took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one-eyed by
It
his
feels
mother
weird
was
to have
worse than the
him
beatings
talking
that
about
he
the
took.
abuse that Johnny went
And
through.
after the
in his
evidence that you've
childhood.
seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one-eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard? Absolutely not.
It's a
You'll
nice
remember his
rhetorical
expert,
device.
Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms.
But we believe him.
And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Miss Heard's
get that.
expert, talked
I
about
get that.
the reports of intimate partner violence
The verbal
by
abuse
Miss Heard,
argument.
characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Miss Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp.
Jessica Leanne Forte, thank you. Very generous of you.
To believing that he's carried his burden of proof, that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room.
He's doing a
I'm
good
going to
job.
walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented,
He's a good
including evidence
presenter.
from Mr. Depp's
Let's
own
not
mouth.
undersell it.
His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win.
That's the only problem.
Even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws.
This is a fully
But don't
technical
fall
legal
for that
argument,
trick.
which is
Amber's
arguably
not
right.
perfect. None of us
Especially
are.
because
She's
most
never
of-
pretended to be.
those of them who are
and
not
that's not what
married
you're being
have
asked to
parents who are
decide.
married.
One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that." This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Ms. Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation, and she's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her." It's one of the only promises to Ms. Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
Nice.
That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, Ms. Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012, when Ms. Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Ms. Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Ms. Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him. She didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, thank you, my darling Kipper. He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within. He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that, someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened?
I wonder if this particular video has lost some of its impact. I feel like we've seen this one the most.
Yeah.
I don't think people are too blown away by that. I'm not saying it would be cool. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, and I also feel like calling him a monster, it can also show her as a monster for like sneakily recording him.
Yeah, we're only a day removed from TMZ guy.
Having said that, according to the definition we read, this would be abusive towards a woman. And seeing a man go up like this violently.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke
abusive.
up and you were so sweet and nice.
Yeah, but she followed him into there.
We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy.
Oh, he wasn't in the shot. That's why it got moved.
Oh, you're
all right,
crazy.
I learned something new.
Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me, motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Miss Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public?
Some planes have international Wi-Fi. I mean, they
Again,
have Wi-Fi on planes.
In order
too.
to find from Mr. Depp,
it would be a
you would
PR
have
team.
to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster.
Quite sure
That's
you
why
want
he
to
lied
advice of
in
don't believe the unbelievable,
insurance
but-
forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Miss Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking
most of the photos do,
She
Ron.
wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help.
Here, this picture proves what she was thinking when she.
I don't think
looked
that
at it.
looks like the
I don't
spice
think so.
cabinet of anyone in this courtroom.
Didn't she forward
That's
that
Mr.
picture
Depp.
to her friends, making
This is
fun
Mr.
of it?
Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
Oh, come on. I can take pictures
This is
of almost
Mr.
anyone,
Depp.
especially that one.
And all you hear from Mr. Depp,
I want a reenactment
when
of
these
that one,
pictures
Ron.
are shown, is snickering and defiance.
I have pictures of all my partners looking just
Victim
like that.
blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute.
Allie Brown, thank you. Very, very generous.
This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner, and he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car.
She should have written
and
an
he's
article
howling
about
like an animal,
dog abuse.
Ms. Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car.
I don't know why you
That is
emphasize some of the
abuse, ladies and
more
gentlemen. That's abuse.
superfluous details of Amber's testimony.
Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Ms. Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case.
It does seem like a
You
year ago.
remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Ms. Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Ms. Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Ms. Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Ms. Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Ms. Heard. She didn't do that.
Is that what those weird questions
Because she wanted
were?
to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Ms. Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Ms. Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll, almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side, just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
I find this
But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. And she texts it. Look who she texts that to. She texts it to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there. That was the next one. In Hicksville, he
nailed it.
Took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cabin.
As you can tell, even their own counsel has trouble keeping her story straight.
Sexually assaulted
Perfectly
her, then trashed the trailer.
Exactly.
And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he's smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, Hicksville was late May 2013. This is another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine.
Where's that
Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
That's the courtroom.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay.
Okay.
People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
The irony.
Wow, I didn't even realize that was being said in the
Yes,
courtroom.
sir.
I
Amber
thought one of the
Alert.
panelists who said it.
Whoa.
Holy shit. Holy shit,
That's,
dude. Oh my
that's after
The
Hicks.
irony.
This is what I was getting to next. Remember,
Do you think someone faked
the
one?
testimony about Mr.
I mean,
Depp
it's
being
big
drunk
enough.
on his yacht
Another Amber Alert.
on the island in the Bahamas in 2013
Oh my God.
when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment." That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter.
It looks like Fairfax has severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It could have been that.
It's because the guy's
This
going to
text.
come back on rebuttal.
Let's fast forward a little bit to, actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight,
So
when Mr.
disorganized.
Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, in London, Mr. Depp was filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work, going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control that Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse. And there's been a lot mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
I really like this one for some reason. It's just an interesting one because it really doesn't establish much of anything.
He's intoxicated. That's it.
He is. Yes,
Yeah.
granted.
That's it.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
Do we?
February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are
Marilyn
enablers.
Manson.
Again,
Only
there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial.
Took them long enough.
They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember, you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-snuff, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-snuff. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house, but not before what happened before she went to bed that night, where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly Simon." She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere?
It is a good question.
There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told.
I would not have highlighted that.
Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, "I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking."
I have to admit, I like that segue into this topic.
He tells her in this recording.
Yeah. This is the best part of their case. He was emotionally abusive or verbally abusive. That's the best part of their case.
When you're doing movies, I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist. Called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous, and I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, "I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury." No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, "which do not include injury." But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along those lines because you saw these two texts today, that he sat on the stand and denied.
I think this tells me more about you, Ben.
I'm not going to read them to you again because they're the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine.
Amber,
he said, "That's not
I'm
my
sure what that
style. I
look
wouldn't
is
write
exactly
like that."
That was excellent comic timing, Natalie.
Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting.
Oh, yeah. Maybe a step too
He
far
admitted
there.
that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper.
Those are good points.
Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one, he says to Nurse Velati, I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
Sure.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs. And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange.
Not a ton of us have this much to actually rearrange.
He couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard.
The whole penthouse or closet.
That in and of itself,
right?
That's destruction of property. Even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse.
That's a good argument.
But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him, as he was trying to barge at her, and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that, because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail. And I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
Interesting.
I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas.
He said our fight.
The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas. And on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out. And every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that. And she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter. Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride, where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car. And at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head.
Oh my God.
Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now. And Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line
there has been
from
by an
below her
expert.
eye
Doesn't
to
make
the
it not
top of her
testimony.
temple that it lines up directly with the phone.
Even their
There's no
own
testimony
expert.
that those are faked.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, it in and of itself is abuse. He destroyed.
I still
her
think an
office.
objection
He
would be met
destroyed
with
her
you
friend
have your
Rocky
rebuttal.
Pennington's
Mhm.
preparation.
Yeah,
for
You don't want to look
smart
like
not
them
to object.
objecting during
He
closing.
spilled wine in the hallway
Yeah,
that you'll
it's smart
notice
not
the
to object
police
here.
denied.
They'll-
Oh, there was
they'll
no
have their
spilled wine in
chance.
the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message.
They could just follow
That's
that
what
up
he
with
wants
tell
you
the
to
world,
say.
Johnny.
So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to
Are you
find.
though?
I understand the argument.
Or to rule for
probably their
Mr.
best
Depp.
argument,
You would have
but-
to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So
That was
this
your
is much
finale.
higher
That felt
than
weird.
the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard,
He blended
even
the
if
malice.
you
He
think
blended
that
the malice.
he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems, everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed. It said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day, the paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman.
As
the
a
same
lawyer,
Adam Waldman
I
who
hate
convinced him to
these
file
arguments.
suit against his former business manager, to file suit
I don't
against
even know
his
how
law
you
firm,
can mention
fire
that.
them and blame them for things.
The subject of the
But
settlement.
by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in
1
the UK
hour,
against
15
the
minutes
Sun
later.
for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK, but he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more.
Hogue said this.
Amber Heard.
Hogue
It's
wins.
about freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims.
Bingo.
It.
Wow.
Now you'll
Hogue
hear
wins.
from Ms. Bretta Hawk about the counterclaim. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
It's okay now. We get to hear from Elaine.
Oh,
It's
that'll
all better now, guys. She has 45 minutes left on the clock. 45
honestly,
minutes of the lead, guys.
Honestly, I thought that they were just going to do a one attorney, and then she was going to get the rebuttal.
Me too. They both have the same strategy.
It's interesting how happy the Depp table looks. I don't know how that plays.
How do you guys feel about him constantly saying that's abuse, that's abuse?
And I know you've been listening to everybody.
Making a decision for the jury.
I mean, he's arguing.
Very strong.
He's able to
Thank
argue in
you to
closing.
all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point.
I definitely
But
want
this
to
is
break
very
from you
important to
on
us,
so
and
many
we
levels.
appreciate your listening and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020, and his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything.
Really?
They didn't tell you that.
Tell the jury what
but
they
the
can't
court
do more.
told
That
you
sounds great.
And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that.
That's
and he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing, because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally.
It's such a weird case because it's so easy to say it in reverse in your head.
And to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true, because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement? It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. The first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence book. At least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less. But what else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony. And interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and
Man, I really wouldn't lean into some of the more ridiculous aspects
before she left. You know, these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one,
at least we know they're not going for money at all.
Knows that he did these
No, they're not.
You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset. And you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony. This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Whitkin said. One of the things is he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. And he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years and he's never sober? You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from
Malice.
TMZ. That umbrella guy
Malice.
is the big
That's not
lead
Malice,
of
Lane.
Johnny Depp's,
Legally.
positive
No,
social
and
media
Robin Bourne
that
did the
is
same
putting
thing
all the
with
negative
the
out on
term malice.
Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter.
That actually would have been worth an objection.
So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away, and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911 and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine. He gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here. And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can. And Josh gets out of there too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have two calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those two calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the two different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come, and we've talked about it, we've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
May we approach?
Yeah, there's an objection. Interesting.
Okay.
Well, this is also a safer way to do an objection on closing because he approached before naming the objection. So if he loses, I mean, that doesn't look great, but if he does lose,
they don't know why.
Not as bad. Yeah, exactly. They don't know what the basis was.
Guys,
my goodness,
this closing is terrible. In my
Elaine's
opinion.
bad.
It's horrible. They should have let
her dramatics are not good.
What's his name? Rottenborn. They should have let him do everything. This is horrible.
Rottenborn's a very good presenter.
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told him, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations,
that was the salient part.
Domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime, because domestic violence has the cycles. They come back. And it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they to say that's why we didn't.
Based on this action on the Depp side, I think
but
it's
in any
coming
event,
rebuttal.
Whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there.
What about the wine?
There's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false.
You don't need charges to have a hoax.
There's no.
I mean, what happened the rest of the week,
that ever
Elaine?
tried to press charges.
They didn't want a criminal
Johnny
case.
knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day,
She's much
Johnny
closer to
apologizes
misrepresentations than I'm comfortable with, honestly.
He says in two different text messages, that 772 and 773, he says, my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. You know, remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's
Objection,
minds
Your Honor.
Somehow she wasn't.
The approach.
Okay.
Probably some kind of a mischaracterization thing.
Well, I mean, you got to watch Elaine. She's had at least a half dozen mischaracterizations already. Yeah. So you pick your places, I guess, for when you want to jump up.
Forget style. I'm actually furious. Somebody said I was holding the mic too close. I'm sorry. I'm actually furious at Elaine right now because these are bordering on outright lies. This is some of the things she's saying are not consistent with the testimony at all, and I think it's unethical at this point.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the point.
Okay.
And that's because
that's not
it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing
There's
any makeup.
no evidence whatsoever.
She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup.
Well, you can't argue that either because you
can't argue if it's the facts not evidence.
She's an actor. She's not going to go outside the house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years?
I think the objection served its purpose. I think the jury can see what she just did.
Makeup on, so that she would cover those up. Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You guys saw. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup.
I've literally not thought for one day that she isn't wearing makeup in that
misunderstand,
courtroom.
Especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens.
Because
but you heard
she
her
specifically did not wear eye makeup when she was on the stand.
She doesn't go out of her room without
which is different than every other day at trial.
She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what color she puts on for the different days of bruises.
Yeah. What I want you to understand, jury, is that she's very gifted at changing her look on her face. Remember that, please.
Anybody knowing anything about this?
What are you doing?
Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not.
Unless it's a hearing that she's going to.
Let's go to the third one.
Yep.
And we had TMZ guy testify to knowing which side of her face to take a picture of.
The abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against
Are they
Johnny
going to have any
Depp.
time for their serve rebuttal?
Now, the
chat says they have 20
defamatory
seconds, so I'm
meaning
now
of
choosing
that
to
is
count them in
that Amber's
seconds.
creating an abuse
1,200
hoax.
seconds
But
to
there
go,
is
baby.
no abuse
Count 'em down.
hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things. But I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual
Objection, Your
abuse.
Honor.
That Dr. Hughes testified to that.
Ooh. And thank you for stopping her from doing the speaking objection she's not supposed to be doing.
Yes.
This is out of control to me. Out of control.
So, Natalie, what are you seeing most that's bugging you the most about this?
The misrepresentations of fact and law.
Just those.
That's
problematic.
a good summary, Natalie.
My quibbles with Camille and Mr. Chu were minor stylistic quibbles.
Yeah.
This is a boulder. It's horrible. I don't like her style of yelling and speaking so quickly to the jury, like it's bullet. It's like a machine gun, you know?
Also, the impressions that she's making when she quotes other people. to make it
And
more
then she
dramatic.
says,
She's
"Oh,
not
there's
good at it.
It's not that there's any evidence. I'm just saying it. Oh, that's
Yeah.
good news from the nothing. I'm just speculating into existence. That's great news.
It's not like anything in the evidentiary record supports this. This is just me talking to you.
I didn't know
Yeah.
a lawyer could do that. I didn't know you could go into closing argument and just make
arguing
shit up.
from facts, not in evidence. That
I didn't
definitely is an
know, I
objection.
didn't know that was a thing.
Jury, if you want to believe a transdimensional dinosaur hurt my client, you absolutely can. Nobody has said that.
Right. It's one thing to draw an inference from evidence that's already there, right? Like you can infer this, jury,
Mhm.
but the evidence has to be there from which to draw the inference, and it's not.
They know this. They're trying to plug a hole
nothing.
with. They're trying to plug a hole about Waldman with non-existent anything.
Yeah.
Right. And I think it's
I have
hard for
hearsay
them to
and
make
conjecture.
their
Those are kinds of evidence.
I think it's hard for them to make their arguments because they don't have a lot of like solid evidence.
Dr.
It's
Hughes
mostly Amber's
specifically
testimony that they're relying on.
Absolutely.
Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes as reflecting
Is your mic
no
on?
contemporaneous physical
Turn on your
abuse
mic.
throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel
Look at
confirmed
Camille.
later
Did she
that
literally
it's
forget to
the
turn her mic?
When I asked Dr. Curry if
I don't
she
think her
had
mic's on.
reviewed those notes,
It's not.
she said yes, but she had no comment.
Oh,
She didn't
Your Honor,
deny
objection.
that that was in there.
Gee.
Is he going to say she needs to turn her mic on?
Oh.
No, it's the notes again.
M-
Every time she comes
G.
across the notes and she tries to summarize them, he
Notes are
objects.
not in evidence.
Yeah. She's trying to summarize the notes and he's objected twice in a row when she gets there.
First of all, turn on your microphone. Second of all,
So this is where you can object, and it's effective, and it's also important to object.
Yeah.
Spiegel confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber heard
She didn't deny them.
that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process.
No,
for her
Elaine.
because there was an awful
We don't
lot
remember
of it,
that.
and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax or creating any of this or making any
Are
of
you
this up?
kidding?
That's
$7 million.
They call her a gold digger, right? But
$7 million.
she obviously couldn't have done it for the money because, first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you already heard from Ben, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look
That
at
still
page
is
69.
one of the weirdest
It says how much he made
arguments
in
is their case for
2015.
the prenup,
43
postnup
million.
thing.
Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made 22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your
She
Honor,
would've been
we're
entitled
going
to
to
that.
object again.
Wow.
Please make it stop.
Wow.
How long does she have now? 10 minutes?
She's running
13
into
minutes?
a curative instruction soon, and that won't be good
No,
for
she's
her.
getting a curative instruction, I think, at this point. How can you not?
This is crazy for a closing.
How can you
Yeah,
not?
there should not be this many objections. Like ideally zero.
There shouldn't be any.
That's what. Yeah, that's what we should be expecting here. But I mean, this is like insanity.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
And the question comes up about Elaine, like is this incompetence or is this her being dirty? I don't know which one is worse.
It's
I think
dirty,
it's
but it's
incompetent.
really ineffective.
She was slimy as all hell at the start of her when she took over with some of the statements she was making and the mischaracterizations already. I think the overall decision was don't object, don't make a big deal out of it. We'll rebut this crap. Remember her malice definition, for God's sake?
Yes, so wrong.
So I think they had enough and they're like, okay, well, we have to stop this. And then she keeps doing the same thing. I mean, we know this about Elaine already after 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
At this point, there's no big number big enough I can write on this jury form that's going to make me feel better. $1 billion.
This is a horrible display by Elaine. And excuse me for saying this, but I'm thinking of this as an advocate. I actually feel sorry for her client at this point in time, because it doesn't matter how bad your client is. It is not your job to adopt the foolishness of your client. You have to be a strong, ethical advocate at every single point, and you hurt your client by acting like this. She is arguing facts that are not in evidence and misstating the law, and that's lawyer 101. You can't do that in closing.
Yep.
Yeah, there's pushing the line, and then there's whatever this is.
Exactly. It's just wrong.
It also sort of dovetails with the whole theory of the case that they're dishonest. It's just really bad for her client.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.5. What does she
She
take?
lost some
7
of that.
million. What does she do with the 7 million? She gives it to charity.
No, she doesn't.
She intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much
Objection,
ado
facts
about
on
that.
evidence.
Objection.
Both the corporate designees for ACLU and for children's
So
Hospital
she's just going to
said
argue her
donation
own
and
factual
funds are
universe.
interchangeable. You know, these are
It's
pledges.
not
The
argue
very
ACLU
different from what's
that
happened
they
in this
want.
case from
You
Amber Heard's
typically
team.
do pledges because of the tax
Yeah.
benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the 100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU
Realistically, it was the
and
only way he could
Children's
make sure they
Hospital
went
got
to the
confused
charities.
and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber.
And
for
it was
those.
on behalf
Then
of
she made
Amber.
payments to both,
Johnny,
and
shake
Elon
his
Musk
head.
also made payments to both for 500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made
swear the
$1
ACLU
million
used to have that counted towards the pledge.
in payments
did.
to them.
I'd have to
But
go
then
look
she
at it.
got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those
doesn't.
pledges, honor those pledges. And she said that throughout. And I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's
Get her,
Hospital.
Camille.
They haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to. But she has to get out
Someday.
from under this.
One of these
first.
days.
Not much of a commitment if you could pay them whenever you want to.
Who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me.
No one.
Now, Mr. Mandel
$1
testified
million.
that
She's the
Johnny
one
Depp
that
is
she
not a
did
charitable
it.
person.
We've gone
He
full
hasn't
fest.
written any big checks
We've
for
gone
them.
full fest.
Mr. Depp, I understand,
Very
says he
common.
does it
Look at Camille.
anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages because
A little head
I promised
shake
you I
is
was going to go
telling.
pretty fast here.
Mm-hmm.
How much
There's
time do we
a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but
those are literally different things.
Yes, they did change it. Then he said, you know, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want
because they're different actors.
Things. But what came
well,
up
and Richard Mark said
and I hope you were
that was Momoa's last option. You can't renegotiate on the last
James
option,
Wan,
of
the
course.
director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the
Are you just asking hypothetical questions about movie studios?
They took on
They're mercurial creatures, Elaine.
Von Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media.
Doogie Howser is very topical and timely.
And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time.
She's literally
she
under
lost
contract.
3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened
I want to know whether
instead,
the jury winds up talking about the merits or lack thereof of Aquaman.
and in that 16 months, they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal
this is part of their lunch
contract.
talk.
She got the stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for the stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory
But she's still within
of
it.
the other comparators who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements.
From the comparables,
so you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages.
That it wasn't because of the statements.
And I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent.
Her lack of
she said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities, but she used the base that Amber had. So she used the 4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday, and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. her daughter. They're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued
I really thought
for $100 million
for all of
for
their
$50
parts
million.
together. I don't.
And we sent the message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable.
Wait,
Did
she just say that the $100 million is literally to say we're going to sue you for double?
Fully and fairly compensate Amber for
That
everything
is an
she's
admission
been
of
through,
a
both in
legal
terms of
filing
reputation and
problem,
emotional
I would say,
distress.
from
The
counsel.
very last point is punitive damages.
That's
and you
definitely
surely
what that
have
sounds
those
like.
In this case, we've asked for $350,000.
So then forget all the
for punitive
witnesses they
damages, and
called
we
to
would ask
say
that
how
you
much
release
money she
that.
lost. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Which is better for them if they forget those witnesses anyway.
Yeah.
All right, ladies
Is
and
that
gentlemen,
it?
what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
Okay.
Huh.
All right. So I guess I'll start with a positive note for Team Heard, since
That's a good idea. Let's
try
start
to
with
find
positive.
something good.
That's a great idea.
Okay, I mean, I will stand by this opinion till the end of time. I thought the first 15 or 20 minutes from Ron and Born was actually really, really solid.
Let's come back at 2:10.
I
And just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes.
Do they?
Oh, that's nothing.
Wait, how much
I
did
didn't take any
plaintiffs have?
time off from the sidebars.
39.
0 off from the sidebars.
39
All
versus
from
6.
testimony. Okay.
I can't
thank you.
believe I cannot believe that they managed to reverse engineer their situation from the main testimony phase.
Really? You can't believe it? I think it's confirming.
No.
When it happens twice? Yeah.
It's just this is how they roll, apparently.
So back to my positive points for Team Heard. I thought Ron Bourne in the first 15 or 20 minutes of his closing was doing really, really well with the nothing. I thought he was presenting a very good case that made logical sense. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot to work with, obviously. So from the nothing, he was able to give a very I actually was at that point like ready to put him up into Camille Vasquez territory in terms of like just skill, because he's doing so much with nothing. Camille's doing a lot with a lot, and it's brilliant. He's doing a lot with nothing, and so in his own way, it's also brilliant. Well, unfortunately, they after about 10 or 15 or maybe 20 minutes, somewhere in that range at best, it went rapidly downhill after that point. But hey, the first 10 minutes, they had me in the first 10 minutes.
I think Ben Rottenborn kept up pretty well. In all honesty, I think Ben Chu's sandbagging a little bit. But as of what we saw today, I think Ben Rottenborn is clearly the best presenter in the room right this second. I love Camille as we all do, but she's honestly better in interrogating the witness than she is standing up there, at least as of today. So I thought Ben was pretty darn effective. Now he stuck with the technicalities that we've talked about for 7 weeks, right? Here's what defamation is. Here's what the burden of proof is. If you find one instance, all these kinds of things, which I think is true, except, for at least 3 weeks now, we've been thinking this might just be a referendum on Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Yeah.
I mean, so go ahead, Kurt.
No, please.
All right. So with Ben, I had maybe like a little bit of a reverse of you, Kurt, in that I thought that his first 10 minutes was not his strongest, because he was talking about how basically you don't have to believe Amber in order to find in her favor.
Yeah.
And
bullshit.
I thought Yeah, I thought that Amber herself, if Amber was not their client, if it was someone else, sure, that's a good technical argument. That's a good argument based on the law. However, your witness, your client has gone far too down the path of Johnny Depp was this horrible abuser. To tell them that they can put that aside and still fine for her, that's going to be a tough sell. But then after that, he went into, you can just find one as credible, and that's abuse. And I also liked how I wouldn't even say liked, but I think it was effective how he talked about, trashing her stuff, like throwing all her stuff to the ground. That could be abuse. Yelling and screaming and calling her the C word, that could be abuse, right? It's a little counterfactual because she still did allege physical abuse, but he's saying that you could find the verbal abuse to be abuse, and therefore she's not lying. And I thought that was going to be one of their stronger arguments, but I guess we haven't moved on to Elaine, so it wouldn't be fair for me to do that. But I just feel like Elaine she came in like a wrecking ball. Like after the first 10 minutes, Ben like built this tableau, a nice painting, a nice scene where he was this verbal abuser and we could believe that he's an abuser for those reasons. And Elaine came through with the wrecking ball and just bashed right through it. She was like, every single thing Amber said is the truth. Let me repeat to you all of these allegations of heinous abuse with nothing to back it up. Let's ignore all the evidence to the contrary and misstate the evidence so that it helps us. And I just found that to be horrible. I hated every single thing that Elaine did, and I think it completely ruined everything that Ben did, which was actually pretty good given the case that they had.
Do you know what I just remembered I hated about Rottenborn's argument? I'm not saying this is a bad argument necessarily to the jury, but I hate it as a kind of visceral level, is if you make a decision in this case, you're telling other people outside this trial X, Y, and Z. That making it a message trial is just so anathema to what you actually should be evaluating here. It bugs the crap out of me.
That would be objectionable in a criminal case. Send a message to the community would be objectionable in a criminal case.
If you fine for Johnny Depp, you're telling everyone else that their stories are, not good enough, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, God, evaluate Amber, evaluate Johnny. That's what your job is.
Yeah.
But I also feel like Rottenberg, like he contradicted himself in the beginning a lot. He'll say one thing and then he said, the op-ed was not about him, but he did do these things to her. And so he kept going back and forth with that on the statements of trying to say that you can't find Amber liable, basically. And so I definitely didn't like that part. And it was at the beginning of his statement. So I felt like that might have thrown the jury off a little bit.
I guess I was impressed by the technical legal minutia of what his argument was trying to be in focusing on the law, because he does have that. And we've been saying this consistently throughout, that he has this pure legal argument at the end of the day.
He does.
There is a space for it.
And he used it.
So at least to me, I thought he was making it. And I agree with Bree's point about the contradictions. At least for me, I felt like he was trying to have his cake and eat it too. And I felt like it was working. Natalie might also be right about the second part of it being better. Yeah, but even if she is right, I think it just went on way too long in the end. I think.
Oh yeah,
it was a mess.
If you wanted to argue that like the first 10 or 15 minutes was good and like of part one, and then he switched to what you think, and you thought that 10 to 15 minutes was great. Okay, fine. But then it just went on forever, and it became droning and irrelevancy, and I long since lost the plot somewhere in there.
Oh, I totally agree with you on that. It went on to it's the contradictory defense that us defense attorneys in criminal really try to stay away from, where it's like there's two theories under which my client is not guilty. And I'm just using my own experience in criminal. We try to stay away from that because that works with judges. It does not work with juries because they're like, well, which one am I supposed to believe? And then also it gets too long. And so it gets boring. And he ran into all of those. So you know what, Kurt, I was so taken over by how bad Elaine's was that I forgot that I was getting bored at the end of Ben's. I mean, Elaine like stunned me, but you're right. You're absolutely right.
Well,
No,
maybe
yeah, I mean,
the Wi-Fi
Ben
not
was
can did
boring,
me a favor.
repetitive, and I apologize. Ben was boring, repetitive, and droning, and then Elaine comes in here and is committing lawyer sins basically, and everyone on the panel is freaking out a little bit. Apologize for speaking over you there for a second.
Yeah, Mike, what did you see?
Well, I didn't get to see Rottenborn, but I get a sense from hearing you guys. That is crazy that they keep going back and forth on this issue of is the op-ed about him. Just concede it. You're not winning. Nobody believes you, and you're crushing your credibility for everything else you say. Concede it. It's about him. She did on the stand.
Well, I mean, what's funny is they all
that.
practically did. It's like an abandoned part that they just bring up again. And I would be remiss.
Elaine comes in and gets nutty. I just saw the last bit, and I thought it was just horrible. But so did you guys.
She'd already lost it by that point. Yeah.
But I'm sitting here thinking, well, maybe I missed some great part, but apparently not. Apparently
No,
not.
I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Ben Rottenborn's big grand finale of his portion of the closing was an ode to America, the Constitution, mom, and apple pie.
Oh, jeez.
I think we have to give Hogue his due, because we kind of we're like, pish posh, Hogue. No one's gonna do a First Amendment. That's such a terrible argument. Why would you do that? And you were like, it's coming.
It was so funny, that last paragraph. I was like, in fairness, I didn't think he was going to end with it. I thought it was going to be in the middle somewhere. I didn't think it was the grand finale.
And he did mention it a little.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say he just needed some special like 4th of July fireworks to go along with it.
Well, I think Kurt had in the private chat something along the lines of, "I'm just surprised he didn't add Memorial Day in somehow."
Yeah, Memorial Day.
Or maybe it was someone else, Kurt. I don't mean to ascribe things.
Criminal.
Yeah.
Sean.
The best argument would have been, from what I'm gathering, is what Rottenborn said, which is consider him beating up the cabinets as abuse. Say that puts you in fear and that's abusive, and let's play with the definition of abuse, because we can prove that. That's the only factual basis they have in the record.
Yep.
So roll with that. But Elaine is not on that plan. She will come and blow it up every time, just like you said.
Elaine is defending her own case. Elaine has her own strategy, and she is off in the woods doing her own thing. That's how I feel about this. And I would hate to have Elaine as a co-counsel. She just is doing her own thing.
What is that conversation
Elaine
look
in
like?
the wild.
Amber might be rubbing off on her because they're sitting next to each other the whole trial, and she's just literally repeating Amber's case.
Or sometimes you pick the counsel that you most feel some sort of connection with.
It was a match made in heaven, I'm telling you.
Elaine believes Amber 100%.
Elaine in the wild. Do you guys want to hear some Runkle tweets?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so
Did we get a reaction at 6 minutes versus 39?
Oh, I hope so. I haven't seen them all yet. So let's see here. Let me find where we left off. Okay. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Okay, the exactly what she testified to. Lots of people ask me about jury reactions to Amber Heard's facial expressions. I can see the back of her hair. It's a nice hairdo, but conveys little about her emotions. Noted the halo braid, though. Bold look.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He says, Juror H shows real warm, affectionate look when Camille gets up to speak. Whatever else, she really likes CV. Okay, Juror H. To be fair, it's totally understandable. Camille Vasquez is a force of nature. Very true. Now
if
back
you like
to court.
Camille, I mean, she eviscerates Amber Heard for a living. So if you like Camille, that says something, I think.
I think so. You can't like Camille without feeling a certain kind of way about.
If you're leaning Amber Heard every time that she's doing that, it feels like if you're leaning Johnny Depp, chat or panel. If you're leaning Johnny Depp right now, how do you feel when there's a good point made on the other side? That's all Camille does. So it's hard to imagine you as a tremendously pro Amber Heard if you're a big Camille stan.
Agreed.
So then he said, now back to court. More comments later, and then now. Going into lunch, he says, this will be unpopular, but the Heard team did really well on closing. Rottenborn hit the legal argument really, really well, and that's exactly what he needed to do. This is why, we've got all kinds of different opinions on this stuff, right?
Well, he can't be polluted by us. He can't hear us right now. So he's in a vacuum.
Elaine's end of things was a lot less. Also, she seriously had to fight with jurors who are not happy that their lunch was getting delayed. They wanted out of there so bad during the objections. and she was surprised at how much time she burned.
Yeah, and she seemed to complain about the calculation. I think she thought the sidebars were counted against her.
And the judge said they weren't.
So yeah. I don't know if I'm surprised that she's surprised. Anyhow.
Well, she was using a smartwatch because she checks it like 4 times during her testimony. She's doing like this. I think I mean I don't know what happened there, but yeah, she was talking like the Micro Machines guy during some of that closing.
Sound and fury signifying nothing.
Then he says Elaine's end of things was a lot less. Also, she seriously had to. Oh, sorry, I got that. The question will be whether Elaine erased all that Rottenborn accomplished. That remains to be seen. Jury was very focused on instructions. They're taking their obligations seriously. Time management issue is likely to be a whole thing. Capital letter.
Shouldn't be.
He actually wrote "thing" with a T. On hearing 6 minutes left, what about sidebars? Judge wasn't counting time in sidebars. It's bad when you're begging for a couple extra minutes.
I can see it being a problem, but it shouldn't be. The judge has been very clear throughout the entire trial.
They're doing her a favor. The less she talks, the better. Honestly.
Ben Rottenborn went so long. Yeah. I literally thought when he passes the hour mark that he's just going to be their first closing.
Me too.
And then they're going to do something else on rebuttal. When they hand it off to Elaine, I go, "Oh, aren't you going to come close to spending your full 2 hours?" And lo, it was so.
Yeah, Elaine was speaking so quickly, so she felt the pressure. I'm sorry, Brie.
Oh yeah, she kept saying that she was gonna go really fast, but by the time Rottenborn was done, I thought that they had already used the 2 hours. So yeah, throwing Elaine in there and then her speed talking definitely didn't help.
I want to compliment the judge on jury instructions this morning. When I got on this morning, I thought, oh my God, jury instructions. And then when they start, I've tried a bunch of cases. It just put like a stress in my stomach, because whenever I'm doing that, it's like I'm stressed out and I don't even want to hear it. But she read those things professionally and quickly. Not so quickly that she was making light of it, but she just blew through it like a pro. And I'm like, thank you, judge. Well
so done. Fast on those jury instructions.
I have a prediction for Elaine's career.
Oh?
Uh-oh.
I don't think Elaine's going to be settling a lot of cases anymore, because that's what's kind of like on her bio, that she settles a lot of cases. She's not good in trial. Why would I be afraid to go to trial with her? I'm taking her to trial every single time because she's not good in trial.
Elaine.
Let's go to trial, Elaine. And you're losing in civil when you're going to trial, but I'm taking her to trial.
Well, Natalie, maybe she still settles a lot of cases, but the pendulum on the terms changes a bit.
Yeah.
You know what I see
suck
for her?
Factor gives me a huge discount.
This is more inside law stuff. I see her getting being a law professor because of the profile of this. Using that to become a law professor somewhere, because they'll say, "Oh, she was in this trial and she's famous," and the law school will like that. And yes, her career is kind of toast because people are gonna be like, "I'm not afraid of you." So I think that's the avenue for Elaine.
But do you think that Elaine will play videos of herself in this trial in her class?
I bet she will.
Carefully curated.
She's going to start teaching trial advocacy. It's going to be the best course ever.
Carefully curated video.
Don't do this.
The legal bites analysis of her performance. That's what she won't play.
I actually think professors, that makes so much sense, because I was thinking media analyst. That doesn't work for her.
Professor works.
So I'm surprised at her mentioning the umbrella guy again, that umbrella guy in her closing, because it's not. Maybe she doesn't realize. Oh, she did. Maybe she doesn't realize. I don't think that would ever connect with a jury that's not supposed to be on social media. Twitter is a very distinct place. And even though we're all on Twitter, not most people are not. And so whatever you're talking about there, I don't think she's landing anywhere with the jury. That's just my prediction. And she wasted time, very limited time, talking about that umbrella guy. But shout out to that umbrella guy. Good for you.
Living in her head.
Absolutely.
Living in her head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, like he's been one of the folks that in the Justice for Johnny Depp community that has worked, he's been one of the biggest ones that's been putting out so much content over the years, and at times when it was very unpopular too. So power to him for getting all these shout outs from Amber Heard's side, because I don't think that they realize just what they are doing is that they are actually doing a lot of good for him.
I want to shout out my law channel. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
That guy on civil law, he's the worst.
Definitely don't subscribe.
It's doubtful anybody on the jury's ever heard of him, but a
Right.
lot of people watching
I've
have
barely
him.
heard of him. I mean, that's the truth.
I didn't know who he was, but now I know.
I recently heard of him.
He's been on this channel before.
Yes, and let's say they have a break till next Tuesday or whatever. So I know they're not supposed to, but you want to encourage these jurors to look up the umbrella guy because it's not good for your case. I don't know what to tell you.
Right. They're gonna look him up.
He's not a fan.
Yes, exactly. Nancy Dan, thanks so much for your generous super chats. Hi, Alita and friends. I sat on a few juries long ago. Attempted murder, med malpractice. There are jury members that try to pressure the rest of the group. Thank you for taking the time to explain what's going on. Absolutely. You get those that get a very strong conviction, and they go into the jury deliberation room, and they become like almost like a secondary advocate for one of the parties.
I was going to say, wasn't I on a stream where you said one of you said you try to identify the super jurors or something like that? Yeah. We're gonna go in the room.
Yeah, no, I said earlier in this stream that that's one of the goals of a closing argument is you find the person that is on your side and you arm them with as much as possible, as much ammunition as possible. And I see Law and Lumber in the chat. I wonder if he will be able to meet us on stream to give us some jury impressions. But
are we allowed
in the
to
meantime,
show Rick stuff yet?
No. Detective Seeds, thank you so much for your generous super chats. I hope you guys are able to get some rest after the trial. You've done a fantastic job, and I look forward to working with you guys on future cases. And Detective Seeds, I will be sending you a link in a bit so that you can join us while we are doing jury deliberations, because I know he's been wanting to come on. Magnus Prime, thanks you so much for your generous super chats. Wanted to send in one final big one to celebrate. Congrats on reaching the end of the trial, and here's to a bright future for LawTube. Thank you.
Awesome.
And Amy Best, thank you. Very generous again. Thank y'all for the fantastic commentary, and Alita for the incredible recaps and all the BTS hard work. What do y'all think about AH matching JD's court outfits? It happened a few times. Yeah, definitely a few times. I don't like to feed conspiracy theories or what could be conspiracy theories. But with that B tie, I don't know. It's hard to ignore that. It really is. Jody Bento, thank you so much for your generous super chats. As Camille leaves the podium doing a Breakfast Club fist raise. Love you guys. Thank you for all your hard work.
I saw that.
Eugene 9673, very generous. Thank you. Says very good coverage. Cleared everything up every step of the way. Sorry for the unpleasantness. Think this has taken a toll on you all. Thanks for everything, and cheers from South Africa. Thank you. Cheers.
Hey, South Africa.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Lisa has 12. Thank you. My message didn't appear earlier. Trying again. Thank you for everything you've done the last several weeks. I've learned so much, and I can't wait for what is next. Thank you. And just so you guys know, we do have quite a queue of super chats that we want to go through. We'll be pulling them all up. So sometimes people don't realize that we are actually organizing them and lining them up. RH, thank you so much for your generous super chats. RB is a fairly good orator, but his words are hollow. All I hear is blah blah blah. Truth is true.
He presented well a bad case.
Yeah. That's a good way to summarize it. The Law Patrol, thank you so much. He says, struggling to keep my eyes open, and Rottenborn isn't helping. So here's a few SC's worth in case I don't make it. You'll make it. You'll make it. Oima, thank you. He had me until he started restating all her claims. It started with, even if you believe one incident of abuse, whether it be sexual, verbal, or mental, it's not defamation. He should have left it there because everything afterwards hurts her credibility.
It's also untrue considering the headline, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. M. Lay, thank you. I've been to court via litigation before, sadly, but it's not about those who's telling the truth, but those who's best at lying. I hope Johnny Depp wins. I hate liars, and trust me, the other party will lie in the most unimaginable ways possible. Justice for Johnny Depp. Well, I hope that we don't necessarily conclude that. But hey, Rob, how's it going?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
It's going all right.
What can you tell us about what you've seen in the jury? We did have a chance to read some of Ian's tweets from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, so the jury's not giving away a lot today. They're being pretty stoic. Very little gestures. There's only really 3 of them that are moving around too much. What was it? Same candidates. Juror number 1 looks skeptical most times, but also is analytical, staring at everything going on. Juror number 8, when Camille started doing her opening statement, did you guys hear her voice kind of quake and shake in a little bit?
A little.
Yeah. So juror number 8 was smiling at her, like a very warm smile, like recognizing that there was the nervousness and kind of reassuring. That was something that was really positive to see. Camille had that little technical slip up. Again, the jury was responding very well to that one as well. And then when Camille took the mic off of her and put it on to Ben Chu, it was another little cute moment that the jury got to see. Ben Rottenborn, man, that was a hell of a close.
He's good.
He can command a courtroom, and everything about it was so natural, just the flow. And I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I got to call it how I see it. It was a very good close. I don't know how much of an impact it had on the jurors. I think towards the end of that, before lunch break, when Elaine just kept on going, you could kind of tell they just wanted her to stop talking so they could go to lunch. Like, please, I'm starving. And then, but there was some really good, some of the jurors were really staring pretty hard at the bench when there were the various objections that were just being hurled that way. And it drove me nuts as an attorney because I knew that Ben Chu wanted to keep objecting, but felt like he was alienating the jury. And Elaine knew that Ben Chu couldn't keep objecting or else alienate the jury. So Elaine just kept on plowing forward and down impermissible suppositions, etc., in her closing. Juror number 9, staring daggers into Elaine, but did not respond terribly to Rottenborn. Juror G responded a lot better to Vasquez than she did to Ben Chu. Honestly, it's kind of funny. It's like they have their favorites of the attorneys, but they haven't decided what to do with Johnny Depp or Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of times, like when the audio tape got played with of Johnny Depp calling Amber Heard, all these profanities, Juror G looked directly at Rottenborn, and then as Johnny Depp made the statement, glances over and looks at Johnny, and then looks back at Rottenborn. If you're a Johnny Depp fan, that's not a good sign. But again, she was also probably the nicest one of the jurors to Camille Vasquez. So I don't know. There are 2 jurors that I think we don't want. If you're a Johnny Depp fan, you don't want on that panel. Juror E or 5, whichever one you want to call her. And then I'd probably have to say maybe juror 3. He's the hardest to read. He does not move at all. He's completely stoic. At one point in time, I thought he stopped breathing. Like he was just. So could someone go check his pulse, make sure he's still there? But.
So, all right.
Rob, was there any reaction to the announcement of the time difference right at the end?
Yeah. Oh, that was great. Because I don't know. I don't know if you guys could see me and Ian at all during that, but we're writing down times, and I'm going. She's like, let me talk a little bit about damages, and I write down on my notepad. I was like, with what effing time? And I pass it over to Ian, and Ian's like keeps tapping it, and then she's like, I want to keep going and keep talking, and I'm looking at the clock, going, she's at 2 hours, and the clerk up at the judge's bench, when she finally stops, I can look at the clerk, and the clerk is looking kind of surprised and looks over at the judge and looks over and goes like, and the judge is like nods, and the clerk went and reported the numbers, 39 minutes and 6 minutes. And their side of the bench, they were like, well, there were several sidebars there. And Judge Ascrotti goes, I didn't count the sidebars. 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Yeah.
They're not great at the time management.
No.
One other moment I have to ask about when the judge said there's an Amber Alert.
Amber Alert. It didn't get picked up. It didn't get picked up through the gallery as loud as it was, but the gallery knew what the hell it was.
Did the jury seem to take notice?
Everyone took notice because the thing is, you can silence your phone and put it on vibrate. and the amber alerts and the silver alerts, they override the vibrate function, and you still get the buzzing.
They do. They do.
Like you have to put it on do not disturb. And
did they put together like Amber Alert, like the name of it?
Everyone did. If Ian's sitting there writing in his notepad in big block letters, Amber Alert, and showing it to me with a smile on his face, I'm pretty sure everyone in the courtroom put it together.
I was like, that was just another moment of divine intervention when we got the light shining from the heavens on Camille Vasquez with the thunder.
You didn't hear? Did you hear the thunder today?
No, I was talking about like in the past.
No, there was thunder today.
Oh, okay, wait, I missed that one though.
Yeah, there was thunder today, and I wrote down on my notepad, "Thunder goddess, please approach."
Yeah, that's how she rolls. Thunderstorms only for Camille.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there was another part that I wanted to ask about. What about when she said when she got objected to and then she corrected about Waldman planting the stuff, that she's like, that's not, I'm not saying that there's evidence in there, but that's just me and my opinion. Did they seem to notice anything about that?
I mean, I don't really know. The funny thing about Elaine's closing and Elaine's version of her closing, she started off pretty well. And I wrote down that she started off with a much better tone, pace. She was more mobile. She made more sense. I mean, compared to Elaine's direct examination and cross-examination that we've seen so far during the trial, you have to admit it was a hell of a lot better than what we've seen. But then she went off the rails, and she was like, she was trying to say 9 million things in a 1 minute period, and you're just going, where the hell is this going? Juror number 2 was at this point in time completely checked out. He had his knees up. He was ready for lunch. And so I don't think that she had any impact at all. I do have a very quiet prediction that I really hope comes true for rebuttal. 2 things. One, Ben Chu made reference to an opening statement is a bunch of promises. And I've made this statement on the channel several times. Opening statements are promises, and then at the closing argument, you have to say, I have fulfilled all of my promises, the other one has not. He made the first part of that statement in his direct close. I'm betting the second part's coming up in the redirect, or in the rebuttal close. And the second one is, he walked through 2 of those jury questions, and he said, this isn't about the money for Johnny Depp, and I know that I've been really vocal about this with you guys, that I would be begging Johnny Depp to allow me to walk up there and say $1 and that. So he walks through, this isn't about the money for him, and he walks through, he says, there's 3 questions I want to walk through. He walks through the first one, walks through the second one, and he doesn't get to the third one, which is the money. I think that's coming up in his rebuttal close. And Ian was writing down in his notepad, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? And I was like, I hope so. So I think there's a chance he'll do a $1 thing. That would be really cool.
I mean, he'd already said, leave it up to your discretion, basically.
Yeah, he led him right to the water.
He did.
Interesting. I wonder if there are any questions in the chat. I've been trying to look for them. So how differently? Okay, let me see if I can. Let me find this one. Thank you, RH, for your very generous super chat. Any predictions from Ian and Rob on who is going to be the jury foreperson? Thank you all for such fun and education. That's a really good question.
I have no clue. If the 3 individuals up front, jurors 6, 7, and 8, are in, I could see 8 possibly taking that role. 7's the younger guy. He's definitely tech. He is definitely IT. 1, he's wearing like a $285 jacket, like a nice puffy jacket that looks really pretty. It's either North Face or Patagonia. And 2, every time that Ben Chu calls up, hey Tom, throw this up, he stares directly at the IT guy. He is the IT guy. Yeah. So I don't know who's going to be the foreperson. We did have a very interesting discussion with the bailiff, and the bailiff told us, the entire gallery, that these wristbands today are the wristbands for the closing arguments and the verdict. But he didn't specify whether it was the closing arguments and the verdict that the verdict comes today, or if it's the verdict coming on Monday or Tuesday. Because he was saying these are the same seats. You're going to get an hour ahead notice of the verdict coming in. You come back, you sit in these seats.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So
From your observation of the reactions of the jury, and you've seen quite a bit of the testimony, how much do you think it's possible that the foul language from Johnny Depp would overwhelm the jury? Meaning, it's something I've kind of dismissed, but then I forget some people may think yelling the C word at your wife is just so reprehensible, or saying you would kill her to your friend or something like that.
Point.
Like, what are your thoughts on that? I've been dismissing the language, but that might be a blind spot for me.
What I will say was that one of the most effective parts of Rottenborn's close was when he said those in the cadence, tone, and manner that he intended to say them. Elaine, whenever she gets a chance to say those words, they sound like really grating on you. You don't like it. But Rottenborn can deliver them with some punch. But the jury didn't flinch. So I don't know. Sometimes, usually when you hear language like that kind of bellowed out, there's at least some form of reaction, but there really wasn't anything there.
Are they desensitized, do you think? They've heard it too many times that it doesn't matter anymore, maybe?
They really might be. And that cackling audio didn't go well over with the jury either.
Oh, it creeps me out. We haven't talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The cackling audio didn't go through well. I think it was either the cackling audio or the "I didn't hit you" was a punch audio, where it was the first time that juror 3 did anything, and he leaned forward towards the. Oh no, it was the James Corden pictures of the juror 3 did that. But the cackling audio, everyone was engaged. No one liked it. It didn't play well, and yeah. So I think that they offset the language for the cackling.
Okay. Interesting. Geekette70 wants to know, thanks for all the legal insights. Question: how differently do you think the trial would have gone if the counsels had been reversed, i.e. AH had the Ben and Camille team and JD had the Elaine and Rottenborn team? I mean, that's not exactly a jury question, but
I don't know. There's been some stuff that I haven't liked during this close, like Johnny Depp can't stop like either chuckling or laughing when Elaine brings up things that he finds ridiculous. Great, you find it ridiculous, Johnny, but there could be one juror, and every time that you're laughing or joking with your attorney,
that's true.
Just stop doing it. I wrote it down, and I was like, I hate seeing him do this. Please just stop doing it, because Amber's not doing that.
Good point.
So I don't know. The dynamic is really cool between Ben Shu and Camille, and Johnny and Camille with the outfit choice today. Man, that was bold. I loved it.
It was like her cross-examination outfit.
That's her signal to the jury. When she comes in wearing white, she's telling the jury to perk up.
That's right.
I like it. I'm all in favor. I like
it. Attorneys are notorious for that. They'll wear like a purple tie on a good cross day.
Yep.
So.
Oh, here we go. This might be one. Ashley says, did anyone else notice Rottenborn and JD denied a text? Said JD denied a text he actually admitted to, the corpse text. I wonder if they will rebuttal that. Thanks for the content. Although I don't. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Rottenborn say that it was about the corpse text? Because I thought that he talked about the corpse text right after he talked about the one that Johnny, in fact, did deny.
It wasn't the corpse text. He admitted the corpse text because he also admitted the corpse text because it was that was the one where he tried to challenge Rottenborn. Wouldn't you be upset if A, B, and C happened to you? I think it was the other one that he denied, where he said, I didn't write that one.
Yeah.
You were mentioning how the jury thought they wanted to get to lunch. Was there any sense on your part that the jury might have resented Johnny Depp's team for making the objections they did because it was slowing things down?
I think that there was at least one in there, and you saw Ben Shu when he stood. I don't know if they had cameras on him at all times, but his hand was hovering over that button. He was leaning right into the microphone. He wanted to object 4 more times. He just didn't.
And legally he could have, but really pissed the jury off with those.
Yeah, and I think he put the last one. He realized he kind of pushed it, and he's going, okay, I can't do it, because even at one point Camille like reaches over to him and like taps him. And he just kind of like, he leans forward like he's going to object, and then he backs off. And I'm going, good judgment call. Like maybe try to clean it up in a rebuttal.
Yeah. Yep.
Mike, you're muted. I saw your lips moving.
Oops. I said, well, that's on the judge, because in the prior objection, she apparently wasn't stern enough with the hard team.
Elaine is slippery. Like even when she came out of that one and she was like, well, I didn't, I'm not telling you that Mr. Waldman said that, but you can infer based on what I'm telling you. That's me. I'm going, are you kidding me?
Based on nothing. That's a new trick.
Yeah. Based on nothing. Exactly. Yeah. Based on my statement. And there was times where she was just testifying.
Eric Williams wants to know, how did the jury respond to the First Amendment argument?
That's his strongest argument. And when he started making that, I'm looking at this going, that is your argument. Like, why have you not been making that the whole time? It's so bad that I've had attorneys text me basically saying, just saw Amber Heard's close. If Amber Heard doesn't win based on the First Amendment approach, this is a problem with the First Amendment. And we've kind of talked about this on a factual matter. Like if you're looking at the facts, bright line facts, take the personalities out of it, right?
Yeah.
It's a pretty clear cut protected case. You can do that. But then you throw the personalities into it. And the thing was, if the jury is desensitized enough to both personalities, that First Amendment argument can carry weight. I don't know how I feel about this jury right now. I really don't. That's why I like the $1 idea, because it doesn't hurt anybody.
Let me see here. There was another one that I had saved here. Did Elaine? Okay, yeah, this one I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I caught this correctly or not. But did Elaine say that they asked for double of JD's amount?
Yes.
So that's confirmed.
She literally was like, if you're wondering where we got this number from, it was, Johnny Depp hurt us. So we were going to show it. Johnny Depp viewed that the hurt we did to him was this much, and the hurt he did to us was this much more. So boom, 100 million.
That is not a legal basis for that.
No, it is not. No, it is
not. A legal
Why
basis.
would you admit that? We all assumed that. You shouldn't have admitted that.
I was looking.
It also
at
signals
the end,
to the jury that you're being vindictive.
Yeah. And at the end of her argument, she was just trying to spew as much word salad as she could. I don't know if her brain was as fast as her lips were at that point in time.
I have a client meeting, so I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us, Natalie. It's always wonderful to get your thoughts, especially on these kinds of opening statements, closing arguments, and stuff. So anyhow,
maybe you're being more cautious than because also in the panel when Elaine was going, we felt that she was just well into unethical territory a lot, and we were freaking out a little bit because of how bad it was getting. I don't know if the jury reacted to that at all.
I don't think the jury reacted to it though. I don't think the jury reacted one way or the other. I don't think they heard what she was saying and processed it and gave it any weight. I also don't think that they heard what she was saying and viewed it as impermissible. I think at that point in time, the jury was checked out. Personally, because the benefit to Ben Chu's objections is the more that he objected, the more the jury just didn't want to be in that room anymore.
All righty. Hang on here. Oh, the throat text from LaThornton 86. The throat text. We all know he meant he wanted to stick his what where, not choke her. Amber trying to feign tears at that was comical. And then she was looking for approval. Ugh. So what? So did the jury react to that at all?
No, nothing. Like they didn't they didn't find humor in it. They didn't really view it seriously. They kind of were just staring straight ahead. And I was going, why are you bringing this up again? Like it was a fail the first time you brought it up. Did you really not read the room?
Why not?
Rob, there were so many aspects of their closing that seemed like, why are you bringing up some of the more ludicrous things that we are being asked to believe here? Did you see reactions to the dog out the window? Did you see reactions to some of the descriptions of events that Amber gave in her testimony at all?
No, I mean, take Elaine out of it, kind of. I think Elaine, once Elaine got up, the jury they laughed at her little joke about, I get to say good afternoon to you. And that was interesting because I think that's the first time the jury's shown warmth towards her.
Yeah.
And then she just kept on going, and they were there. They were engaged. They were giving her the time of day. I just don't think that it had any impact because you just didn't see very much reaction from them.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think Rottenborn was, if you're going to pay attention to somebody, it's Rottenborn. And it also, as far as Johnny Depp's side, if you're going to pay attention to somebody, it was Camille Vasquez. they weren't as engaged with Ben Chu as they were with Camille Vasquez. So the jurors have their favorite attorneys. I just don't know that they have their favorite clients.
Interesting. Okay, so Crazy Cat Queen says, question for Rob. Is it possible the jury didn't like the cackling because it is disturbing and not because they didn't like that JD's team used it? Also, the objections to Elaine. Does the judge not have the responsibility to take care of entering crap in closing?
Her role in closing is basically to allow the attorneys to manage the closing and to call each other out on BS that needs to be called out. But if the attorney doesn't object, she can't rule on it. And she tries to admonish, but she also can't be seen to try to influence the jury. So it's a very limited role that she has in that. As far as the cackling audio, my reference to them not responding well to the cackling is they weren't responding well to Amber Heard cackling, not the fact that it was played.
And then Gret wants to know, how is the First Amendment argument the strongest argument for Rottenborn? The argument seems pointless with the fact that these statements were false.
They were arguably false. They have to be actual and factually false. Remember, so Ben Rottenborn, when he gets up and he starts making the comment and he says one act of abuse, and he repeated that so many times, it was great. It was very effective close. He repeated that over and over again. One time. All you have to do is find one time. And then he went straight to their strongest argument, which was Johnny Depp, in his own words, said that his mother calling him with the names she would calling him that name was more abusive and more harmful than being physically beaten. I mean, that's the First Amendment argument, is that you cannot really say, based on a bright line interpretation of what abuse is, that what Amber has said is a complete lie.
Right.
Oh, here's another one. Question on the jury from Melody Greco. Was there a reaction to CV bringing up AH not being able to cry when acting?
I don't really think so. I can't really remember that, and the reason I'd say I don't think so is if I had noticed a reaction, I would have remembered the question, and I didn't remember that particular reaction. So
okay,
I don't think it was that impactful.
Question: do you think the jury will deliberate quickly because they have been at this for 6 weeks?
I have no effing clue. Let's see who gets booted. Let's see what 7 go back. When we find out what 7 go back,
that's going to be.
I think Ian and I can bump our heads together and get some better numbers on estimates. But any estimate that people have, like 90%, throw that 90% thing out the window right now. That was a really good draw. That was a really good close.
Wow. Okay. Stephanie Beitzel says, any chance Elaine's bizarre performance could have been a deliberate throw? Could it result in a mistrial? It was so bizarre. Thanks to all from Australia.
No. That was Elaine getting up, realizing she didn't have a lot of time, overestimating how much time she thought she had, wasting that time, and then going into word salad at the end, and then complaining that she doesn't have any more time left.
That seems like an accurate summary.
I try to relay the facts, man.
Okay. Oh, here's another one. Steve Donahue says, how aggressive with objections during their last 6 minutes? How aggressive should they be on objections? I mean, my answer to that would be only if there is something that legitimately needs to be objected to.
Yep. And I think the fact that there are 6 minutes left changes who does that 6 minutes. I'm putting Rottenborn up there.
Agreed. It's not going to be Elaine. Otherwise she'll get 1, maybe 2 points in.
Yep. And Rottenborn doesn't give you the objections. Rottenborn stays within the lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Colleen Kraft says, is AH team allowed to change their tactic in closing? Where was the witness from WP to attest to her not writing these statements? No focus on this the whole time. This isn't the case presented.
Oh, the WAPO? Oh, for the headline?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're focusing on the retweet. I think the retweet and the fact that there was words added to it, I think the jury's on board with that. They're focusing on whether the statement itself was defamatory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. I gotta jump.
You gotta
off.
Get going.
Yep. I gotta eat some food and eat and then run back upstairs.
Okay. Yes. Enjoy. Take a break. Have some good lunch, and I guess hopefully maybe we can hear from you afterwards. I mean, or maybe Ian. Either way. Hey, Ian.
Jamie, nice job.
Awesome.
See ya.
All right. I'll see you. Okay. So interesting stuff. So I think let's see here. Let's get some other super chats. Maybe going from the top here. All right. Oh, Boss Attorney Bree is back. Hey, Bree.
Hello.
Bree, sorry. I can't talk today. Mary Finley. Question: Can the panel address the following? What could AH's team have done differently throughout? In other words, how much was missed opportunity versus just bad client with little to work with? I think that the biggest, I've said this before, I think the biggest thing that they could have done differently is not filing a counterclaim. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, no, I'll back you up on that. I mean, we've went over that a lot. Almost the most single-handedly every damaging thing. Every time I put my head in my hands, over something that was happening, I go, wait a second, this is in relation to the counterclaim. And that just all of that were unforced errors.
Yeah.
Making Elaine the face of this case is a bad play. I'm sorry. She's not up to it.
Agreed also. And that was such an interesting thing that Natalie pointed out about the fact that she's probably going to have a much harder time settling cases now because she's showed in a very public way that she's not that great at trying cases. So that it reveals her hand quite a bit for them to say, okay, well, let's go to trial. We know our case. Let's go to trial, Elaine. Let's see who will win. That's pretty brutal if that's the case. How much of this would you guys say was a bad client with little to work with? Because there's still that as an element as well, I think.
Yeah, I would say it played a kind of a bigger role just because I feel like the facts are bad, and then Amber doesn't, to me at least, she doesn't come off as very genuine. What did the lawyer's attitude, like Elaine's, how she's approaching the questions and things like that, did that play a role as well? I think so. Maybe her attitude as well, but also Amber's facts and her delivery on the stand as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know what? We've talked around a lot of these things, but one thing we didn't talk about the counterclaim issue is it lengthened the time of the trial. And when you are, say, less charismatic than the other lawyers, or you're a little more disorganized, or whatever it is, if you are presenting as a little subpar, the longer the trial goes, the more people are going to be exposed to that. Right. And so, it's pretty possible that Elaine was probably rubbing some people the wrong way. But if this trial was 7 days, 10 days, I don't think, Alita, you wouldn't have gotten what, if any, would not have been a dagger into your soul if this was only 10 days long, and I think that really had an effect, is those sort of deficiencies or worse than the other team was amplified because of exactly how long they were in front of the jury, in front of the judge, and in front of the cameras.
I think so too. That's also a very good point. RF, thank you so much for generous super chats. For the entire group, if you had to bet who wins, I still would bet on Johnny. That's just me.
I feel like Johnny has a more believable story, but the fact that the jury has to be unanimous, I feel like there may be just one juror that believes Amber or that doesn't believe Johnny.
Could be the case. Does John Guitar 87, thank you so much, very generous, says, does anyone in the panel have any thoughts to whether Heard's team knew this was a steep uphill battle from the start, or do you think there was a moment in the 6 weeks where they realized they were screwed?
I mean, I have a guess. I think they knew it was going to be an uphill battle. I think that when Amber took the stand, or at least those 2 days, that was when the incline of the hill, they saw exactly how uphill it was. They always knew it was going to be uphill with the client, but then I think that moment tilted it, is my guess.
Yeah. I think so. And let me see if I'll ask another question from up here. Mary Finley says, question, can the panel address, nope, I just did that one. Rachel Black says, would there be an ethical concern or make room for appeal if the jury were to finish deliberations today?
No.
That on its own would not.
No. Because the jury heard all the jury instructions. So the legal fiction, at least, is that the jury knows all those things and they're all in their mind, and also they've heard all the evidence, so all those things are all in their mind. They are just memory sources, and so they can go in and be like, I don't have to review a single thing because I know everything, and it's all committed to memory. And so we can go in and have a 5-minute discussion, be like, yep, that must be what the jury did. They all knew all those things and didn't have to look at anything for recall. They're just great with the mentalism.
And if
Fantastic.
you're finding yourself laughing at what Kurt is saying right now, those are the sort of legal fictions that us lawyers have to deal with every single day.
Yep. Paulina, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says, you Americans pride yourselves in the First Amendment. We do. It's true. I'll admit it. But if this SS were here in Brazil, whether she lied or not, just for pure malice and intent, she would have been fairly punished, and nobody can say whatever for complete disregard of facts and consequences. Interesting.
I'll go ahead and say I'm pro First Amendment on this one.
Right.
Yeah.
First Amendment kicks ass. If you disagree,
look,
you're allowed to say so.
Is that our American bias? Yeah. Do I think that there are edges around the First Amendment that can certainly change? Are we the only people that allow hate speech and everyone thinks we're crazy for allowing hate speech? We can discuss that sort of stuff. But in general, I'm going to throw myself in the pro First Amendment camp, and maybe that's just my Ameri bias showing. So.
What a limb Mark has just climbed out onto today, isn't it?
First Amendment is good claim.
Eric Johnson, thank you so much for your generous super chat. It says, based on what I've seen, I'd say the trial a defense mechanism for Amber. She felt rejected by Johnny, triggered by his drug use, and wanted to control him via abuse to protect herself. Yesterday, she didn't convince me, but I do feel sorry for her. I feel for her as well, honestly.
Whatever pity I felt for her has long since escaped my mind. I feel nothing but blackness and death.
For Amber herself, I do, and that's not to say that I think that she should win, because I don't. I really don't think so. I think she absolutely should lose. But yeah. I do feel bad. I do feel bad.
I really do. I feel bad for her, and look, a lot of people know that I kind of came in pro Amber, and maybe my pro Amber bias, I guess, will show when I give her some level of pity here. But how I see this is that she is a confabulator. That doesn't mean that she didn't suffer stuff that she felt like was traumatic and was trauma. She definitely did. But one of the ways that some people react to that sort of stuff is to try and justify their own suffering. And so they can tend to exaggerate or outright lie or make up things. And so when I hear that stuff, I believe that she has absolutely suffered some trauma. Was it at the hands of Johnny Depp? Is he an abuser? That's not worth it for me to say. What is worth it for me to say is it is clear to me that she is suffering, and that does cause pity for me, from her. Yeah. And I hope that she can get better for it. And this trial is not going to help, because we're talking about who's going to win or lose. It is very clear Amber has lost. Even if the verdict doesn't go Johnny's way, Amber's lost in this trial. We all know that.
Yeah, especially in the Court of Public Appeal. Rachel Black says, would there be an ethical concern or make room for appeal if the jury were to finish deliberations today? Oh, they already answered this one. It came out twice. The answer is no. Lauren Wolf says, for a legal perspective, why was Amber Heard's cross so bad? I think you mean closing, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean, we have a variance of opinion on the issue, but I think the start of it was fine, and you could even go so far as to say all of Ronborn's was fine, if you like, and the brilliance of the opening parts of it, at least, if it carried you through, then fine. I think the problem is Elaine is just so dislikable, and she's pushing the boundaries in ways that she's trying to what can you say? She's trying to do something that doesn't really make any sense. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. She's just basically going for absolutely broke when absolutely broke is not really on the table at this point. It's like going for some sort of win when a tie is possible and a win really isn't, but you're still going for the win anyway, so you wind up losing. My analogies are getting increasingly worse. I'll stop talking now.
I actually like that ending. You pull the score is tied and you pull your goalie. That's what you're saying. It seems
something like
Yeah.
that. Thanks.
That's, I mean,
Where
that's
is
what.
Ian when you need him?
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, that was a reference that Ian actually made at one point. James McDonald says, "Hello from Glasgow. How many jurors are there? How many jurors does the winning party need?" So there will be 7 of them that make it into the jury deliberation. There are currently 9, and all of them need to agree in order to find in favor of Johnny on his claims and in favor of Amber on her claims. So if they don't, then you end up with a hung jury. Jay Spolstra says, "What are your top 3 most damaging moments? Doesn't matter for which side." Tell the world, Johnny.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. The cackling
That's one of
tape.
them.
The cackling tape. It's got to be number 1.
And the knife.
Tell the world's number 1 for me.
There's so many.
I'll fight you on the cackling tape versus.
There's so many.
I'll fight you.
The I pledged versus paid.
That was horrible.
Horrible.
I think the one thing this whole panel can agree on is that the top 3 damaging moments, none of them were on Johnny's side.
No, I'll nominate one on Johnny's side, which is
okay.
When I first heard the story of bloody writing on the walls of Australia, that was quite a shock. And honestly, when he says I kind of blacked out and did weird stuff, I'm like, okay.
All right, ready for the jury?
And this one real quick, because it's referring to Paulina's earlier super chat. As a Brazilian lawyer, Paulina met that freedom of speech here is weighted against other rights, e.g. freedom of speech versus hate speech. Human dignity here weighs more.
That's true in a lot of European countries too. Yeah. And Canada, from what I understand, Canadian law.
Pretty unique in that regard.
Yep. All right, breaking up my stopwatch, so I don't have to keep asking the panel how long do we have left.
Yeah, this is going to be so it's what, 38 and 6?
39 and 6, exactly 45 minutes.
Yeah, 39 and 6. That's right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's gonna be
Maybe
Camille
seated.
then.
All right, rebuttal arguments.
Oh, it's going to be Camille?
Excellent. She's the right call.
I think so, because she's the one that's appealing more to them.
Yep. Good on Chu.
Hello?
All right, let's go do this thing.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our US Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here supporting her brother, Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world, Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp, Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department, Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK, Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine, Travis McGivern, also another former police officer, Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England, David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, Ms. Heard's doctor, And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there's clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and curiously, shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores.
Sorry, did you have a
Banya
quibble?
testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
With today I published. There you go.
This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered, that it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs, that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight, none of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight, but that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself, Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal closing.
Holy shit, that was great.
Fantastic.
Right. You got 6 minutes. Let's see how you do. I'm sure it's all going to come together.
It's got to be Rottenborn.
She was really, really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't need to use Elaine to speed talk, though.
It's got to be Rottenborn.
6 minutes to close it, baby. No problem.
Roddy for the close.
Roddy for 6 minutes. Let's go. Check that watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on
They didn't
May
show up for
21st,
her.
Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, but that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. And after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Oh, you had another 30 seconds, man.
Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant.
Lawyer,
in order to reach a
sitting next to
verdict, each of you must
her
agree
face
on that
there,
verdict.
she was
In other
just
words, your verdict must be unanimous.
not having it.
The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately, okay? So when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay, all right. Now, for the tough part, you may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates. Okay, we still have 2 alternates left, and the numbers were placed in an envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you. And I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time. And you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service and you will join the deliberations and they'll start again and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14. All right. So at this time, those jurors are excused and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations. Okay. So thank you all. Okay.
It's funny. I half expected them to use Rob and Ian's numbers and I have no idea why.
Well, it's because those are numbers that we've heard of before, right?
I was like, 14?
There's not 14 people there.
Yeah.
There's only 9, you silly goose.
Well, I think that's why they started using letters too, though, is because they knew that they had these random numbers assigned for them.
It is out of my hands.
It's not your 3, Chad.
I have a few notes first.
Not Rob's 3.
Please make sure Jamie knows where you want to be contacted for any jury questions we have or when there's a verdict. When there is a verdict, I'll give you at least an hour lead time. So it'll always be at the top of the hour. So for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time. Sure. I would ask that at least one attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me. Okay. And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay. So yes. Thank you. Well, that's a first. Okay.
I've never heard of applause in the room before.
What was that?
Applause for the court reporter.
All right.
That is one thing on which Ms. Peterhoff and we respectfully agree. Completely.
Completely. Well, good. I'm glad on the last one.
Thank you, Honor.
That was something like thank you for your service, Judge.
Sure.
But Elaine didn't put her mic on, so that's just fitting.
No, Mike Elaine.
Well, my friends, I'm looking forward to seeing which jurors are there, and the jury has the case.
Never has there been a greater rivalry than Elaine and the mic on switch.
It's 3 p.m. It's 3 p.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah, you said today, Kurt. Are you feeling that? It's pretty late.
I'm feeling it.
Okay.
You want to put money on it?
Okay.
I'm going to put money on it. I'll put gentleman's agreement on it.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was really Kurt. You almost had me convinced.
Okay.
But
all right. Thank you. Thank you.
I think it's not going to be through the week. I think it's going to be through the weekend.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to get it today.
Tuesday's what I've been saying.
Yeah. I think part of it is just there's going to be one person who's going to be just a little stodgy about it, and pretty soon after 2 hours, someone's going to be like, "I just want to get home. I just want to get out of here for Memorial Day weekend. We'll figure it out on Tuesday."
Yeah.
Okay. Could be.
I mean, hey, I like your cold shot, man. I appreciate it.
The court won't stay open past 5, right?
No, they said
She
they could
said
stay
they're
open
allowed to
until
deliberate
a
as long
reasonable
as they
time,
want.
whatever that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She also added that she will not provide dinner. So take that into advice.
Does that mean that we can't use Uber Eats? Do we have to send out our Uber Eats order as a jury note? Can we get some pizza?
Hello, jury in the Depp Heard case. We got some orders from the PF Chang's here.
Yes. Can we get some margaritas? Is that a possibility?
It's Friday night.
As we just heard an applause for court reporter and probably the judge, I'm not exactly sure. I think the first thing that we should do here, all of us, is applaud to the person who has been on camera more than anyone else this entire last 7 weeks, who is
Johnny
suffering from no, Johnny Depp has been on camera a lot less. Johnny Depp has not been making recap videos after streaming 11 hours straight every night. So, Alita, just thank you for everything. This is a Herculean feat that you have pulled off.
Thank you.
And I thank
Yes, thank you, Alita.
well. So,
It's been good fun over here.
Chat, make sure you hit the like button if you have not already to show your clapping.
Full screen activate.
Oh,
yeah. Clapping emojis are warranted. Sure, absolutely. Well said, Mark. None of us would be here without you, Alita.
Thank you. Well, this panel would not, or this live stream would not have been nearly as good as it was if it was just me. That I know for an absolute fact, because you guys have really helped me with your brains and your commentary and your humor and your kindness, and I just appreciate the hell out of it, and I appreciate the hell out of all of you. So, and you guys are always welcome back to this channel. And
I guess this
I'm
means
very
I
happy.
don't have to dress up as Mira, though. So.
Wait, I thought we had till the verdict. We don't have till the verdict, Kurt?
Not till they close the case.
Man, now I have to go back to practicing law.
Wait a minute. Is the case closed before the verdict? I need a ruling here.
I think it goes all the way until the verdict. I'm still planning on live streaming.
Mike, that was really well said. I have really been able to justify putting off things. I'm like, well, everybody's here, everyone's counting on us. I gotta show up. Now gotta go
It's
back.
more fun watching other people practice law than actually practicing law. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
You get to judge people.
Yeah, let's be real. Every single one of us is here because we're trying to avoid practicing law, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you. I've been practicing law the whole time.
Yeah, well,
me too.
Lunch break.
What is this practicing law I hear about? Tell me more.
Virtually every time I logo up, I'm putting out a fire of some kind.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Literally, yeah. While I was looking, it's taking phone calls, doing stuff like that. So yeah.
Brad dress up as Mira. No.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you saw it. I did super chat the other day because I was stopped at a stoplight and I was watching this, and of course, I'm a safe driver. But Hogue, I'd love to sing Les Mis with you if that's still something you want to do.
Oh
for
yeah,
this stream. That was I did super chat about that. I don't know if it ever made it up, but
it did.
If it's something that ever does that you decide you want to do, I'm always down for musical theater.
All right. Well, good to know. I did get in a line of One Day More yesterday. So no, absolutely. And Kurt is the karaoke machine, right?
Yeah.
So,
I dream a dream of time gone by.
Wait.
Oh my God.
It's
high in life of living.
I dream that love would never die.
I could have swore we were going to hear Oklahoma with that
Everyone is
hat.
putting on hats.
And then I was young and unafraid.
So don't get me started on musicals. Yeah. So we could keep, Hope and I could just go back and
I'm a well-rounded rounded Texan.
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
All right. Okay. We're all the case. The closing's over. We're all going crazy here. Thanks to everybody in chat. Thanks to everybody doing everything. It's been a crazy 2 months, hasn't it?
It really has.
It has been. It definitely has been.
I have to re-aim my camera.
And to answer this super chat, Ingrid Johanna, yes, Manson is next. I will definitely be covering Marilyn Manson. I've been covering it a bit, or at least before. I mean, last time was in March when he filed his defamation claim, but I know that there's been some recent developments on it. I definitely plan on digging into it. I know Colonel Kurtz has done a ton on it. She's been on this channel for this case. I plan on having her back to get her thoughts on all things Manson, because I think that's another one that has been very much misrepresented is probably a good word for it. Stifled, for one perspective is another. Like, you know, there's definitely one side of that story that has been told here. And Mike, let me switch you with the muffin so that you don't have my logo on your face. There you go.
You just look
but
like
I like to have us all like kind of close up so that we can actually see each other. So yeah, I Manson is definitely one of those that I think is very, very interesting, and especially because of the social dynamics of that one. Because I think it's a lot easier to write off a person like Manson, just like we saw throughout this entire trial, that he was the boogeyman. So yeah.
Well, I didn't know that much about it until, honestly, just because of life, until Andrea Burkhardt had shared the complaint with us in our little group message. And I mean, I haven't even gotten all the way through, but I'm like, this shit is crazy.
Yeah.
There's more crazy stuff in a complaint somewhere.
Yeah.
Man.
I was like, I'm just reading the complaint. I was like, this is all insane.
I don't know if I'm ready to dive right back into insanity.
Don't, Rick. Take a break. Take a
I'm
break.
covering it. I'm doing it. I'll do it gavel to gavel. It'll be fun.
Well, that one was filed recently, so it won't be in trial for a while, right?
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was under the impression it was coming to case sooner.
Which
Was I
one?
wrong?
Yeah, I thought it was June.
I have no idea.
Maybe
Wait,
I'm
which case?
misspeaking.
The Marilyn Manson case?
Oh no, the defamation claim was just filed in March. So yeah, it's probably
okay.
set for
Looks like it
trial
was
like a year from now.
Oh,
dated
okay.
March 2nd.
In that case, I guess
2022.
the next case will be me with the Vallow trial, which is a whole shit show of evil.
Is that scheduled?
Well, they have a dispute over that, so kind of, but not really, is the best answer for the moment.
There's always more
The
stuff
problem
coming
is
out.
the state wants mutually incompatible things. They want to try them together. One of them has waived speedy trial and one of them hasn't. And one of them has a speedy trial date coming out October and the other is scheduled for February. So it's like we want to schedule them both at the same. We want to try them both at the same time.
Well, and they're both in
But we
custody,
can't push
right?
the date. So yeah.
How can we get a verdict alert? Follow Lita on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
signal.
I'll post it on all the social media platforms.
Well, I mean, we get at
for
least an
everyone to
hour,
look.
so we'll go live.
Yeah,
I mean, like basically
60 plus
immediately.
minutes is enough for us
Yeah,
to
you get
gather
60
the
hours
forces.
of prelude of us, chatting about what we think is going to happen.
I actually really like jury deliberation time.
Okay,
This
so
is
apparently
some of the fun stuff on
apparently
the
they
stream.
said the trial was going to be in, in January.
This is
was
when
the
I get to
compromise.
sing Les Mis with Natalie Wisco. You know, we have a lot of fun here during the deliberations.
I don't see this verdict today.
No, we're not seeing it today.
I think the
I don't
phrase
think
"see you
so.
next
Maybe there.
Tuesday" will be uttered in that jury room.
Come on.
I do.
I mean, come on. It's 6 years to the day. It's just before a 3-day weekend. I believe in this jury. I believe they can get it done.
Man, I think that there's a material chance of a hung jury, Kurt. I have to be honest with you.
I think this ended strong for Depp. I mean, just that last little bit. Rottenborn, I think, was doing a good job, but he opens his rebuttal with her testimony was corroborated. No, it wasn't. They were friends. They
Rottenborn
testified that they
sucked.
weren't friends. I mean, it was bad.
Well, it was for exactly the reason that you said his stuff has sucked, which is he actually spent 80% of that final on straight up the countersuit. Right, like I know that's technically all he's supposed to be talking about, but we know that you move around, and he spent it all on that, which is pointless. I mean, like
I agree with you.
I don't think Amber Heard's going to get remotely within 600 yards of winning that.
No,
winning that countersuit. So the question is, what happens to Johnny's suit? And I think you could have a technical argument about abuse as a word and things like that. I think the SV is the one that might kill him because I think she republished under that jury instruction, and I think she didn't prove her SV case. So I lean towards Johnny. People have been asking me for my verdict so you can play me audio and things like that. I think Johnny will win. I think it will take longer because I think you're going to have somebody that holds out a little bit more. So I actually have it on like Thursday, Friday.
If anybody wants to review any evidence, they have a computer with hours of material from both sides.
Let's listen to all 5 hours of admitted Depp heard audio, right?
Again.
Like they only pulled clips and they admitted the whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't catch all of it just because I was in and out of court and things, but from the bit that I caught, the jury instructions didn't seem that long, right?
There were a lot of pieces, but they were very quickly read, and they seem to be shorter form instructions. Yeah,
because that was the big thing with us is debriefing jurors. In our case, is they told us they're like it took us like a day to get through the jury instructions on our own of just figuring out what the hell it was saying. So
what was it? There's like even instruction where I was tripping up, and it's like having problems on the instructions. Like I'm not sure exactly what they want me to do here.
But we debriefed jurors, and they said that was their biggest problem was just not understanding the jury instructions.
Well, I'm not a Wisconsin practicing attorney, but they did seem to be longer and more technically minded than what we just heard read into the record in Virginia.
Oh yeah, it was all that like endangerment charges, all the third party endangerment charges, because the way the jury instructions were written on that were so confusing.
And there were just so many lesser included offenses. So if you have one charge and then you have to read 4 lesser included offenses, that comes into 5 jury instructions. And
were you surprised by the order in which the jury decided because they dated the charges?
No, I thought that it made the most sense the way that they did that. I mean, they got the ones they could use, and that was also from our debriefs with people. They did the easy ones first. And they kind of just did one person at a time. So.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah.
For that,
I called it for Johnny, folks. I called it for Johnny. There you go.
There happened to be a jigsaw puzzle that I found in the Kenosha County Courthouse, so that's what I was doing during part of the
Was your case the Jeopardy case for the alternates? Was that your case? Okay.
He's done that for 30 years.
Well, for all you non-attorneys out there, at this point, it is traditional to just go to the bar and tie one on. I mean, the case is over.
Yeah,
you can stumble back into court and listen to a verdict, and you're not doing anything wrong. You haven't endangered anybody.
Mike, do you ever do that with opposing counsel in your cases?
Yeah, I mean that's the truth of the matter.
We can talk about the closing statements.
Yeah, where's the nearest bar?
So you all sound like you loved Camille's speech more than I did. So I'm going to wait before I offend everybody in chat. I offend people a lot.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Rick.
Okay.
For the record.
Appreciate it.
It was concise. It was, it was well delivered, but it wasn't as persuasive to me as I think it was.
Yeah. No, and I thought, there were some rhetorical flourishes and written pretty solidly. I thought she struggled with presentation a little bit. And that can be nerves. I'm like, look, I'm sitting here on a YouTube stream, so it's fine. But I thought there was a knockout flow there, which all these idioms are terrible for this case, but I felt it was there, and I thought it was solid. It was solid, but
I thought they both did great with time management. I mean, Rottenborn had 6 minutes. He comes in like just under that. I don't really like what he said so much, but he was very composed, banged it out, and didn't have to get kicked out. And I think that's good.
Is someone calling out 1 minute there, like just before he finishes?
I got it at 5:30.
Yeah,
I got 5:30 on my stop.
I was like, the clerk isn't really counting him down like in high school debate, are they?
And it was really funny. You could tell how Rottenborn, how he was presenting it. He was still in that like Kriak format, even if he was only giving one sentence. They would be like, say the thing, say the reasoning, then conclude, even if it was like, that's it. And he was just like busting through paragraphs, even if it was one sentence.
I really like seeing the sheeted legal pad where it's like,
can't let it go.
We got to make the rebuttal. We have to shorten it by at least a third or whatever, because you're like, all right, you can see the arrows on his page. I'm like, okay, cool, good lawyering.
Yep.
Let's see if the jury instructions are up. I'd love to read them.
Yes, chat. I'm now free to send things to. I will read Jennifer Howell's declaration. I will look at other things. I have thousands.
Let's do it. Let's do it on a stream.
Sure.
While we wait for the verdict.
Sure. You want some reactions? You can show me stuff if you want. Yeah. At least in the proffer, I thought the Stephen Duder's text about the kicking on the Boston flight was interesting. So I did hear that yesterday.
Yep. That was interesting. So, yeah, I want to know which jurors made it and which ones.
Yeah, that we need the equation for that, because the one thing that Rob and Ian have agreed on for like weeks now is that juror 9 is the most solid Johnny vote. Or juror I, we should say, because now we have real numbers. Juror I, and that would be interesting because that's the one that they kept mentioning, and it's like, I wonder if he made it in the room. That would be interesting. But yeah, now seven Virginians get to go and decide the fate of an island owning movie star and his former wife. Just normal things in America, folks.
Yep. Okay, let's see here.
Does this chat say juror 9 is seat 14? If that's true, 14 was called. That would be interesting.
Okay. Hang on, let me
I'm sure it's in a tweet somewhere.
Well, they'll get it out.
Okay, sorry, I'm doing several things at once here. I've just got to make sure that I've.
We're doing a very poor job of covering up the technical timing in the background, guys.
Sorry.
So Bree, what did you think of the closing arguments from Camille and Rottenborn?
Yeah, so I'm not as well versed as some of you guys as far as like litigation goes.
I'm not versed at all. I'm a transactional lawyer.
I thought Camille came in pretty strong. I liked her delivery, and I thought that she hit the points very accurately. I like that she addressed a lot of the things that Elaine and Rottenborn said that wasn't necessarily completely true as far as the facts go. I think Rottenborn did a good job too, coming in and hitting all of his points, but I didn't like the fact that he was mainly focusing on the counterclaim, because I just don't feel like she has a really good case when it comes to the counterclaim. But overall, I think their presentation was very good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I thought there were real strengths in Camille's statement. I really like here's the list of people that need to be lying. I really like the rhetorical statement of effectively what we've been talking about here, which is that Amber didn't go muddy middle. She went two worlds. And so Rottenborn's argument is BS, because you can't go and pluck something out of all the stuff that you heard. So it's all or nothing. And I thought that was a nice bit, because I said, yeah, it really is, because you can't otherwise find the kernel of truth from Amber's testimony. So if you find enough falsity, you probably go and say, what do you want us to do?
Yeah, you can't really believe her on anything at this point if you can't figure it out from a lot of the stuff that she said. But another thing that they continuously pointed out was that if you find him abusive in any way, then he loses. But I thought that they can find him guilty for like SV, but not guilty. I'm sorry. Find her liable for the SV statement, but not the domestic violence statement. So they could find different answers on each statement. Am I wrong in that, or
no? And ultimately, I think
we're set up.
If SV doesn't exist, if somehow they don't give republication, I'm sitting my answer on hung jury. I think Johnny crosses the finish line with she republished that headline, and there's just nothing that we can look at to verify any of that stuff.
Yeah,
she did a really nice job going back over the preponderance standard and all that too. And I thought that would, and maybe that's just too technical in the attorney in me, but I think that will get through to the jurors. Look, it's not that high. It's just more likely than not on this issue, and I think they've cleared that burden. I really do.
Yeah.
So let's get some Runkle tweets. And now I'm ready.
There you go. Okay, let's do it.
So he said, couldn't tell 100% which jurors got sent home because of how the court was laid out, etc. But best guess at the moment is not great for Depp, but not the worst case scenario by any means. Rottenborn did surprisingly well with his 6 minutes. They shouldn't have been hiding him under a rock for so much of this trial. Vasquez pounced on the openings EB left her with the misrepresentations, and this allowed her to basically suggest. What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, Connolly Painter just tweeted about the people who were removed. If you look at Twitter,
what did she say?
She says that the alternates are juror number 2, who was officially number 3, and 8, officially 14. So 3 was 2, 14 was 8.
2 and 8. She's using the same rubric as we are in terms of how we counted them.
She's got on her. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2 and 8.
2 and 8 versus
2 and 8. Asian man in his 20s was 2. 8 was
that's
white
note
woman
taker.
in her 50s. Yep.
No,
Oh,
no.
wow.
2
And
is,
then what
2
was-
is,
what was
2
number-
is feigned
what was
sleep.
number-
2 is quickly bored. 2 is bored guy.
Juror 8
Yeah.
was white woman in her 50s.
8 is what, yes, they called Irish Catholic, which, is probably demographically, setting things poorly. But that's what they called to put it in our head. And 2 was shows his boredom quickly guy. So
yeah, at least according to Chanley Painter, that's who the people are who got removed.
she probably got it. I mean, we'll see. We'll Ian's currently tweeting, but
interesting.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that would put 9 in the room. Yeah, interesting. Okay.
Vasquez pounced on the openings. EB left her with the misrepresentations, and this allowed her to basically suggest that not only is AH incredible, so is her counsel. Would not have been an opening but for EB. Major error on Amber Heard's team side. Vasquez also did great work countering the even one argument.
She did.
Rottenborn had a good argument, but she had 40 minutes, and she is a force of nature, a hurricane full of tigers. By the way, Mackenzie Moore, thanks so much for the generous super chat. Thank you all for the time you put into this case. I learned so much from this panel. I think you guys need a police officer to join the group for the next one, and it would be complete. Well,
we're working on it.
Actually, Detective Seeds, he's got the link to come in. So hopefully at some point during the stream, he can come in now that we're at jury deliberations. We've been talking recently, so it would be great to have him come in. So then Ian said, if Depp walks away with cash from this, which seems likely, he should buy Vasquez a herd of alpacas. Best info.
I think he already is buying Vasquez a herd of alpacas, or at least he's buying it for Brown Rudnick.
Yeah. Very many.
I mean, even just with his attorney's fees.
Exactly. That was, I think, the joke.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I get it. Best info I have on jurors sent home is that it includes 8. She seems sympathetic to JD from many of her facial expressions, but pretty sure that I is still in, and I don't think anyone dislikes Amber Heard more than him. Well, almost no one. And then he says, guys, as there's been a lot of apparent confusion, aside making a good argument doesn't mean they I think they've won it.
Don't be mean to people saying Amber Heard's counsel made a good argument. They are professionals.
Yeah, we can say that they made a good argument
and still lose.
Honestly, it's amazing how good their arguments were. You saw this case, people.
Yeah, given the trash fire, man, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm ready to take some lessons from Ron Baum. Damn, that was good.
That's the thing. Right, we've all had bad cases. We've all taken hard positions. I mean, that's if you have a career, you're gonna be there. And so we have empathy for an attorney in that spot.
Ben Rottenberg did very, very well with a very terrible set of ingredients with which to cook.
As far as the poll is concerned, 75% of the chat think, and this is 25,000 votes. 75% thinks Johnny's going to win. 18% said both lose. 4% said both win, and then 1% said only Amber wins.
I want to talk to those 4%, honestly.
It's actually not too bad. In terms of like an actual forecast, that's actually a reasonable forecast. 75% chance to win.
Yeah.
It's actually not bad.
That's
the crowd is collectively right.
Meet the burden.
That's yes. What?
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying couldn't meet the burden.
Oh.
You can theoretically say that both win, and juries do much crazier things than that on a regular basis. I don't think it's the likely outcome, but it wouldn't shock me, honestly.
Well, the both win answer to me is you put the same damage number down, and that's the other way of saying get out of Fairfax.
Hey, the absolute best for juries doing wacky things is when they find mutually inconsistent verdicts, particularly in criminal cases.
Yeah,
that's always fun.
Yeah.
They find verdicts that can't logically sit at the same time. My
What
personal
happens? The
favorite
judge
is the
unwind
felony
that?
murder rule. It's like, okay, we don't find the underlying felony, but we do find the felony murder.
Yeah,
that's great. And the Supreme Court has already ruled on this. This is totally fine. No problem, says the Supreme Court. We're on board with finding the felony murder without the underlying felony. No problem by us. We're good.
Kurt, do you have a video on that? Because that is a curious thing.
Oh yeah, no, there's like that issue's come up like 3 or 4 times before the U.S. Supreme Court in various permutations of that, where with mutually inconsistent verdicts, and the sort of, I believe it was Justice Scalia who wrote a line. I'm going to try to very butcher paraphrase, but he said something along the lines of, the problem is that you can't determine like which verdict is wrong if you're saying that they're wrong, and you can't. Because like, okay, you're saying, well, these mutually inconsistent. So like, okay, which is the correct one? And you don't know.
Scalia, because the answer is
like,
you
and
don't
also
do
because it might have been some sort of jury compromise and a whole lot of things. So yes, well, I mean, also the federal system does allow for mutually inconsistent pleadings. So you can go into court with two theories of the case that completely contradict each other. So why not for the jury too?
The answer, by the way, is if you're gonna say I can't tell which one is wrong, you err on the one that doesn't either cage or kill somebody.
Well, the Supreme Court disagrees with you several times as it happens, so you know.
Yep. And if these are the things we have to live with in a jury system sometimes. Is like, if we trust the citizens, then we just got to trust the citizens even when they're wrong.
We trust them to ignore all outside evidence. We trust them not to consult anything. We trust them to remain a completely open mind. We trust them to retain all knowledge of all the information. And
I don't
when
need
they
to be
reach
broken
mutually
this early in
inconsistent
deliberations
decisions because they're wiser than us.
This is why you're not a trial attorney, Rick. By the way,
I like law as programming language. I always have. All of this other stuff,
to segue us out of this, I thought of a nice analogy for your Rottenborn being a good lawyer despite not having the right ingredients.
Okay.
Do you all watch Cutthroat Kitchen?
Sure.
No.
Yeah,
I've watched it before.
Yeah, it's my favorite reality show. It's basically like a game show, cooking show. It's not even a cooking show, it's a game show. And the contestants get a series of impediments bought on them. So like, just cook a taco, but then all of a sudden someone will steal your tortilla, or whatever, or you have to cook with just tinfoil and you don't have a knife, or whatever. But the whole thing comes into stark relief when the judge comes in, and the judge has no idea what restrictions you had on you. Yep. You might have had a little baby kitchen and only been able to cook with, with a little Bakelite.
Tiny utensils.
Exactly.
Sometimes they win.
And the judge is just like, well, your taco looks like garbage. And so they don't care that you needed a cook light to cook it or you only had tinfoil. They're just looking at the end product, man. And if it doesn't have a tortilla, it's not a taco.
My favorite result in Cutthroat Kitchen is when somebody has spent all their money getting all the rest of their competitors and they're perfect and they don't have anything. And theirs is like, this is garbage.
Yeah, they're just a bad cook. Right. Then they're just a bad cook. And that happens sometimes. You have the best facts,
Mark,
but you're a bad lawyer.
Economics Rick has watched the freaking auction off penalties on other people cooking show. Isn't that what is that, Alton Brown?
Yeah. Anyway, I thought that was a good analogy that sometimes, no matter how good you are as a cook, if you don't have a tortilla, you can't make a taco.
Yeah. That is a very good analogy. Dr. A. Behe says, thank you for first off, thank you for a generous super chat. Thank you for all informative discussions. Could a lawyer lie in their closing? It depends on how you define lie. Because you can make a creative argument that could be perceived by some as a lie. However, you can't make a material misrepresentation as to the law or the facts.
What is lie? You want a clip that looks like lawyers. Define lie. There you go.
Well, that's one of the issues for the jury in this case is how do they define a lie? Is it an outright lie, or is it just a misrepresentation, or is it something that is a little bit outside the scope of the reality is a little bit outside the scope of what they represent?
One of the brilliant thrusts of Depp's team, I thought today, was essentially this notion of she doesn't deserve to be a representative. That's not the world at all. So they're trying to put you into one state of abuse, one slap on one day. And this whole courtroom's out of order because Washington Post puts her in this angelic light as a representative of what you think of as a survivor. And that's not, and then fundamentally that's not fair, which we know is definitely not who she was. So it's a good argument. I don't know that it's strictly true for evaluating these things, but it's a good argument.
Well, went right along with your argument about the muddy middle when they said no. They said it was a long-term, big pattern of abuse. You either have to buy the whole enchilada or it's just simply not true because they repeatedly say it.
We should go out for Mexican after this.
Yeah, I know. Maybe we're all getting hungry.
Tacos. I'll try to work a chicken in there.
I poured myself a margarita, and it's fantastic. And
Let me get this super chat, and then we have a guest. Carrie Groats, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says thank you all for all of your time and hard work. Alita, never let anyone dim your light. Thank you, I appreciate that. And welcome, Detective Seeds.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. Hello. How are you? Oh, I can probably actually put all of our mics up. Come to think of it, now that I just heard
get the
you.
mics going.
I didn't want to come in and blow you guys out.
That's fine.
Yeah, well, I have to turn it down for the court feed. And so then we get a lot of people asking us to turn up the court feed, and that is not something that I can do without a good plugin on Chrome. And I tried downloading, and that did not work. So,
well, I came in and heard margaritas, and I knew I was at the right spot. So
absolutely, here I am very.
But before
happy.
you try to trick me, I want to remain silent.
Yes, yes, you do have a right to the attorney, and there's plenty of them here. So
I would love to invoke that right now. That'd be great.
This place is that's right. So I don't know if you guys were doing the math at home, but Rob just put up his confirmation of the jurors, and it is 5 men, 2 women.
Got it.
I'm sure what that means about anything, but
I think that's decent for Johnny.
I'm sure the patriarchy. It's majority male patriarchy.
No, well, no. I mean, it's out of the 3 female jurors, 2 of them got on. And actually, I think having women on this jury is probably actually better for Johnny anyway.
Yeah. I wouldn't have thought that going in, but as I've been doing this, I've talked to just a lot of people in my life, and the women tend to be more critical than the men.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So it was juror 2 and juror 8 that got excluded.
It does.
Yeah.
Juror 2 and 8.
Honest Mike, regarding trusting the jury, imperfect cooperation is always preferable to perfect authority. Huh, that's a good way to put it. So Detective Seeds, why don't you, for anybody that isn't familiar with you, why don't you let people know who you are, what your channel's all about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was a police officer. I was in the military and then a police officer. I spent about 8 years as an officer, 2 on patrol, and then the rest I was a undercover narcotics detective. I spent most of that time, I started out kind of buying low-level narcotics, and then I worked my way into motorcycle clubs, white supremacy groups, and sovereign citizens. I started my YouTube channel, believe it or not, to do video game reviews. I'm a huge gamer, and video game reviews, I just didn't think they were very honest. And it kind of turned into watching you guys. I was like, look, I have a kind of a unique background, and majority of these cases start with police involvement.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to give my input on this. And I did my first stream on this last Sunday, and I thought maybe 5 or 10 people will show up, and then I had 5,000 people in there. And I was like, well, I think I got something here. So
it's a good
You got to come on by my place. I deal with sovereign citizens every day. Natalie was on earlier, has been fighting the sovereign citizen horde with me.
Yeah. If you guys have any questions or stuff, I worked a group here for about 1.5 years. I was in deep cover, so I'm very familiar with their operations and stuff like that. So I'll help out where I can.
Deep cover solves it. Oh man.
Offline is.
So you can do really good soft sit stuff. So you'll drive me insane.
Pretty much.
Because the soft sits drive me so crazy because I don't even know where to start to try to deal with you.
Yeah, pretty much. How
do you learn how to fake soft sit? I guess because that's got to be tough. All right, I want you to put aside everything you know and think you know in your entire rational mind. How's that training go?
Yeah.
Not well. I mean, when I worked undercover, it was different than kind of what it is right now. I would not work undercover right now. I actually, to kind of tell you guys why I got out, I went in and did a buy and we thought that we were purchasing heroin, and it ended up having had fentanyl in the baggie of the teeth of the baggie. So our prosecutor, being the lovely people that they are, and they want certain things done a certain way, we had to open the baggie and test the product. And when I did, the product within the baggie came up in my face and dropped me. So I had to get Narcan 3 times technically. And so, yeah, that's kind of what led me to get out. And I love what I did. I love the aspect. Not many people work narcotics. And it's a very small world, but it's a very disgusting world to work in. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Here's a little bit of a total sidebar here.
Yeah.
Apparently, Law & Crime did report 3 minutes ago that several motorcycle officers rushed to the front of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard courthouse, jumped off their bike, and ran inside. No word on what this is about, but they've got somebody there monitoring it. Interesting. So there's some kind of a disturbance at the courthouse. Hopefully everyone is okay. I know. I hate that. I hate hearing that. I don't know. I hope everybody's okay. So I'm gonna keep a page up for that to see if there's any kind of updates on that.
Well, who's in there? We had Runkle and Rob there today, and who else?
That was it.
Runkle and Rob. I think James was tweeting that he's in there.
I don't know, because it was interesting when Rob was saying, I think they have a wristband and they just get to come back whenever the verdict is. Because I don't think
that's what I heard as well.
They said it makes sense. There's no other time to form a line.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well. So the wristband is good indefinitely, and so whenever the verdict comes, they can use that to get in.
Oh, wow.
And they said they're maintaining a verdict. The overflow room is the verdict chill out, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty bad if they have additional police officers showing up at the courthouse.
Yep, not great.
Yeah.
I hope it is nothing.
And I'm going to share this real quick so that you guys can see just for confirmation from Rob's
from Mr. Lumber.
Yes. His chart that he made here and the 2 that were knocked out. So yeah.
I can't even fathom how annoyed I would be.
Oh my God. After 6 weeks. And then hi, you can go home and you can talk to other people about it, but you can't talk to these people about it.
We hope you enjoyed your $30 a day or whatever. And thank you so much.
Well, I mean, they couldn't even talk about it with somebody else at this point. They're still, while they're still potentially going to be alternates, they can't even talk to each other about it.
Nope, they're under live jury rules.
Yeah, the 2 alternates can't even sit next to each other in the same room and discuss it. Technically, they're only supposed to talk about it in the jury room. So
they get to go home.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say. I'm sorry. Are you guys saying that they're mad that they're going to get to leave and drink margaritas for Memorial Day weekend, and not even think about this?
For 6 weeks, I would be pissed if I didn't get to deliberate.
I'd be pissed at this point.
Yeah.
In my this time, and I was supposed to maintain my attention, and I sat in a courtroom for 6 weeks, 7 weeks of my life, and I couldn't
diligently
take the internet. Yeah.
Do you think they'll get a verdict today, or you guys? What's
That's
your
my bet.
predictions?
I'm betting yes.
Late next week.
I'm saying probably Tuesday or Wednesday.
So okay, interesting. Yeah, I think I still think Tuesday is my best bet.
I was looking at some of these high profile cases and I was thinking about it, and really it seems like the longer the trial, the quicker the verdict. The OJ case had a very, very quick turnaround, under 24 hours, and the longest trial in history. That Rico case out of New Jersey, the Lucchese crime family. They made a movie about it called "Find Me Guilty," starring Vin Diesel. But it was 21 months long. The trial was, and the jury was out for 8 hours, maybe 12. It was just we're done. We're done. Get out of here.
After about month 6, I'm telling the judge I'm not coming back. You can find me in contempt. You can arrest me. You can put me in jail, but I'm not doing my jury service anymore. Screw you.
But those long trials get quick verdicts generally, just because they've been thinking about it in the jury box for.
I was going to say because they decided it one birthday ago.
Yeah.
2 birthdays ago.
Okay, I'm also going to make a poll right now for when do you think a verdict will be returned?
All right, I'd like Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
It's 3:30 Eastern time. They got 2 hours left on their regular day. They can extend it out. I believe in this jury.
Oh yeah, Kurt's still calling it for 6 p.m. or whatever.
Well, by the end of the day, whatever that turns out being, maybe 8 or 9, but sure, why not?
Oh, they won't go late on a Friday.
If they can think they can get somewhere and be done on
I
3
mean,
days.
there. If they think they're close, they're going to try to wrap it up.
Right? Yeah. If
That's
you think
true.
they're close at 5 o'clock, it's like, yeah, let's go to 5:36, no problem. But not 9 o'clock at night. No.
I mean, if
I'd stay if it meant I could go home and never think about this ever again.
If they're just arguing about damage amounts, you can come to a damage amount consensus in a couple hours.
I'm like, okay, let's just put all the numbers in the hat and fuck it. That's fine.
Right.
Yeah, and especially where we have a holiday weekend afterwards too, because it's like if they're like if we think we can fix this within 2 hours and not come back on Tuesday after this holiday weekend and be able to talk about this case with family and friends when we're at a barbecue, then yeah, let's stick around for another couple hours.
I think they return a jury verdict for, I said this on my stream the other night, $50 million and $62. $50 million for Johnny Depp and then $62 for the lamps that were broken in Hickville to reimburse the guy and make sure everything's covered. Okay. But it was $62 for the lamps?
Yeah, it was 62 or 63 or something like that.
That was such an interesting argument coming from Rottenborn when he was like, yeah. Like the owner of the place said it was only $62, but
what is
Rocky
that guy
said
know?
Otherwise.
Exactly.
I was thinking $47 million and $1. So $40 million for tangible loss and $7 million for reputation dollars and $1 just to F you.
Oh man.
I still say if they're screwing around with the number, 7 million is the play.
Me too. I've said that from the beginning. The children's
It's not
hospital
enough.
thing. It's not enough, but I just feel like if his words bother them enough, it'll be 7 million. But I don't think that they don't return for Johnny. I just think that it's a matter of how much, and I think it's 7 million.
At this point, I want to use stronger language than they did. I mean,
their argument was we don't care about the money. So what is 7? 7 is taking the divorce money back.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's true.
I agree.
By the way, guys, no, this is the first moment we've had Natalie squared, though. So I'm really excited.
Hi,
Double Natalie's.
Natalie and Natalie.
Mark in the center square. We can play Hollywood Squares now.
Right.
One of my favorite things.
Muffin for the win.
Right.
One of my favorite things, the Spies Like Us, they're the doctor. I always do that with other Natalies. Is Natalie.
I don't often run into that problem.
I could see that.
But
I don't run into that problem that much either, to be honest.
I do know others with my name. However,
I feel like Mark, Rick, and Mike.
It's just it's a much smaller community where you run into them. So Detective Seeds. So did you watch the police testimony in this case? And if so, what did you think?
I thought the testimony was one of the stronger pieces of evidence that Johnny had on his side, because it completely contradicts what Amber's some of her witnesses had testified to. And I just want everyone to know, I kind of covered this on one of my stream. When police officers show up to a DV case or an SA case, they have to establish elements of the crime. So I looked up and pretty much all the states are the same. You have to establish that A, there's a domestic partnership within that situation. B, you also have to establish that there's a victim who has either complaint of pain or visible signs of injury. And when you watch the body cam and you watch the kind of the investigation that they went through, they didn't meet any of that in order to do a prosecutorial review. And I think that was a big question from her side, is why didn't the police send it to the prosecutor's office, or why didn't they do more? And there was just nothing else for them to do. And I thought that Elaine, her, the what if any questions, she was going through that form that she probably had in front of her, and she was hitting on the redness of the cheeks. And as the one officer testified, I think it was Tyler, puffy red cheeks and your eyes being red, that doesn't signify or meet the elements of a crime for DV. It just doesn't. So I think the police officers did literally everything that they could when they went to that scene, and there was just nothing else. There was nothing that they could do to send to the prosecutor's office, because no one stepped up and wanted to be the victim, essentially.
All right. Yeah, no, I do agree that to me that was the part of the case that really was one of the strongest anchors for Johnny. Because it was like truly objective testimony. Like I couldn't really glean any kind of bias from that, which of course, Mark and I, we started to kind of sort of go back and forth a little bit about biases of the police, of how people view the police. And that of course is a very real thing. We don't know what kind of questions were asked during jury selection about police, what people's biases were for or against. And so, so that, I mean, but for me, there was nothing there that I could detect that was at least obvious that that indicated some kind of a bias in favor of Johnny there. So I mean, because they didn't know whose house it was, they didn't know who Amber Heard was, which of course it's like every time something like that came up, a lot of people in the chat would be like, "Oh, the shade," because she wants to be known. Which is understandable. She's in Hollywood. But so to me, that was one of the strongest anchors because it weighed in favor of Johnny in such a way that gave him a little bit of objectivity, at least for May 21st, where his reporting and his bodyguards reportings, those were all weighed in obviously in his own favor, but those were stood in contrast to all of Amber Heard's friends testimonies. So having that objective weight kind of come in and be like, look, this is we came in, we checked up, and we had body camera footage, and this is everything that we saw, and there was nothing. It was one huge nothing burger.
Yeah, and it's so from a police standpoint, it's ideal to be able to send it to the prosecutor's office for review, because once the officer does that, you kind of wash your hands of it, and it's up to the prosecutor whether they feel that the elements of the crime have been met. So I can tell you from going to these scenes that if you establish that it needs to go to the prosecutor's office, believe me, you're going to take the report and send it over, because when you have someone upset, why didn't charges be filed? You need to contact the prosecutor's office. We did everything that we could. But unfortunately, in order for the prosecutor to be able to acquire that case, they have to have some victim, and you have to be able to, and if I know you guys know, but if the audience doesn't know, the police reports that you put together, you have to be able to detail out kind of what you saw, what you heard. There's other elements that go into it rather than I showed up, saw somebody with a black eye or whatever. They want to know what led you into that incident, what you heard, what you saw on the scene. And if an officer can take that information and kind of take it off your caseload and send it to the prosecutor's office, 100% they're going to do that. And I even Sunday when I did my stream, I kind of had the audience sit back, and it was like leading a yoga session. I was like, close your eyes. And I kind of took them through the process of showing up on this scene, getting the call from dispatch, walking through, questions that they asked, things they might have saw, what they heard. And it was really impactful for people because it got them to put themselves in a police officer's standpoint of, when they showed up, there wasn't a lot of information on the 911 call. And when you get in there, you inevitably have the doorman who's probably, for what we've seen on the video, he's probably hitting his vape, and you're asking him questions, who lives in this apartment? Have you ever had any incidents like this occur here before? Do you know who's involved? Do they have weapons? You're asking these preliminary questions before you even get up to the floor that you're going to interact with the potential suspects and victims. So, the police in this particular incident, I'm not afraid to say when police get it wrong, and obviously when they get it right. But in this one, they did everything they were supposed to do.
I just have to agree. I mean, obviously, if anyone out there on YouTube world is seeing my channel, I'm not afraid to say when I think police get it wrong. In this particular circumstance, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. In fact, they were dispatched twice and went out twice. And there was something very grounding about the fact, because, we have this kind of theater of the courtroom and everyone has their sides, but about the fact that these police officers were neutral and said that they did not think that redness on her face was an injury. You know what? Because it wasn't. It's not an injury. She was not injured. Okay. And if they had seen signs of injury, they would have had to take other actions. And there were no signs of injury. And, you know, Elaine saying that they cleaned up the scene before the body camera came there, the police with the body, it's just ridiculous, because what about the wine? What about the wine? And if I'm not mistaken, didn't Io Tillett Wright come like sometime later that night and still see signs of this thing, or was that another night?
It was Isaac Baruch came later that night. Io was actually across the country in like New York.
In New York. So it was Isaac Baruch. Isaac Baruch comes later that night after the police are gone and sees the signs of the melee caused by Johnny Depp. Your own witnesses, everyone's contradicting everyone. And to try and say that we shouldn't believe our eyes from the body camera is just foolishness, you know? And I just don't see it for them. I don't see how they can try and say that the officers did something wrong, or say that the officers are wrong about how they interpret the redness on her face, when that is literally their jobs.
Yeah. Agreed.
And not only was there not physical signs, I mean, the other element of the crime, because sometimes you won't have those physical signs. Sometimes you could have an injury to a rib or some other type of injury. So that element of complaint of pain is also in that IC code for pretty much all 50 states to cover that, just in case you get there and they don't have visible signs of injury. We can still document the internal injuries that could be taking place or could have taken place to cover both the victim and the officers who are responding. So yeah, there was nothing further that they could have done in this case.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a mandatory domestic violence arrest policy at this time, is my assumption. I know, like my state, there is a mandatory DV arrest policy that if any call comes in that is potentially domestic violence related, the police have to make an arrest. I mean, and I think that, I don't know if that's something in effect that in California now, but that might be, you know, something else people are getting misunderstandings from, is the way things are now as opposed to the way things were then, is policies change over the time.
Yeah. And ideally, like and that's a great point about the policies. Ideally, if you have enough to arrest, it is ideal to arrest, because, I mean, God forbid you leave that scene and something even worse happens. You know, not only is there going to be scrutiny on, hey, why didn't you arrest? But as an officer, like, I've had those traumatic incidents where when I leave, I want to make sure I did everything I possibly could so that I don't get a call later that something worse happened. So in the state that I'm in, it's not mandatory, but it's kind of an unwritten rule that if you have enough probable cause to arrest, we're going to go ahead and arrest, even if we have to consult with the prosecutor.
All right. Colleen Kaufman, thanks so much for this generous super chat. It says, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you once again for all of the efforts that you have put into streaming this trial and explaining everything to us. I appreciate how you handled everything. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Colleen Kaufman, thank you once again for generous super chat. It says, going into the trial, I was not very knowledgeable on this case, so it was very nice to go on this journey with you. I appreciate all of your time, knowledge, insights, humor, and passion that you share with us. Cheers to you all. Thank you. And Jen S., thank you for your generous super chat. Says, Judge talked about a list for each case. If you decide yes for this one, go to page 4. What was that about? Are there more charges? Thank you so much for the coverage. Who is LawTube? LawTube is a mishmash of lawyers that have YouTube channels and that often like to hop over onto each other's channels in various capacities. It's a very loosely defined term, but yeah, that's basically what
I don't have a channel. I just like hanging out. So
yeah. Let's see. So what are there more charges? So basically, you can skip over to page 4. I think is essentially there are certain parts of I didn't see exactly where things were written out, but there are certain parts of these claims that have elements that you don't even necessarily need to get to unless you have found other things, essentially. So like, for example, if you find that, Adam Waldman made a certain statement about Amber Heard, basically like Adam Waldman's statements. If you find that those all are if you find that all of those elements are met for defamation, then you need to go then and find vicarious liability. You need to determine, is there evidence on the record or in the case that suggests that that Adam Waldman's statements can be attributable to Johnny Depp. So there may be, it may have been in this case that the vicarious liability elements were just separated from those defamation elements. I don't know, because I'm not sure how much of these pages things are structured, how much each claim is taking up, because all of them have like specific definitions. True Crime Junkie, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, Alita, thank you. You're amazing. We love you and all the team so much. Much love from Southwest Louisiana. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Mackenzie Moore, thank you for your generous super chat. Says, thank you for all the time you put into this case. I learned so much from this panel. I think you guys need a police officer to join the group for the next one, and it would be complete. Well, your wish is my command. We have Detective Seeds with us. Catherine Conahan, thank you for this very generous super chat. Ola from the Irish in Portugal, thanks so much for your coverage. So interesting, and the format is great. Camille was the court highlight. JH's testimony was the low light. We'll be back to watch more. Thank you. I appreciate it. I would love to have you back. And I don't know if there are more of those, but I did see Oh, here's one for Natalie Lawyercheck. Oh, actually not here it is. Natalie Lawyercheck, my brother wants to know what your pretty kitty's name is. I don't know if she's here.
I think she ducked out.
Oh, she did. Okay,
But she'll
she
be back,
may be on a phone call.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Colonel Kurtz. Oh, thank you. Can't make it on today, but thank you so much for allowing me to participate. I've gotten many new subs from it. I would love to have y'all join me to discuss Marilyn Manson's defamation case sometime. Absolutely. Colonel Kurtz, 100%. I will be joining you on that stuff because that is such a fascinating case too. Jennifer Glow. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. Amber was smirking and smiling during JD's closing arguments while also writing furious notes. The notes, she probably was like everything that is her version of the facts is probably what was vomiting itself out onto that page, is my guess, or maybe all the ways that she very much dislikes Johnny could be.
Can I ask you a question on that as an attorney?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that get old if your client was consistently writing notes and kind of giving you what to say? Like, how would you take that?
If she is just writing notes for her own purposes, that's one thing. But if she's writing notes like to try to direct my work, so what would happen is there would be an early conversation, maybe actually before trial actually would be the first one, is you sit down and you say like, okay, this is what I'm going to recommend that you do during this trial to you want to keep yourself occupied so that you're not sitting and making faces. So go on ahead and write everything out on a notepad. If you have a note that you would like to pass to me, feel free to pass it. If you have a recommendation for me, I will take it into consideration, but I'm not necessarily going to follow your lead.
Yeah. So not too stacked of notes.
Oh, there's no way she's actually writing notes. That's just 100% keeping her busy. I've been in that position. I mean, we still have Kyle's notes. It's all it is something to give you something to do because you're going to be judged regardless. And people are going to comment on what you're doing regardless. So you might as well look like you're doing something productive.
Yeah.
And it also, helps her avoid sort of eye contact and things like that as well. And I know I've said things, before, especially I think about Johnny, is like, I have ADHD, things like that. It's a lot easier for me to listen sometimes if I have my hands doing something. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, just because they're taking notes doesn't mean she's not listening. I mean, and sometimes personally, like I'll take notes and I don't need to refer to them because just the act of writing it down helps me remember it. So, I mean, there's really about a million things that she could be doing, but I am willing to bet money that she's not actually taking real notes.
Lawyered Up, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Lawyered Up. Oh, and then another one. Thank you. Thanks everyone for your professional presentation. You've inspired me to start my own YouTube channel called Lawyered Up. Question: any of you think you could have done better than Vasquez Benchu? I do. LOL. I don't. Well, I would like to think I would do better than Elaine. I would like to. I don't think I could have done better than Camille or Benchu. in my opinion. That's just my thoughts. But maybe with a lot of practice, with a lot of trial practice, I could maybe get up to their level. I don't know, but not at this point. Maria Dietz, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Maria Dietz, Alita just donated $150 so you can get a spa treatment when this ends. Thank you to all the panel. I'm following all you guys. We will miss watching you guys when this is over. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Ann Smith, thank you for the very generous super chat. This has been my go-to forum to each and every one of you law tubers, has added something unique and valuable, including hard work, interesting insights, and just plain fun to coverage of this crazy trial. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you watching and being in the chat, and of course for these super chats, of course. Matt Pelzer, thank you so much for the super chat. He's making a great argument, but the facts are bad and AH has zero credibility. It undercuts everything he's saying. Agreed. When everything is based on one poll, all you have to do is knock out that one poll, and then you've effectively knocked out the case. Alrighty. Here's okay. Okay. Question to all of you. What is one thing about any public reaction and interpretation of evidence that has surprised you as lawyers? Greetings from Finland. Public reaction and interpretation. I mean, I wish I could say that the media reporting is surprising, but at this point, I'm not surprised. Joel, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Question. I remember an early analysis of this case that concluded that JD's position is much harder to win here compared to the British defamation trial, which he lost. How did Amber Heard's side lose this strong starting position? What was the greatest weakness? So I don't know. I don't know exactly what it was that they needed to prove in the UK, but my understanding is one of the big reasons why the case did not why the case did not succeed is there's a lot of suspicion. Number one, there's a lot of suspicion about the connection of the UK judge. But if you look at it without looking at those kind of like surrounding kind of arguments or suspicions, there's also the fact that Johnny was hamstrung in the kind of evidence that he was able to get in. Amber Heard was not a party, so he wasn't able to get evidence from her in that case, but she was able to get evidence from him because of the other prior litigation, and she gave all of her evidence from him to the UK. So that was one way in which it was incredibly unfair. Also, they were not allowed to bring in expert witnesses, which to me is just insane. I mean, if you've been watching from the beginning, you know that we've heard from psychiatrists about things like borderline personality disorder, PTSD. Like all of these are things that are, in my opinion, crucial to have an expert witness to testify to, and medical experts. Johnny's finger, that is very important to be able to have some kind of a medical expert come in to explain what it was that happened to that finger, so that the finder of fact can actually make a factual determination, because there were 3 different versions that were put forward in this case as to what happened to his finger.
And one of the things you said that reminded me of something was when Vasquez was doing her second close, I guess, when she was talking about the witnesses that were available for Amber Heard. Mm-hmm. She's like, the only live witnesses she has are her sister and paid experts. I'm like, ooh, that's right. I had missed that detail. I with a firm that big, as many people looking at it, I'm sure someone noticed, but I was like, that's true. Yeah. Not one friend, not one ally could come and testify. Why would these people be on tape saying these things if they weren't friends? Well, because these tapes were taken sometime in the past. Why aren't they here? Maybe not so much with the friends anymore. I was like, that was a very sick burn from Vasquez. I approved.
Yes, it was. Jason Chambers, thanks so much for your generous super chat. This question: did you think the jury will pursue a lie for one is a lie for all? Sorry, let me go back. Do you think the jury will pursue a lie for one is a lie for all, or do you think the jury will fall to the Heard team statement of if you believe one instance? I think, I don't know. Maybe it's because I had this thought originally myself, so I've got a little bit of the IKEA effect going on here. Definitely biased for this line of thinking, but Camille's closing with this is not a he said, she said. It's not Amber versus Johnny. It's believe Amber or believe Johnny and everyone else, including all of her witnesses.
I approved, even though she did twice. I approved.
I love that she did it twice because it was a great reminder. I think that's absolutely something that should be drilled right into the jury.
Yep.
So yeah. Jasper Bullard, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says hello all, happy long weekend almost. Unless the jury comes back, LOLs. I agree with Sir Hogue though. It may just be a hung jury, a term that I learned because of you all. Thanks. Yep. I don't know. I hope it's not a hung jury.
I
so
faith
now
in this jury.
You do?
Yeah.
I do.
We're
I do
ordering
too.
crow for dinner.
Richards called it at the beginning. He thinks that jury will give Johnny Depp $10 and Amber Heard $1. That's Mark Richards' input, if anyone cared.
Oh, okay.
But he's a pessimist.
He, understandably so. He's a criminal defense attorney after all, right? So Zach Frisch says, question for Detective Seeds. How dangerous did you find MCs in general? Are drugs really as prevalent in them as general media would have you believe?
Yes. They have to have some way to fund. I mean, they're international organizations. So some of those guys, they just want to go out and ride bikes, but you're very hardcore believers. They are highly, highly involved into narcotic distribution, weapon distribution, and you name probably some other things that you can't mention the names on here on YouTube. So yes, they are extremely dangerous, extremely violent. And
trafficking?
Yeah. Trafficking is probably the best way to put it. Both domestically and internationally. And it's what you see in the media is how it is. They're very hard to get into. Someone says MCs, what it stands for motorcycle clubs, the 1%. So
Okay. Here's
Depressing.
another one. Rachel Cardinal says, Seeds, nice to see you over here. Now you'll grow more. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Matt M wants to know if a verdict is reached tonight, for example, will it not be read until Tuesday? No, the verdict would be read today, so they can go home and not have to come back ever again. Get out of here. Let's see here. Another one. I guess I can probably stop. And I'm trying to actually look to see if there are any that are specific to Detective Seeds while he's here, because oftentimes what happens is
your detective life.
I'm actually so I don't show my face on camera. I kind of established that with my viewers. I am actually a sales engineer for a large electrical and energy company. While I was in law enforcement, I completed my post high school education. So when I got out, took a while to do that transition, and then started in sales and been doing that ever since. I actually, when I started this YouTube thing, like I said, I do video game reviews, but when I saw some of the stuff going on with the police, I kind of thought that there would be room to give that perspective. And so it's gone very well. And I'm so thankful for you guys inviting me on here and just allowing me to answer questions and be a part of this side of law too.
Vampire Survivors?
What's that?
Vampire Survivors?
I have not played it yet. I actually I had a review code. So I've been getting some, since my channel's grown, I'm close to like 4,000 subs now.
Nice.
And I had a Cal the Kangaroo. It was pretty good.
It's fun. It was only $3 and I've been enjoying the hell out of it.
Yeah, man. It's really, really good, especially with the new, sorry to take over and talk about video games, but
that's okay. It happens really all the time. If Rick were actually here, he would totally join you.
Oh, I've been following Hogue for a while. He's a really good dude. We'll play some video games offline sometime.
Oh, definitely. I'm in for that.
I think Mr. Bites would be in with you guys too. He's a big gamer.
We need to do an Among Us stream, so
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did you have anything else?
No,
I don't want to cut you off.
No,
no, not at all. You are a guest. Elizabeth Schuler says, side note, Detective Seeds, will you go over the police handling of the Texas shooting that way too? Would like to see an outside opinion outside of the media.
So I did kind of a preliminary video the other night. I talked about how police show up to these types of scenes, but there's a lot of different stories going on in the media, and I'm very evidence-based based whenever I'm reviewing something. So I don't know about their response time. I don't know how accurate some of the details are. I kind of want to wait and see everything come together from when the calls for service was established all the way through. So then I can go through and do a much better deep analysis of that, just to be fair to everyone involved, to make sure I have all the facts before I say whether it was handled correctly or not, in my opinion only.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I did like the one story that appears to be circulating about one mother who apparently was in cuffs at one point and then wasn't in cuffs and then apparently jumped the fence and rescued her kids. I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounded badass.
I don't know. And I like I've told my viewers, if the police do something wrong in a case, I'm going to tell you. I mean, I don't owe anything to the badge. It was a great career, but I want to at least give the benefit of the doubt before things just kind of pop off and I say, well, this person messed up or this person. Just like in this trial, there were certain things that came up I didn't want to discuss until it was entered into evidence and it became official. Yeah. Unless it gets into evidence and it becomes official in the case, it doesn't matter.
Welcome to our world, man. That's what we preach a lot. If it's not in the case, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't matter.
Tape?
That's right.
Yep. Let's see here. I'm just trying to make sure. And actually, I'm also trying to add Detective Seeds to here to the chat so that so folks can know exactly where to go.
Oh, thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, of course. Let's see here. Here we go. Detective Seeds. Okay.
What other video games do you like to play? Any go-to favorites?
I'm big into FPSs. So Destiny 2, I really liked, other than when it runs short of content. Grand Theft Auto. I'm a huge Grand Theft Auto fan, especially playing online. Call of Duty here and there, but I'm older now. So whenever I'm running around and kids that are 13 and 14 and jacked up on G Fuel start smoking me, it just makes me upset. So I'm more just kind of sit back and chill now.
That is understandable.
I gave Elden Ring a try, and I'm still trying.
I like base building games, so I like SimCity and Hell Architect, Prison Architect. I like those kinds of games.
King Arthur would be a good game if you like.
RimWorld.
Yeah, I like RimWorld. Yep.
King Arthur, you say? I'll give it a shot.
King Arthur, Knight's Tale, very good.
All right.
Oh,
sorry.
No. This has been perfect because I was able to get the chat updated or the description updated. So guys, if you have not already checked out Detective Seeds, he's linked in the description below. So you can go check him out, go and subscribe to his channel as well as everybody else that's been showing up here. Everyone except for Miss Natalie Wisco has their own YouTube channel. She's just a regular practicing attorney that likes to pop in every once in a while. And I love the fact that we're able to get her perspective on stuff from time to time. Let's see. So let's do. Oh yeah, judge dismisses sexual assault lawsuit. Yeah, filed by a former assistant. I am aware of that. That was, I think, the other day. So I think that's all the super chats that we have specifically directed to Detective Seeds. But if new ones come in, I'll respond to those. That way we can get those in front of him while he's here.
I want him to do his best soft citizen impression just so we can watch me go absolutely crazy insane.
No.
Did you know the Magna Carta makes Lord Elrond the official Duke of stuff, and I'm loyal to him, and I don't have to appease you. I'm traveling. I'm not driving.
Most of the soft citizens around here are your militia type, so they don't do a ton of your traditional what you're referring to. It's more militia and anti-government, ground level. Now, there's different layers to it, but the ones that I was dealing with, they had that, hey, we're sovereign citizens. No one can tell us what to do, but we want to sell drugs over here on the side. So that was kind of why we infiltrated.
Less with the drugs. That's a problem.
Yeah, you have to fund your stuff somehow.
Newsletters, bake sales.
Bake sales, lemonade stands.
Yeah. You're allowed to not like the government, but the drugs is a problem.
It is. The government doesn't like it. They don't like you to sell it.
Fair point.
Right.
So let me get some more questions, and maybe there will be some other ones. Generally speaking, that Detective Seeds can also sort of give some input as a police officer, as a former police officer. Let's see here. Okay. Question. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the Muffin Man put up one with a question and I just went over it. Sorry. Jane Benjamin says, question, is it true that AH and JD don't have to be there when they read the jury verdict? That is correct. They do not. It's strange though. I would expect them to be there, but
I'd keep him or her as far away as possible, man.
Yeah, that's fair.
Keep her
I mean,
into a
because
small
it's like,
padded room. I'll let you know how it turns out.
well, yeah, that's also fair. I if I were her, I definitely would not want to be anywhere near that.
So it turns out the jury found out that you're full of shit. That was part of the verdict, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
Saturn ends his question for detective. Have you tried Ready or Not FPS police and SWAT game?
I haven't. I actually did get a code to try that. I just have not had time to do it. I have played Arma, which is similar to Ready or Not. It's just Arma's military and Ready or Not's police. But I am going to try it. Yes, I just haven't had time.
Nice. That makes me wonder also if you were talking about Grand Theft Auto earlier, if that was one of the games that you listed or not.
Oh, I love Grand Theft Auto. Yes, I can't wait for 6. Yeah, I love Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
I mean, Rockstar still raking in on 5.
I know.
It was a good game too.
My son, I mean, he's always like, he's into the Fortnite. And I'm sitting here, well, you're going to buy V-Bucks, so I guess I'll spend one on a shark card. And then one shark card turns into more. So you got to have the cool stuff, you know?
Absolutely. Roketsu86, sub to Detective Seeds. Suggestion, you and Hogue, I think that this is directed at Detective Seeds, plus Hogue's brother, do the new dungeon in Destiny 2.
Yeah, I'd be down for that, for sure.
Absolutely. And RimWorld, war criminals in panel.
Yeah, there might have been some minor war crimes and human rights violations in the RimWorld. It's definitely possible.
Hold on, I was trying to do some work here, but I thought I heard Destiny 2.
Yes,
you did. You missed some video game talk there.
I did. I'm trying to look. I got a drafted agreement occasionally here, people.
Fair.
Okay, cool.
We're supposed to do the new dungeon together, and your brother.
Yes.
Oh God, I'm under-leveled.
Hey, we'll catch up. That's what all this spare time after trial is for.
Yes, exactly. Derek Tatum says, I must know if Detective Seeds is a warlock main. He'll get it. Thank you, Legal Bites, everyone else on the panel for your work on this case.
I love my warlock, but generally speaking, I love my Titan main.
Dr. Abigail says, what is an alternate juror? Hi from Australia. Hello. An alternate juror is, so if you remember, they basically dismissed 2 of the jurors from the jury today because they only needed 7 and they had 9. They started with 11. But basically what that is they try to have a little bit extra so that they don't end up running out of jurors in case they start dropping like flies. So yeah, if they had started off with 7, there would have been a problem potentially. Sorry. Anyone waiting for Stalker 2 is another question.
Oh yeah, that game looks beautiful.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is even happening in the questions coming into the channel?
Look, I've taken over at the video game person.
We're alternating between the trial and video gaming, uncivil law, oxygen not included.
I gotta put my camera back on.
Look it up.
Yeah, there was like some kind of takeover here. I walk away for 5 minutes and you become a gaming channel, Alita?
I was thinking about taking up ROM hacks on Super Mario World.
Oh my
I think
God.
that might be fun.
Kurt started it.
Princess Consuela Banana Hammock says, how do we follow Detective Seeds? Follow him by going into the link in description below. And also I think there's some mods have been putting his link into the chat as well. Yeah. But he is in that.
I have Twitter as well if
Detective
you want to follow me
Seeds,
there.
Is there some unknown meaning to your name?
For Seeds? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want to give too much away, but it's kind of a spin-off of my last name.
Okay, inside joke, got it. I didn't.
Yeah, we'll discuss it later. We'll discuss it later whenever we're offline.
Cool.
Yeah.
For Kestu 86, how do I sub to Detective Seeds twice? Titan Brothers Forever.
Oh my God.
I love it. I love it
for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, let me get some more real questions. Questions about the case, I should say. These are not real questions. How long does a jury have to try before a hung jury? It depends on the judge when she decides to call it. I think that for a case like this, with how long that the trial actually went on for, I would say probably about a week is about when she would call it. Swap lawyers, who wins? It's hard to tell. Facts are always gonna rule out, in my opinion.
I believe in Vasquez's ability to spin that crap for Amber Heard. She's my new Wafu.
I prefer Alita's platonic answer of like the ideal of justice and truth is that it wouldn't matter which side's counsel was on which side. Let me be an optimist, Kurt. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Love it. I love it. Cammie Darnell says, best and reliable way for the public to be alerted when the verdict is in beyond today.
Legal bites.
Put on your notifications. I will be
that
alerting
bell.
everybody. Yep. Will we know if the jury goes home? Yes, we will probably get word from someone. Yeah.
Well, they probably would have to put it on the record that they're being excused for the day at some point, just for official record purposes. I think they'd have to document it at some point.
I think so too.
Are you guys surprised that they didn't bust the jury in like they did with Rittenhouse, or do you think it hasn't reached that level to do that?
There were just different security concerns with that, and also, I mean, I have no idea what parking and things like that are at this courthouse. That's something that, is a logistical concern. I mean, and again, there was so much sort of vitriolic hate and things like that going on as well. I think they were just trying to sort of overcompensate in a lot of ways that ended up not being necessary, just to ensure that nothing very bad happened, because it already had happened bad before. And, I mean, they did a great job taking care of us. And I think part of it as well was, just the stigma around the case. I don't think you could have gotten jurors to agree to even show up if they hadn't been bussed in.
Gotcha. It's fair.
Anu Baton says, isn't eliminating jurors a perversion of justice? No, because you're supposed to have a certain number of extras that you start with so that you make sure that you end up with the numbers that you actually intend to have at deliberation. Sally S says, can the jury stipulate where the money goes, like charity? No. Denise from Canada, what are some objections Chu should have made but felt forced to pass on? Why was each of these statements objectionable?
Misstates the law, misstates the facts are your two go-to, man.
Yeah, there was a lot of that.
I really wanted to object to the malice definition she used. That was insanity.
Yeah, but I wonder if he let that slide because he was like, well, they're going to get jury instructions anyway, and they understand that they need to follow those.
I think he was reading the room based on what they said, and that sounds about right.
Sure. Well, right. Darren Colin says, question, didn't the Manson allegations get dismissed a day ago? By the way, Hogue, glad you had a break from the any acquisition news lately. That's funny. Except not really a break because of this super chat. Manson allegations, yes. Yeah, I heard they got dismissed. RJH00 says, enough stalling, Hogue. Verdict. Check outside info.
Are all the Manson claims gone?
No, it's just a claim against him for DV by his former.
Yeah, that's
assistant.
what I thought. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah,
and I don't think that was a joined case either. I think it was a standalone case.
I think so. Yeah, and it was a statute of limitations issue, which kind of makes sense. Criplord says, so what's your honest verdict? Curious what Hogue would honestly vote if he was a juror now that it's all over.
I would vote on Johnny Depp on headline republication and that angle SV, if nothing else, and I would deliberate on the rest. So I would give Johnny Depp the win on just that headline.
I'd probably give it to him on the first two. I wouldn't give it to him on the third, but I'm also not going to fight the rest of the jury if they want to find the third, so that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah. I agree. Muffin Master says, does the jury get transcripts of closing arguments if they exist alongside the PP slides? Thank you so much for this coverage. The whole panel is wonderful, funny, and admirably respectful of one another. You're great. Thank you. Here's one actually for Detective Seeds. Gareth Wallace, hi team, love from New Zealand. Keep up the good work. Question for the detective. Please, good friend is a cop. He sometimes has bad days. How do I support him as a friend? Sometimes he just closes up.
That's actually a very good question. I mean, it's normal for police to close up. I guess some context quickly. The first time I had a child pass away on me, I had a newborn myself, and I closed up to people that were around me. Just continue to reach out and ask those questions of if they are all right, and let them answer, and don't push. And then, just check on them from time to time, especially on the bad days, and see if they want to get out of the house and go do something. Or for me, my escape is video games. It's always kind of been that way. So just do the best to support them that they need to be supported, and not how you feel they should be supported is my best advice.
All righty. Let's see. All right. David from Scotland says, is it possible for the jury to find both claims in favor? And would it be a case of how much money each are given as to who is the winner? It's theoretically possible. Yes. Yeah. Realistically, I mean, you have to believe in two universes of facts at the same time in order for that to happen, kind of. But it is theoretically possible. And then, yeah, it kind of just ends up like how much do you give each one? Simon Tupper says, your take on the distancing from the Depp be heard in favor of the Depp v. Me Too from Rottenborn. Your take on the distancing.
So he tries to make it a big social movement kind of argument, right?
Yeah.
And I think you heard me say in the immediate aftermath of his commentary that I find that to be very untoward as an officer of the court's position, because the jury is evaluating the facts at hand in front of them. And what he is saying is, beware, if you find against my client, you'll be signaling the world X, Y, and Z. And I don't care whether it's Me Too, whatever your favorite pet social movement is, and it might have all the merit in the world, I do not believe in that argument in front of a jury that is expected to be evaluating facts. I find it, frankly, repugnant, but that's, it can also be effective. So there you go.
All right. Caro Flaw says, will the jury be allowed to comment on reasoning after verdict? Even if they are frozen as to identity, can they still comment? Will the jury be able to, yeah. They just can't be, their information just can't be made public, but they are allowed to go out themselves and make themselves public. Renee Grant says, if the op-ed was about SA, how can RB make the claim that that they only need to find one example of any abuse? Shouldn't they have to believe that he committed SA against her? That is, I mean, you have to look at, it's a weird argument, right? Because you have to look at each statement individually, arguably, although each statement comes from the same op-ed. So I don't know if the jury is just going to look at them and say, look at these, they all exist in the same universe, right? Like the reasonable reader of this article didn't just read each statement individually in a vacuum. They read them in the context of this entire op-ed. So it'll be interesting to see how they interpret that. If they do interpret it that it's that it is all within one context, then yeah, like the fact that if they find that there was no SA, if they find that the title is actually applicable to the elements of defamation, then yeah, that alone is a winner. But they can also, I mean, think of it this way also. Johnny Depp has 3 opportunities to win, one in each statement. So he only needs to win on one to win defamation. Alrighty. Chef Christine says, if the First Amendment holds such weight, why ever have a defamation trial? Wouldn't it make the defendant innocent in any defamation trial? Well, fun fact, the First Amendment does not actually protect defamation because it doesn't protect lies about another person. So, R. Ross says, sorry, but how do y'all bill hours and do this at the same time? Been wondering for weeks. Had to ask.
I have so many thoughts on this. The answer is I wake up really early and I do law, and then I sometimes do a stream, and then I join Alita, and then I see what time it is, and then I do more law until I have to go to sleep to wake up to do my stream or work. It's been an interesting 7 weeks. The firm is strong. We're having a great month. It's been fun being here, and I love talking about this stuff, but I'm not going to lie. I don't know what exactly my day looks like without a 12-hour stream in the middle. Will be interesting to feel that feeling again.
What am I going to do on Monday during a federal holiday? Go out into the outside?
Touch the earth. Personally, we do flat fees for the most part. It's because nobody wants to keep track of billable hours. So I only have like 2 cases where I actually have to keep track of hours. So.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's
envious.
What I know.
It's something that's like allowed by Wisconsin Rule of Ethics. You know, you have to do certain things in certain ways, but you know, we do. There are certain cases we will do hourly, but for the most part, no, we flat fee for a reason, because that. How much time do you spend recording billable hours every day?
Oh my God, yeah, it's like as the attorney,
seriously,
you're like, can I bill for my billing hours?
Yeah, so I've been doing this almost 20 years, so I'm pretty used to doing my thing, going and billing right then. It's not like I do it end of day or end of week or anything like that, because my brain, I can't remember them long enough and I lose too much, because, you know, ethics rules say you essentially have to go conservative on all those. Mm-hmm. So I do it on the fly, but like if you were to add it up, it's probably an hour a day.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Just I just can't get too mad at having enough work that I have to, you know, fill in my billing sheet an hour a day. So it's annoying, but I have things to bill.
There you go, which is always a good thing. Astorica says, question, I hope this wasn't asked yet, but was JD's team not able to use Amber's words where she admitted that the op-ed was about JD and that she wrote it? Feel it would have been effective to bring up and close?
I think they did say something like you heard her say it herself. I think that line was said. I don't know. They heard it yesterday. I like to believe the jury's got a handle on yesterday's testimony.
Alrighty. Insanity says, if JD loses, does Elaine's misrepresentations make an appeal easier to win? Well, in order for him to win an appeal, JD would have to lose first. But her misrepresentations, well, they did object on the record, so it's preserved later on. So it's possible. Who chooses?
Didn't they
the
win all
last
those
7?
though? I mean, Elaine coming back, didn't they win all their objections?
I guess they did.
Because I don't know.
That's true. That's a good point.
Appeal is real hard, folks.
It is really hard. So generally speaking, when you think appeals, think you're going to lose.
Yeah, there's a saying: appeals are for losers.
Yeah.
Both true and biting.
Yes. No, that's what appeals are for losers. I mean, it's really what it is you only appeal if you lose. So.
Alrighty. Denise Leonard says, who chooses the last 7? It's random.
Yeah, but we saw it was cool. She said that the numbers were put into envelopes before the trial. I was like, that's neat. I like that.
That is really cool. Cool.
It's not the bingo container. But
it's like it feels very Oscars, actually. Very fittingly.
Yeah, like somebody from Price Waterhouse should come up and be like, it is juror 3 and 14.
We can't trust Price Waterhouse though, can we?
I guess not. G says, hey, any chance you could explain to us why any 2 of the jurors aren't going into deliberation with the rest? Yes, because they always put in some extras in case somebody drops out during trial. As an example, we started off with 11 and ended up with 9. Lahava says, or Yahava, I'm sorry if that's an I or an L, I can't tell. Thanks for all of your coverage during the trial. Learned a lot. LawTube end of trial poll. 1, predictions on how long jury deliberates. 2, who wins. 3, how much in damages. 4, how long till Stevie is made a partner. I think Stevie is made a partner like tomorrow.
It'll be December. They got to get the taxes right, so it'll be December of this year.
Yeah.
Man, you eat those taxes, man, at this point. Damn.
Kurt, I know. I know a little bit about the law firms. I think it's December, but we'll see.
I'm willing to make her a partner now. I'll eat the taxes.
I'm saying Tuesday, Johnny Depp.
Yeah, partnership interests. I mean,
what?
Sierra Callahan says, although there were more questions, but I think we got those mostly with the polls. So like, how long
Johnny,
until
1 week, 7 million.
Yes.
I got you.
All right. Sierra Callahan says, how are potential jurors selected? I've been wanting to serve my civic duty for years, but have been called 0 times. My partner has been summoned 4 times in 2 years and is ungrateful. Thoughts?
I love this.
I feel your pain. I honestly do. I would absolutely love to serve on a jury, but I know that number one, as soon as I went to law school, that wasn't going to happen. Number two, I definitely wouldn't be admitted because it's like, they're like, what do you do for work? Well, I comment on trials. They'd be like, get out. Just get out right now.
Lawyer who comments on trials. Yeah. For a living.
And comment on law and fact finding. Excellent.
Yes. Yeah.
Do a lot of jury analysis, Supreme Court cases, Court of Appeal analysis, disagreeing with judges so frequently. Why? Why do you ask?
I've also never been on a jury trial.
I got voir dire. I got up to voir dire once. I was very excited.
Did too. I got called once, and it was right after I had I think taken the bar exam. And so I like got all in my mini lawyer suit, and then went in there and I explained to them that I had just finished law school, yada yada yada. And then like they went on to the next person, asked some questions, and then eventually they came back to me and were like, "You're dismissed." Wouldn't say who it was, but they were like, "You are dismissed." And I was like,
something to make sure though, that if you actually do want to be called for jury duty, make sure where you live. I don't know if this person's a United States citizen or who they're from, but like in the US, you got to be registered to vote. You also have to do things like make sure that your address is up to date with the court system. Because I mean, if they don't have your right address and you're not getting your mail, how would you ever know if you were called for a juror? So if it's something you want to do, I mean, like you can take a little bit of initiative in that aspect.
There you go.
Jay Lynn says, is E telling the jury during closing about people posting threats to microwave her children, introducing information to the jurors about the coverage in social media from outside the trial? Well, Amber already testified to that in her rebuttal testimony. So
Amber did that for her.
Yep. Steve McCartney says, in a criminal case, a judge will often give their own comments with sentencing, any equivalent in civil case when verdict is in.
Well, the thing you have to remember though is sentencing is also a completely different hearing. That's the way it's set up, is the sentence is supposed to be imposed and the judge is supposed to be the one who imposes it. The jury is the one who's able to make the decision in that aspect if it's a criminal case. But I mean, there's not really an equivalent sort of wrap up hearing in civil law.
Right, it all comes in at once.
Mm-hmm.
Apple Pie says, how likely do you all think we'll see a verdict today after this?
4:30 on the East Coast. I have faith in this jury.
I commit to 0.5%.
Yeah, I don't know.
3-day weekend, 6-year anniversary, the Amber Alert, the lightning from God, man. It's
Kurt,
destiny.
first of all,
destiny.
I really like the conviction, Kurt. I just don't agree.
Stalin says, do you think AH's case would have gone better if EB were never involved? Yes. Yep. V says, if Amber loses, will she have a basis for ineffective assistance of counsel on appeal? No. No. A Midnight Joker says, admittedly, I may be misunderstanding closing on counterclaim, but the jury instructions, i.e. you can treat Waldman as an agent of JD, feel misrepresented. Address on rebuttal or other recourse.
It's mildly misrepresented because we heard the instruction, and it's when you're evaluating the defamation elements. Yeah, we'll see what they do with it. They're not going to win the countersuit.
Zinga Seal CMST. Did Elaine just misrepresent the actual Malice standard?
You're damn right she did.
Yes, she absolutely did. How is throwing a newspaper down evidence of knowledge of falsity and reckless disregard? Sounds more like a layman's use of malice.
Yeah, sure was.
You know what? Yeah. Well,
Phoenix
Elaine,
Wright attorney's badge to this chat person.
That's
That's
right.
exactly what happened.
You got it.
I will say, Elaine, maybe you should watch some YouTube videos.
Mm-hmm. What channel might she watch? That would be good, Richard. Richard, I'm looking for a law tube related channel. What channel would be good for my legal education?
Gee whiz. I would go with either Uncivil Law, who's represented by this gentleman to my. I always do this wrong because the camera goes the other direction.
Yeah.
This gentleman to my right, or of course, Legal Bites. I don't think Natalie's got a law tube channel yet. Do you, Natalie?
No, and I that sounds like a lot of work.
Best answer ever. Check out Legal Bites, like and subscribe. Check out Uncivil Law, like and subscribe. Just follow Natalie on Twitter because she loves a lot of
If you guys want to support me, you can support them.
Oh, thank you.
Because I don't have a forum without these people. And I really don't want one of my own. I just, I just like hanging out.
Well, that's the best. Now you can pop in and just hang out.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
And I don't have to deal with like all of the stress that y'all deal with like trying to have a second career I really like sleeping. So.
I've heard it's good. Is it as good as I remember? I've heard it's good.
It's great.
Okay.
That's also the reason why I don't have kids, is because I really like sleeping.
Fair point. Mary Callan says, is Rottenborn trying to set up grounds for appeal with this 1A argument? Can you appeal defamation? You can appeal defamation.
The legal
but the
arguments
1A
on appeal
argument,
would be fascinating.
Yeah.
Why would the 1A argument be a ground for appeal? It's just an advocating of a position.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
All right. Can Paul Bettany sue for reference as drug buddy?
Did they call him drug buddy, Paul Bettany? Still litigation privilege, folks.
Yeah. Okay. Girly9 says, if AH loses, would they have a chance of appeal based on the Amber Alert? Side note, he thinks it's his fault because she's a great gaslighter. # classic. Amen to that. No, the Amber Alert's not going to do it. Sarah Wheeler says, what do you all think about today being Lily Rose's birthday? The fact AH got TRO, then published the op-ed knowing it was her birthday, how she loved his kids.
The op-ed doesn't relate to the birthday, but everything else is interesting.
It's very interesting how it winds up.
Yeah. Hey, Nate, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Nate doing his best
you're in your car.
impression.
Yeah, I'm doing the Joe. Except I'm not smoking cigarettes because I'm against it. But
He was vaping. He wasn't smoking cigarettes.
I think Joe's a pack a day man because Joe is well, maybe he's a vapor. How you doing, Natalie? I haven't seen you in a while. What's going on?
I'm just hanging out doing Natalie shit, usual.
I love it. And Nate, have you met Detective Seeds yet?
Hey, what's up, Detective Seeds?
What's up, man? How are you?
So
I'm all right. Just making it happen.
So you guys can connect over your law enforcement backgrounds.
Are you giving a deposition in the car?
That was amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was great.
I've been listening while I've been driving because I came. The family's at a rest stop right now. But I want to say though that those closings, Johnny's won the case. There's no way I'm a juror going inside there after Rottenborn. Elaine, I think, killed it for Amber. She a little just doubled down on all the stupidity. But yeah, I think this is a win for Johnny. I think it's going to take. I don't think they're coming back today though. I think Kurt is wrong with that. They're not coming back today.
Yep. JJV says, question, could any of you actually defend AH? I don't get the ethics. Would you really just because paid to defend her? I want an answer from each. I want an answer from each of you. Do you have ethics or think ethics mean defend anyone? I think that many lawyers will probably say something similar to this, but the right to a defense is a pretty strong right, and most lawyers feel some kind of way about that.
that everyone
100%.
everyone deserves to have adequate counsel for their case if they so choose. So, and that includes Amber. So even if you dislike her, you don't have to like your client. I don't think that anyone here can say that they have liked every single one of their clients that they've ever had. Sometimes you get one that you just absolutely detest. But you got to do the work, and it really comes down to making your best argument. And that's why those of us on the panel we're ready and able and willing to come up with counter arguments to one another and playing devil's advocate that even sometimes sounds beneficial to Amber Heard. It doesn't mean that we're actually in favor of her case or anything like that. It's just because we are we're used to doing that. We're just that's kind of our training, and it's kind of how our brains are formed when we go through our baby lawyer stages.
Yeah, I want to answer that question particularly as somebody who works for defense, who does a lot of defense work. Yes, I would defend Amber Heard. I would defend anyone because our American system of justice determines that no matter how bad or awful you are, you have a right to a legal defense, especially in criminal and in civil cases. So I am not going to go up there and lie to people, but I'm going to go up there and defend my client. And I think it's easy to say she's a bad person, but to say it's unethical, no, it's ethical to defend these people because that's how our society's judged, by how we treat those who we detest the most. If we don't give them the fair trial, then the people who we like won't get a fair trial. It's about how the system works, and to allude that we may be unethical for defending clients that may have poor paths isn't itself, I think, the problem. There's no ethical issue in having a bad client. It's unethical not to defend them to the best of your ability. That's my view.
And I think also this kind of reminds me, tying in of other days, I don't remember what day it was, it was in the chat and people were talking about like, oh, don't go to law school, like it's terrible type of things. And, I think a big thing about law, and especially doing criminal defense work, is you have to be the type of person who's sort of called to the principle, and that's really what drives you and moves you forward. So it is a principle that sort of dictates your entire life. And it's not something that you can make concessions for, really, is if everybody deserves the right to a fair trial, a zealous advocate criminal defense situation, that means everybody. You can't pick and choose. And you're in violation of your own ethical principles if you don't.
Exactly. Cindy Tart says, hi at 1:30 a.m. from Brisbane, Australia. I think I finally pronounced it correctly. Question, could you please summarize Heard's attorney's focus on how Amber didn't republish the content with her Washington Post article? I think go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, no, he comes out here with this notion that saying I published this isn't adding to the concept of Amber Heard published this, that somehow the legal requirement is that you need to add additional detail to the story with it that you're otherwise linking in order to find that you republished it, which is, I don't even know if I said it on stream. I think I was muted, which is BS, right? The additional content is not to the article, it's to the tweet, and the content that he used to republish it, that she used to republish it, is here I published, which if you were trying to figure out the textbook example of what republication might look like, it probably starts out with the sentence, here I published, to actually bring out that publication. I just don't see a jury not finding for republication there, which brings in the SV question. It was one of the few cheats I had when I was, staying outside of all the other evidence, is I saw that tweet earlier than it was actually introduced in evidence because I was looking at it for the motion to strike, which, if you remember, was held under advisement until we saw that tweet. And I was like, oh, that tweet is substantially more. I thought it was just going to be a link, like, just the article. And then you've got an argument. With that message, I don't think you do.
Here's actually one that's kind of a little bit of a follow-up from Alexander Thalay. Says, hey guys, thanks for great content. Following passionately from Sweden, missed out on the broadcast from today. Can you please give me a brief summary of the closing arguments and which side that came out on top? Many thanks, Alexander. I think the part that really stuck out to me most in Johnny Depp's side is
this case is not about Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard or Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. This is about Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp and Isaac Baruch and Christy Dombrowski and all of the people and the cops and everybody else, all of the witnesses, including her own. And that's I think that for me was one of the big anchors.
And I thought Ben Rottenborn's best arguments are abuse includes everything. You've seen how Johnny behaves. And if you find one instance, you got to find for me. Now, I thought that was countered well, but I thought that was Ben Rottenborn's best argument in his closing.
And then Elaine was I'm just going to blatantly misrepresent the evidence and the facts and the law.
I've blacked out.
Confused everyone.
I've blacked out on Elaine.
Yeah. And here's
and push the bounds of ethics itself in my speech.
And here's a little bit of a follow-up to the previous one that said, I didn't think people are saying it's unethical to defend someone you don't like, but more, is it ethical to give a defense to obvious lies? No, that is not.
Nothing's obvious till you prove it.
Right. Well, I would argue the obviousness of the lie.
Sure. That's true.
We weren't there as much as we think we know a little bit more after the trial. We think we weren't there.
Bernhard says, so AH did not have by the way, very generous of you. Thank you. Says, did not have a foundation for a counterclaim, yet they still filed it. Isn't that unethical, at least questionable? Isn't that where the law firm draws the line? In her case, I don't believe a two firm would have signed. Bad optics. Well, so here's the thing. You can file a claim. I mean, because it effectively she's filing a complaint, but it's in response to another complaint, right? That's what a counterclaim is. You can file a claim, and even if there's just a small possibility that it could work, you've stated enough facts that there could be facts and arguments that there could be a case. That's enough. Our judicial system wants to maintain a certain level of openness for claims to be heard. So it's a very low bar to get a lawsuit into court. Of course, that's why one of the mechanisms for keeping things as efficient as possible is the various stages at which you can get things dismissed. So you can get it dismissed as soon as you file the complaint. That's a motion to dismiss, or in some states, a demur. And then, you've got a motion for summary judgment. Then you've got, throughout this trial, there were a couple opportunities to get some claims dismissed. So there are, and each time it's like the plaintiff has a higher burden to, like, a higher hurdle to jump over to make it to the next stage.
I thought that was a great explanation, but devil's advocate, they say in open court that 100 million came out of the sky.
That, I think, was an admission that, I don't like that at all. I think that is cause for the judge to strike down whatever damages, if they decide to give any to Amber Heard.
Well, this is so public. I think it's at least worth a strongly worded letter from the Bar Association. It says, "No, what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. They're not going to sanction you. Just don't do that."
Yep.
And the real message is don't question the sanctity of the legal system. We know what you did. Try not to just say it openly. Thank you.
You said the quiet part out loud, Elaine. Rohit Tiwari says, I am from India and female to male DV is even more taboo here. I'm passionate about this case for that reason. Evidence is on JD's side, and I hope that evidence wins. What are your thoughts on whose side does the evidence lie? This is just a copy paste of last super chat question.
I think the evidence favors Johnny.
I believe so too. I think so.
Yeah. Overwhelmingly.
Yeah, I believe so. Deborah DeBasage, I think. Detective game question. W6 son with high functioning but slower learner addicted to FF14. Fast and Furious? No, FF. What is FF?
Final Fantasy 14.
Final Fantasy. I think I was like Fast and Furious. That's not a game. Thank you. I'm so glad to have people to translate these for me.
Half of my super chats come from Eorzea.
Uses Discord to chat. Seen rooms, sexual mods. He has used these mods. Game safety, normal behavior within safe parameters. Love all of you. Best channel, seen a lot. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That is a very complicated issue.
That's very complicated.
Yeah, this is home. I mean, I have two boys, so monitoring their games and especially in game chats and things like that, that's difficult. It's difficult because they have headsets on and you can't necessarily hear everything that's going on. So I don't really have a good answer for this one. I mean, it's just those things are out there, unfortunately, and do our best as parents to keep them away from it. Probably best way to answer that.
Yeah. Diane Graham Ingham says, Detective Seeds, did you watch Deputy Zach Wester trial?
I did not.
Okay. All right. I thought there was another one that came up. I was looking at the other side of the chat. Michael White says, question for Detective. Have you played Escape from Tarkov? Probably the best FPS game I have ever played. Yes, I have played it. Their new patches that they did are a little bit better. When it first came out, it was quite buggy. They've made some pretty good improvements. So yeah, it's okay. It's not my favorite, but yeah, it's okay.
I feel like Detective Seeds rolled in here and stole my bit.
I'm sorry, Hogue. I've been watching you since the Clint Eastwood podcast. That's a ways back. So.
Oh, nice. No, I'm just joking with you. I think it's fantastic. But look at this next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Detective Seeds, any opinion on Doom reboot or Fallout 3, 4, etc.?
I would love to see a Fallout Vegas reboot with updated graphics.
They were doing that inside Fallout 4. They did a remaster, at least partially.
The rumors are that Vegas is currently being worked on as a full remaster.
The Doom reboot was great. Final Fantasy 3, kick ass. I like both Final Fantasy 3 and New Vegas. I think they're both kick ass.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 4 was.
Are you talking
not
about
bad.
Fallout?
Are you talking about Fallout or Final Fantasy?
Sorry, Fallout. That was where I wanted to be.
I thought you were doing deep cuts.
We have hijacked this
Final Fantasy 4
video games.
Final Fantasy 4 also kick ass. I'm a big fan of Cecil and Rosa. Hardcore.
Who isn't? Who doesn't like a Final Fantasy that includes the Red Wings? Come on now.
I am never being invited back with all these video game questions that are coming up.
Not at all. I'm sure I've got Mr. Bice in the other room just wishing he could be part of this conversation.
My channel is Virtual Legality. It's a little video game controller.
It's true. It's true. That is your emoji.
That is true.
Fight the detective for it.
Thane Mithra, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says Hogue Seeds, blasphemous, skillless hacks, joke, not joke. Hunter main a class that actually requires skill. RPG gamer here. Elden Ring is life.
Yeah, I should just defend that whole video game chat. I don't like Elden Ring as much as everybody else. Yeah, I play all the classes in Destiny, but I think I'm a Titan mostly.
Does the detective speak THAC0?
I love the I mean, Titan's my main class. I have a nice Warlock class. Hunter, I just never really got into the Hunter. I don't know. It was just
they had cool cloaks.
But just
that's what they got.
I don't know.
Gersian Charles says Gersian Charles, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Just to thank you and all the panelists for the journey. Thank you. There was another one here that came in.
Lost my respect.
Barking Lynx.
There's so many better reasons. Sorry.
It's okay. Barking Lynx says, question, what are your thoughts on both JD and AH playing 4D chess on the world? And this is all a hoax on both sides to bring the greatest drama of all time, especially with how dramatic the last few days on the trial. Even God himself made an appearance.
I got to ask this question as well.
That would be amazing.
If I thought it was a huge conspiracy, but I was like, do you know the amount of money that Johnny Depp has lost?
One hell of a conspiracy, man.
Yeah, that would be
involving a lot of people.
That's some tinfoil hat stuff there, man.
That definitely is. Shampasa says, Detective Seeds, have you looked into Star Citizen? Thoughts?
Yes.
People are much more interested in video games here than
I know.
Than the trial.
It's
okay.
I've looked into it, and that's about as far as I got into Star Citizen. That's about as far as I got.
Star Citizen is not a real video game. Okay.
Marcos and
Hogue has some feels. Let it out.
Good Lord. Star Citizen is an excellent moneymaker for Chris Roberts and his wife. It's not a real video game. We'll talk about it later.
It hasn't even come out in full.
It's not ever going to come out. You don't release a thing that makes you money while it's being worked on.
The long-term project.
Marco Sanabria says, hi, folks. Thank you for streaming. Question. What happens if the jurors don't reach a unanimous verdict? Greetings from Costa Rica. Pura vida.
Hey, Costa Rica.
Over?
Hi. Okay.
You get another 7 weeks of Johnny Depp on your calendar.
We are doing this all over again. Can you imagine?
The reboot. The reboot.
Yeah, no, the short, not punchy Friday afternoon answer is that it doesn't count. We either start over, we never see it again.
Yep.
It's good for
Stephen
us,
Rutledge.
though. You know, it means I get to cover it gavel to gavel this time, and you know, it means more growth for all of our channels. That's great. Let's just do it over again. Let's take the show on the road.
Oh my God, I can't do season 2 of Depp v. Heard.
You can do it.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
What, if anything, would that make you want to do to yourself?
Oh
no!
Fortunately,
Yeah,
we could get different
She
counsel,
was
so it could be a
waiting for
different
that.
show.
The perfect timing and deployment.
I love it. Stephen Rutledge says, I always thought civil court was 50% plus 1. Why do they need 100% of the jury? Maybe I'm just confusing proponents of the evidence. Yes. So those are two different things. So what you need 100% of is 100% of the people have to get over 50% each. Like they have to be convinced at least 50%, a little bit more than 50%.
And this is Virginia, so you can't take this on the road. So different jurisdictions are going to have different rules, especially for their civil jury. Like
even more fun
standards.
Yes.
You can go camp out at different courthouses and.
Miriam says, thank you so much for your great coverage. Quick question. If the verdict is reached, will they announce it between working hours or could it come in early evening? It could come in early evening. Very much so.
She told them they had the run of the courthouse as long as they wanted.
Yeah.
I had a jury once deliberate till like 10:30 p.m. It was a pain in the ass.
When I said that, I meant to go home at a normal hour.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't happened in a while, but I know in the county that I mostly work in, there was a judge who once let jurors come in on Saturday.
Nice.
Because that was what they wanted. And it's like.
Yeah, because that means the lawyers.
Messing with my weekend here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't have to be there. Just let me know how it turns out. It's fine.
Can I answer questions by Zoom call, Your Honor?
Elizabeth Bruce says, question for Seeds. What do you think the true crime scene would look like if AH says happened is true? Also, giving my money to the great cause of knowledge and learning and the hard work you all have put in. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
That's an interesting question. And it's each crime scene can look different for DV or SA. A lot of times on SA cases, if what would have happened in Australia happened here and police got called, a lot of times you get called to the hospital. And then you can go to the location where it actually occurred to find secondary evidence. But on DV cases, I mean, I've shown up and the place is spotless, and the male or female just has marks on them from the actual attack. And then I've been in some places where it looks like, you know, Battlefield 4 happened and it's just a mess. So it really just depends. In this particular case, it could go either way. A lot of people think DV cases, everything's destroyed, but it doesn't always happen like that.
All righty. Matt says, question, JD's team missed opportunity to argue Amber Heard's team used JD's text to other people to show abuse to AH. If AH only read them for the first time in this trial. JD's team missed the opportunity to argue that Amber Heard's team used Johnny Depp's text to other people to show abuse to Amber Heard. I mean, so yeah, the text messages that are between him and other people seem like they're not relevant to show any kind of abuse towards her. Yeah. There's actually a good question as to those texts, like how those exactly were admitted and for what purpose? Like, what was the argument to get those in? Because how can you argue that those are abusive to her if she didn't even know about them?
Just indicative of his overall mental state, I guess.
I suppose. Alrighty. Ingrid B says the verdict must be unanimous. However, do they need to be unanimous on both claims, or could they have a verdict on one and be hung on the other? They could. They could. Absolutely. Lisa J. Farr, regarding notes, record for future op-ed or book deal maybe. Her acting career is screwed, and hopefully she will have damages to pay. Yeah, she might have a book deal at some point. Help her pay some damages, maybe.
I mean, and you can sell anything, so.
True. Christopher Lakin says, did you see the video this morning where Ben Chu brought his own dais to court carried in from the car? I did not notice that. Interesting. Facing the crowd says AH and crew won't cooperate, but somehow cops were biased. That they wouldn't cooperate, but somehow the cops were biased. No, I agree. It's not a good argument. T-Dog Dances his thoughts on BR argument. AH friends don't talk to her, but still testified for her.
Well, the things on tape was a long time ago. They didn't show up in court. So, that's what I think.
Yeah. Megan Poole says, when do you think a verdict will be returned?
It's 5 o'clock on the East Coast, man.
I still think Tuesday.
Going Tuesday as well.
AP says, thank you very much for your coverage. It has been a pleasure watching the trial with you. Question, what do you think about the Vogue article about Amber Heard? Which one was that? Rick knows.
I covered that one in headlines and hangouts. Please check it out on my channel.
They're all bullshit. Vox is bullshit.
Well, I did talk about it a little more personally than Kurt is. I believe Kurt might have been on this episode.
That is the best morning show. If you guys are in here and you haven't checked out his headline show, I watch it every morning that you have it. So I highly recommend it.
Agreed.
You're welcome. You're plugging other people, so I'm here to pay it forward and do it back.
Absolutely.
Vogue episode. Check it out.
Yeah.
Genie145900 says, why would AH request to steal jurors' info? Thanks. I mean, a lot of people are saying like you're trying to do this just to look all high and mighty, but realistically, the jury doesn't know who requested it. All they know is that it was requested and granted. The reason for that is because they probably want to limit the number of people that are going to have access to these people. So they can still choose to go out and talk to people, but it just limits the ability of other people to talk to them while this story is hot. Kelsey Goodman says, what time can the jurors leave court today? I think 5 p.m.
I think 5:30. Yeah, they could leave.
Yeah.
What do they do with camp out? They just go outside and they camp out on the
If I recall the actual direct instruction, it was you may only leave after a reasonable time has been expended in the day. So I think that reads as 5 o'clock, but I don't think she actually said the words 5 o'clock.
Can I answer a question that just popped up in the chat real quick?
Sure.
There was a question that said, why did the extra cops show up? And that's actually a very good question for people that aren't familiar with how these scenes work. On DV cases or disturbances in general, you want to have as many officers in that area or on scene as possible until you know what's going on. You also have to keep in mind that many of these DV cases, you're also going to have ambulance personnel or fire personnel that could be on their way to the scene in order to render aid if somebody's injured. So I saw that, I wanted to answer it.
Okay, I have a question. Did you work in a jurisdiction that had a mandatory arrest in the case of a SA or DV allegation?
If we knew where the suspect was, and generally speaking, after we established we had enough probable cause, we would call a prosecutor and go through it with them, have a judge sign off, and then yes, we would go get them.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering, and because maybe I misunderstand the law in these places that have these so-called mandatory arrest laws with respect to SA and DV cases. Because I mean, it's got to be occasionally true that the cops rise to the scene and there's not sufficient evidence other than someone's claim, other than the claim to establish probable cause. Yeah. So, like, what do you do? Do you just arrest the man for the hell of it? I mean, what do you do?
Typically speaking, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Folks are saying that they're going back in the courtroom. I don't know if people are trolling us or not, but I'm going to check it out right now.
Yeah.
We are totally in the troll phase.
Jury's back.
Jury's back. Judge is back. Court is back. You missed the verdict. What else we got?
Yeah.
So, were you saying seeds?
Sorry,
guys. I don't even know what I got.
The question was about
mandatory arrest law.
Yeah, it's just it's case by case basis because you do get into a gray area if you don't have visible signs of injury, but you have complaint of pain in DV, because someone could say that they were shoved and have complaint of pain, right, if they fall down. So to answer the question the best that I can, yes, is there a mandatory, but they also make exceptions, and if we articulate that in our report and articulate it to the prosecutor, they will ask us to send it over and they'll file charges later. But certainly if we have an SA case and the victim submits to a SA kit or an R kit. I don't want to say the name. And they're taking that necessary step to go to that level. Chances are we're going to at least, and we can establish the probable cause of the story and other people that were witnesses on scene. Yeah. They typically
if you have all that, then sure, why not? That's great.
Yeah. It's case by case basis, but if we do have that, they want them arrested.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, surely. If you have probable cause to arrest them, why not, right?
Yeah, I hope that answered that.
And also, just so you guys know, I'm going to give a 5-minute warning on super chats, and then we're gonna shut those down because we are we're getting more than we are going through, and I want to make sure that we will be out of here at a reasonable hour today. So just so you guys know, 5-minute warning, and then we will, and also no, the judge and the jury are not back because I'm checking it and nope. So continue.
I'm done on mine. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sorry. Alrighty. Let me just, okay. Sorry. Just doing one.
You ever dealt with cases with male victims of DV or SA?
I have. Yeah, I have.
How do those typically go?
So you follow the same exact protocol. Admittedly, it's not nearly as many as you would deal with, the male and female. But if you have an SA victim who is a male, they go through the same kit as a female would, and you follow the same, no matter if they're male, female, whatever. We follow the same exact guidelines in the same exact form, and there's no difference.
That's good.
That's what I was going to bring up. The form is at least I know in like our state, my state, there is a form. It's not
100%.
Gender specific. It's anything. It's did the other person like height, strike or hit you? There's diagrams you put where things are.
100%.
And it's been, at least in the past, more recent years, trying to be standardized, at least as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, it's pretty much like that. And I looked up California because I wanted to be familiar with what their laws are, and it's pretty standard across all 50 states that I can see for DV and having that form.
And also to respond to a previous super chat that was a couple things ago. So I have added Rob Lawn Lumber into the description. So I thank you for that. That was totally an oversight. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Alrighty, we'll get some more questions here. Alpha Murder Dog says, Legal Bites panel. See y'all soon. I'm headed out for my birthday movie soon, so I gotta go. But awesome karma out to you all and Detective Seeds. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yes. Oh, yes. And happy birthday. Amazing.
Hey, Kurt, I did want to tell you that Court TV is reporting that the jurors are being sent home for the weekend.
There you go.
Lame.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was there money placed on that bet?
No money needs to change hands. Look at Kurt is sad.
Martin Weiser says, what usually wins and what should win cases? Justice, facts, truth, winning arguments. As to movies, how about Philadelphia? With all due respect, Your Honor, we don't live in this courtroom, though, do we? Great channel. Thanks. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, hopefully evidence above all is what wins the day. That's ideally what we would like to see. Phil H, thanks so much for your generous super chat. It says, please explain judge instructions. She said, if you answer yes to all questions on 1 or 1 and 2 or 1, 2, and 3, then go to damages. She then said, if you answer no to any of the questions on 1, 2, or 3, then don't go to damages. Those two statements don't reconcile.
She definitely said both those things. I remember catching it at the moment too. I think she just misspoke, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice catch.
Yes. Yeah, very good catch. The Forgotten Violin question, could there be a nullification based on the amount of money involved or for any other reason?
Yes.
Yeah, could be. S. Clerion says, is there any type of jury guide who will break down this battery of conditions and caveats that a normal person in the jury can understand?
No, they've gotten the instructions and legalese and they have to figure out translate the English on their own.
Yep. Syracuse 0310 says, what is the likelihood that we would ever lose our First Amendment right? Would it ever get bad enough in this country for the Constitution to be void?
That's a philosophical question.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue, depending on your frame of reference, that you have lost the First Amendment right to some degree, depending on your view of relevant case law. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a First Amendment decision somewhere. If I thought about it for half a second, I could find I disagree with. So depends a little bit what you mean by the question, I suppose.
Sure. Rad Atheist says, it feels as if JD's team was more passionate and thus successful. Do you think that their belief in JD's story is why? Also vice versa for AH team. Sorry. And also in the chat, I see Gabriella Reed says, Court TV is saying that the judge is bringing the jury back to release them for the weekend with return on 9 a.m. on Tuesday. So yeah.
Lame.
That makes sense. Yeah. Well, that's what I thought.
Lame.
Rad Atheist. So yeah. Well, passion can obviously drive a case, but nothing will cover up for good or bad evidence, regardless of how passionate you are. Paul Irwin says, never super chatted before, but you all done an amazing job in covering the issue, entertaining viewers, and not getting distracted by nonsense online. Great job, everyone. I'll be subscribed from now on. Love from Scotland. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tyrone Burns says, question, can anything happen to the Amber Heard attorneys for their blatant lying of the facts? Love the channel all the way from sunny South Africa. Well, I mean, we did talk about this a little bit earlier, that there could be at least a letter from the local bar association. That could be something. But aside from that, I don't know. I don't know what the local rules say. Bass Munch says, is Marilyn Manson really seen as such a bad guy, and why? Well, when there was a certain school something that happened in the 90s, he got blamed for it because he's been a very big countercultural figure. And so he's been very, very easy to point to as a bit of a scapegoat for a lot of bad things that happen in culture. It's the same thing, like, we were talking about video games earlier. People look at gun violence and say it's all because of Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. It's a very common refrain that comes up from time to time. And they like to blame video games and all this kind of stuff. And I know Hogue came back for this one. This is exactly.
Tell me about Jack Thompson. Tell me about how
what I should do every time I want Hogue to turn the camera back on.
Are you a Jack Thompson fan?
Are you?
He's got the pointer finger up. He's ready.
No. And yes, Alita, what you were saying is, if you want me to turn my camera back on, he says, you know the story here, right? Because I only ever got involved with all of you all when. And I'm sorry I'm forgetting the people. I don't know whether it was Binger or not. In Natalie's case, started asking about Call of Duty. And I start tweeting the crap out of it as to how annoying that line of questioning is, given the number of players. Anyway, I go nuts. And I'm invited onto the panel. I'm like, I'm a transactional lawyer. You sure you want me to be hanging out? And thus, this wonderful relationship with all of you was born. But yes, you want to talk. I might have become a lawyer because of the Mortal Kombat Night Trap hearings and watching these idiots in DC describe what I was playing at the time. I could literally talk about this for 3 hours, so I'm going to cease. But no, I'm not a Jack Thompson fan. Thank you for asking.
All right, there you go. Luffy A says, why didn't Amber Heard's team argue like AH knows she's celebrity and will be photographed if she's concocting a story? Why concoct dates that coincide with the Met Gala and James Corden show where she knows she's going to be photographed and videoed? Well, the team argued based on the facts that they were provided, is my guess. So your client comes to you with facts, and you may have taken the case before you've really looked into it all that much. So that could be it. They were kind of maybe they were locked in with these allegations by the time they argued.
Can I say something quickly to chat? Chat, it's not a bad sign that the jury did not figure out how to handle this within 2 hours from when they got the case. All right. It's not enough time to read into anything. And in Kurt's defense, I don't think we actually thought that it would be this late in the day when they got handed the case. We thought he'd have 4 or 6 hours or something like that. Didn't happen that way.
Yep. Okay, let me see if I can find a different feed, because I don't want to use law and copyright. But it looks like that might be No.
Okay. I'm sorry. I hadn't heard that name before. I should have. See, the problem with it is it assumes that they're actually advocating copyright when in fact they're just advocating a mishmash of things that allows them to have dominion over all thought and freedom on the internet. So I can't quite give them that title.
I know. I can't say that I came up with it. I wish I could. But yeah. I can't find any other live one. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to. I really don't want to get.
We can have Kurt act out what the judge is going to say. You know, you're going to be dismissed for 3 days. Don't look at anything. Come back 9 a.m.
Independent research. Enjoy Memorial Day. Try not to talk to your family or literally anyone else during the barbecue you're certainly going to, or the jet skis or whatever it is you're doing.
Hey, what have you been doing the last 7 weeks of your life?
Nobody's going to ask you about the last 7 weeks of your life. Don't worry about it.
What do you? Yeah, it's not like someone's going to say, "What about the Johnny Depp trial?" At any point.
That'll never come up. That is definitely not the water cooler topic right now.
Oh, Fox 5 has it? Okay. Sorry, guys. Fox 5, New York.
Isn't
I don't know.
Fox 5 the fake movie / television show that features in Pulp Fiction? Am I wrong on this?
I don't know.
Fox Force 5.
Sure.
Fox Force 5. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. So and sorry, guys. Yes. No, we did.
Chicks. Force.
We did miss it.
Do you guys reckon with? And 5 because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. Sorry.
I really like you.
Thank you. I like you.
So do you guys want me to
you can turn it on.
You guys want me to see if I can
We're
go
gonna
back
have 30
and
seconds of judge talk? Sure.
We
missed Judge already.
I really love this judge.
Me too.
Hey, yeah, no, we are missing the calming and neutralizing influence of Judge A in our lives. We might as well get a little talk.
This is very true.
All right.
Chat says lies.
Okay.
Hogue. The topic of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard definitely came up at the last barbecue I was at. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Okay. So there's this one here. Oh, okay. Come on. Play it. Oh, it is playing. Sorry. It's still, I've got to cue it up here. Whoops.
Big ass for Seal, Virginia.
I'm sorry, guys. Okay.
They really hate Tyrannus, I tell you.
They do indeed. Okay. Here we go.
Just like, how do you not already have a decision? Maybe they're coming to they're coming to release the verdict.
Yeah. Kurt, I like it. I like the optimism right to the end. That's what you're doing.
I mean, she said at the top of the hour, and it's not the top of the hour, but maybe you should choose your bud.
I think there might be a few more people in the courtroom if it was a call to a verdict, but who knows?
Maybe she decided not to send out the notice because she's concerned about issues.
Since it's a long weekend for 3 days, you can sit down. Thank you. Since it's a long weekend for 3 days, I just want to come back in here and remind you your responsibilities, which are extremely important, especially now that you're in the deliberation phase, okay? So just a reminder that you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about the case on social media sites, any blogs or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. And I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. All right, so have a good weekend and peaceful weekend for 3 days, and you're coming back at 9 o'clock, is that correct? All right, we'll see you 9 a.m. At that time. You'll go straight to deliberations at that point. I won't bring you in here for that time, okay? All right, thank you.
Thanks, jury.
All right. Okay, one thing real quick.
You know, one of these jurists has a nosy
Enjoy your weekend.
family
And just be
member.
close by at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, right? All right, thank you. All right, you too. Thank you.
All right. And then that will be it.
End week 7.
Begin week 8.
7. Indeed.
Now we get the full jury watch stream.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be fun. And just in case you guys don't know, and Alita won't tell you, you want to like and subscribe to this channel because she's going to be on here and we'll be popping in and out. You're going to be on here at 9 a.m. Tuesday or 8:30 Tuesday. I don't know.
I think I'll probably start at 9 a.m. because there's not going to be much like streaming. So why go early? Maybe I'll do it like 10 minutes before or something like that to make sure that we've got everything set up.
That gives you extra long time to do headlines and hangouts.
Excellent.
There you go. Perfect.
I'll be there.
Natalie, have you ever watched the headlines and hangouts?
I mean, watch no, but listen to while driving. Yes.
Nice.
Because I commute like 45 minutes, and
that counts as watched.
Okay, so I mean, no, I don't like physically watch it, but I listen to shit.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a plan. You know, maybe
I have nothing going on Tuesday, so if you need me back, want me back, more than happy to pop in and out.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah, no, but that's the guy. If for chat that doesn't know, has never followed a trial with us, I like jury deliberation time because we talk about all sorts of stuff, as you were seeing, and it's a lot of fun. So there's some of my favorite streams. Definitely don't leave yet, but definitely come back next week.
Yeah,
we'll be chatting.
We're still going.
You're on like the end of summer camp chats and things like that. We're still hanging out. All right, until verdict comes in. So
yeah, and just so you guys know, I have turned off super chats. Super stickers are still on, but super chats, the ones that would require us to address them, those have been turned off. Sorry if anybody wanted to send one, but we've got to work through these and try to get some sleep.
Yeah, we've entered hour 60 of streaming this week, so we're gonna try to wrap it up.
Yeah. Caitlin Perry says there is nothing more heartbreaking than watching JD self-soothe by rocking during the close, a clear symptom of PTSD. It could be, yeah. It was, yeah. I mean, it's really unfortunate to see that, obviously, yeah. Detective Seed and all, do you think this trial will encourage male victims to come forward more often? I work in DV and I've seen an increase in the last year.
I hope so. I hope it encourages all, no matter if you're male or female. If someone's putting their hands on you in a manner that you don't want or don't appreciate, you should come forward. So I think it is in some instances harder for male victims to come forward, but certainly I hope the publicity and everyone that's seen this gives them the courage and the ability to come forward and speak out and take their strength back.
Yeah. Elizabeth Brewer, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, question for Detective Seeds. In your opinion, how has law enforcement changed in DV cases with society jumping on Me Too movement, mainly focused on women, then moving to cases like this where society pushes to believe men? As a survivor of DV, thank you all.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, just so you guys know, the training that officers go through once a year, they get recertification, and DV is one of the pinnacles of that training. You have your victims advocates that come in and talk about updates to the community, especially if you're in a city, county, whatever, and they give you literally all the resources so that when you go to these calls, you're prepared as an officer to take that case to the next level. You know what you're looking for. You have those sheets that you literally can go one by one and ensure that you're meeting the elements of the crime to help that victim. And you give them all the resources. If they need someplace to go, you have shelters that you can take them to so they can get out of that situation until an arrest or another mode of ending to the situation can be made.
Bella Vita Loca says, not enough words to express thanks and appreciation for your coverage, commentary, law info, and fantastic panel camaraderie. You have all completed my days with joy. Best host and panel guests ever. Thank you for your massive efforts and dedication, Alita. Cheers to all of you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the very kind words and the very generous super chat. Ty or TY Pruitt says, thank you all for the amazing coverage. I thought that you all are spot on about the ethics question. Everyone deserves to be heard. People tried to tell me to hate all cops when my baby cousin Mike Brown died. But I even wanted him defended. Yes, absolutely. And thank you for your kind words and your generous super chat and for your empathy as well. Ty Mao, thank you for your generous super chat. It says they are going back in the courtroom. Pull up the feed. We did. I'm sorry. It was a little bit of a delay, but we at least got to see it. Their turn of Anderson
says Johnny Depp and crew have already left the courthouse. The judge has apparently allowed them to leave and not be there for the verdict. If it is today, is that normal? Or does that mean no verdict today? I don't know. I don't know how normal it is for civil cases. At first I thought it was weird, but then, most of the cases that we see actually happen are criminal cases. And there, the defendant has to be there. Rohit Tiwari says, also, thanks so much for the generous super chat. Says, trust me, if I went to a police station in India with a complaint of female to male DV, they will just laugh on my face and ask me to go home. Maybe that is the reason why I am so interested in this case. I think that you are not alone in that. And I think that is not specific to India. I think that is something that happens, unfortunately, all around the world, including in the United States, and hopefully a little bit less after this case. Hopefully.
I hope so too.
Kate Waters says, how likely JD and AH show up for verdict? I think that's not so likely. I don't think either of them want to be there for everyone to dissect their reactions to it. MJ Browse 90 says, what do you think AH was writing on sticky notes? Maybe practicing for a cameo in Law and Order. Love you guys. I think that whatever thoughts were racing through her brain were probably making their way onto that paper. C4VR says, if AH loses and has a book deal, how could she write it without incurring in defamation again, unless she admits her lies? Well, she could write a book about the experience of the trial, which wouldn't exactly be talking about those underlying things in the case. And we've got another person here. Hey, Ian, how's it going?
I am very tired. Sleeping on concrete is a thing that I am gonna not do for a while. But
yeah.
So I'm here, Rob's here, he's driving. And it was a wild day today.
Tell us about it.
Well, the point where the jury was actually paying the most attention was the jury instructions. And I kind of like to see that because the jury was really locked in on that, which tells me we've got a jury who's taking their job really seriously. And for as much of a circus as this trial has been, I mean, there was literally a petting zoo going on outside of the courthouse just a moment ago. It's nice to think that the jurors are going, okay, well, this is a real trial with real implications. And yeah, now that may not be the best thing for Depp, simply because Rottenborn's argument is very heavily legalistic. So if we've got a jury who is just thinking with their emotions, I throw it to Depp right away. I think we've already had the jury let out for the day. And so now we're going to be seeing, I see somebody saying that they're going to come to a conclusion at 6:45. Jury's gone home already. Jury's not coming to any conclusion. You are wrong.
They might come to a conclusion as to dinner, but that's about it.
In fairness, that super chat could have come in early. We don't know.
Oh,
fair point.
Apparently they're doing new lineups for every day of deliberation, which means there's going to be people sitting on the, sleeping on concrete in order to watch a day of deliberations
from an empty courtroom.
From an empty courtroom, which means you might end up sleeping on the sidewalk and, jostling around and risking getting trampled at early in the, just really making yourself miserable. And ultimately, all you get out of it is that you spend the entire day in an empty courtroom and then get sent home at the end of it because the jury still hasn't made a call. That'd be a hell of a thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Although I think that there's probably going to be less interest in people wanting to go into that courtroom for the purpose of jury deliberations if they know that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard aren't going to be there and they know that there's a decent chance that the jury might not come back.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people have been just there looking for Johnny Depp. Not so much Amber Heard, in fairness, but a lot of people out there just wanting to see Johnny Depp. To the point that you're actually seeing people pretty bored when they're, when they're not doing anything Depp related. But there have been days when, like at one point, one of the court TV, I think it was, sat down, Chanley, and so they ended up blocking the view of Johnny Depp from people behind. And I could hear an audible, no, And then they asked me if I could ask Chanley to move. And I was like, that is not going to be a thing. I am not going to ask Chanley to get up and move so that you can see Johnny Depp better. That's just sort of how much of a circus it is. And it's been wild. But so how about Elaine's performance? Everyone thinks she did a great job?
Why are you the way you are, Ian?
I was astounded at how bad that was.
Yeah.
Because you've got Rottenborn, who came out swinging. And I didn't like some of his arguments. I thought some of his arguments were, unpleasant. But honestly, he made a really good case for here is the legal argument. And I'm going to try to box you into you have to give no money. And really, I think no money is what Amber is fighting for at this point. I don't think she's going to walk away with cash. So no money is her best possible outcome. Nobody gets a dollar. And Rottenborn was making a really good case for it on a legalistic argument. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, man, this is some trouble. And then Elaine gets up, and I don't know where she was going. And I kind of wanted to, I was like, do you still have those nurses on staff? Because maybe they should see. It was really wandering. She's arguing the case for you should pay money, which at this point I just don't think is really on the table. But it didn't feel well organized. It didn't feel like it had a coherent plot or a coherent narrative. I just didn't know what was going on with that. And by the end of it, the Rottenborn argument was kind of weakened and lost. And the other thing is she made several big misstatements. And those misstatements ended up opening a huge number of doors because it let Camille Vasquez come on for rebuttal going, hey, let me correct the record on a whole bunch of things. And that's so damaging here because Amber Heard is such a bad witness. And it basically let them frame it as not only should you not believe Amber Heard, but her counsel's not reliable either. And, as a lawyer, you really want to be the sort of trusted friend in the room. You want the jury to think, I can rely on these people. They will help me make a good decision. They'll, help me get there. And, they just trashed their own credibility there. It was really bad in all the worst ways. And she ran out the clock. So there was this little moment. I assume you guys caught it on stream. They're like, okay, time left for the plaintiff, 39 minutes. And then for the defense, 6 minutes. And Elaine goes, oh, but you can't count the sidebars against us. And the judge is like, I didn't. You got 6 minutes. That was just like
choice
of all. Well, when you're sitting there kind of begging for an extra 2 minutes or whatever, it says that you've really mucked up your time management. And it really hurt them. Rottenborn did really well with his 6 minutes, but it's as good as you can do with 6 minutes. You can't bake a cake in 6 minutes. And, as fast as you go, it's just not going to happen. And that's what they were trying to do. Meanwhile, Camille had 39 minutes, and she used, I think, 34 of them to not only attack every argument they'd made and spend a good deal of time doing it very effectively, but also set up a whole bunch of new things for them to either address or not address. And I think he just didn't really address them. He just launched into his own where he was going to go anyway. But it meant that they just couldn't deal with the rebuttal in their final rebuttal. And I'm going, yeah, this was a blunder. I hate to say it. I really hate to say this about any lawyer, but their closing would have been better if Elaine just never got out of her chair.
Whenever her name is mentioned, I always think of the Lady Elaine Fairchild from Mr. Rogers. And they might as well have had actually the little Lady Elaine puppet up there. That would have been out of left field and way more enjoyable.
To follow up on your point there, by the way, Ian, one of the most powerful things that attorneys can do in a closing argument is when they pull out that jury instruction and that sheet that they're ultimately going to have to fill out, and you walk them through. When you're coming to this question, here's why you're going to check off the box yes, or here's why you're going to check off the box no. And the point there is you want them, when they're actually sitting deliberating and they're looking at that, to actually think of your words. Oh, we saw this sheet before. He showed this to us, and this is how he guided us, that this really should be a yes box or a no box. And Rottenborn did the same thing. That happened both for Team Johnny and Team Amber. But when Rottenborn walks him through that, and then 5 minutes later, you have Elaine getting up there and lying to them. I mean, flat out just like misrepresenting things. So it makes you think, A, okay, Amber hires attorneys who are just like her, where they're basically completely untrustworthy. And B, now if I'm thinking, who should I trust when I'm looking at this box, which box to check off? Well, these are not the people I want to trust. You basically destroy that's where the attorneys really need their credibility to be held intact, that this is a voice you can trust, and think back to what he said, and this is why we should believe him. And it's like, how can I believe anything that's come from that half of the room from anybody's mouth?
Yeah. Camille was on fire. When they were going through the checklist, I saw several jurors when the plaintiff's counsel was going through the checklist. I saw several jurors kind of lean forward and pay attention. And like, that's a big deal when they're starting to basically go, we want to focus on this. But the problem is, we found out who our alternates were. And it wasn't the worst case scenario for Depp, but it was a bad case. It's kind of second worst. Because for me, worst case, and Rob, who's right here, he's got a bit of a disagreement on this one. For me, worst case is jurors H and I go home. But Rob's take is that the worst case is jurors I and B go home. And instead we saw, jurors B and H go home. So both of us have that on our, have one of those on our second worst case list. So that's rough. And I mean, the jurors where we can see a lot of, where they're sort of wearing their hearts on their sleeve, where they show a lot of, anything, have seemed to be pretty pro-Depp. Except E. E might be pro-Heard. And so what we've got now is this pool of jurors who are like the juror poker champions of the planet. And we're kind of going, okay, like juror F is grumpy all the time. He just has this angry face on him. And it's really hard to read what he's doing.
I got $20 on G as the foreman.
Yep, we both agree that G is the likely foreman, and G I like as the foreman. I don't know how to read him in terms of where he sits, but one thing I do like about him is that we're pretty sure we've got him pegged as somebody who works in tech.
I think it's going to be D. I think D ends up.
I don't think D.
No
forewoman.
She looks
D is going to be
much.
the forewoman. She's going to be the
No way.
forewoman.
D gets bored too much.
I'll take your money, Joe.
Yeah, I'll take that money too.
Let's
actually
DUI
guy also owes me
who's going
$20.
to be the jury foreman is the new hotness here in law too.
I think D. I'll tell you why. She's like the successful woman. They're going to defer to a black woman. I'm telling you, I'm feeling like it's going to be D. She's a successful women by and large. Tend to not be wallflowers. They tend to not be wallflowers. They tend to have some sort of aggressiveness to them, which might lead you.
She's been a total wallflower though. She has been. She actually comes off as shy, and she looks like her attention wanders, and she looks around the room a lot. She's not super committed. G is super. I've been calling him Captain Attention Span. No matter how boring things get, he is there for it. If you see him start to get bored, things have gotten super boring.
Yes,
like,
even during
this is a guy who can read the phone book for giggles. But
wow.
I'm sure I feel really confident that he's, somebody who works in tech, because every time they've had these very technical experts on, he gets real interested, like more so than usual. When they had like the Doogie Howser guy on, I was, going to be a professor at age 14 and all of this. He was sitting up and taking notice, and then he lost interest when he started spouting bullshit. And I'm like, this is a guy who is able to, and he loses interest down to his normal baseline of, I'm paying attention to everything that's saying, but he wasn't like, I am gripped by this.
Hey, sorry to interrupt.
He's a guy
I
who
have to run, but it was good seeing you, Joe and Ian.
It was nice meeting you, Natalie.
Yes, we haven't actually been on this stream together before.
You know what? If you add me up, we'll follow each other on Twitter. I'd love to hook up with you and collab with you on something.
Seriously, people just have to send me links. I have open invites places, but I'm from the Midwest and I feel awkward inserting my presence unless I'm specifically invited. So, you send me a link, I'll do it.
One quick
question before you go.
I can't just generically say you're always welcome in headlines and hangouts.
No, because then I'll feel like I'm imposing upon you, or no.
But I just won't let you in. The way StreamYard works is you're just in the background, and I'll pretend to not even see you.
Yeah,
Oh.
he does that to me all the time.
That's more of my thing. Is I'm just like, oh, do people? Yeah, no, it's a Midwest thing, at least, or maybe it's an Iowa thing. Is that it's the don't give me an open invitation, give me a specific day, and I'll be there.
All right.
So my headcanon now is that Natalie is a secret vampire, and she can't enter unless she's been specifically invited.
There you go. Natalie, can I ask you one quick question before you go? And that is, I don't know if you've answered anyone asked you this before. I really just started watching when I jumped on. But what is it like? You experienced. You obviously were part counsel. You were counsel in the Rittenhouse case. What is this period like when you're waiting for a verdict in a case that has national attention? What's it like for the attorneys in this scenario right here? Is it different than another case? Is it different because of the landscape of the trial, or is it the same as any other trial where we're waiting for a verdict?
Part of the problem with it, and that makes it a little different, is, just all of the reviews and things like that. You start seeing different holes in your case that you might not have seen as holes before, or become less confident about something after the fact. It's a time where any attorney second guesses everything that they've done, because that's the first thing that you do when you're done, like a case goes to jury, is what could I have done better? And, it was a little bit
Shouldn't ask that question.
Yeah, it was a little bit different in a lot of ways, just because we had the additional stuff going on with the videos and all of that. So, we were also simultaneously getting stuff prepped with motions and stuff, focusing on that. So we were, a little bit otherwise preoccupied. Part of it is you're sitting around and honestly catching up on other cases and people who've left you 8 voicemails that you haven't been able to deal with because you've been in court. I did a puzzle during part of it because I was had too much nervous energy, and the room we were sitting in just happened to have jigsaw puzzles. So I did that for a day and a half. It was, I think actually, if the footage from behind the scenes stuff ever comes out, I'm doing a puzzle at this table while everybody else is just being spastic. And I'm I need to have something to do. But
I'm there for it.
Yeah, it's different. In a way, it is kind of, it's a relief in a way though, because your job's done. So it's my job is done. I can't do anything anymore. It's a control issue. People get upset, and you really think of things. Oh, I wish I could have gone back and done this, especially seeing other people's opinions on stuff. But it's a really hard thing to describe. I'm glad that we had other stuff to do, because I would have had to just sit around and think about it more. But it's very emotional, especially when you're sitting there with your client. That was a big thing that made it hard for me personally, was, because we were all stuck in one room in the courthouse, and
it's also different because it's criminal versus civil, where it's his whole life is on the line.
That's the thing. His life was on the line, and his mom was there, and his sisters were there and stuff. And it's a totally different vibe. I think just because of the nature of the action.
Well, thank you.
Especially when you're waiting for something on somebody that young. It's one thing if you've got somebody who's in their 40s and they've got some experience calming themselves and so forth.
Yeah.
He actually, the thing is, for the most part, he's a pretty calm kid. He did much better than you probably think he would have. His mom and sisters were, there was a lot of stress eating. There was lots of candy involved, and
Well, we know what that means.
And pickle chips and chocolate and stuff. But
props on your choice of chips.
Oh no, that was pickle chips and other things. There was also lots of beef jerky. But anyway, so
right. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Joe, just send me a message. I mean, literally, it's just like a personal thing that I have. If I'm like, oh, I don't know, like, do they actually want me involved, type of thing, like, because I don't know. It's everyone's has their own hangups, and it's. Now I'm just rambling. I do have to leave now, though. But I'll talk to you guys later.
Alrighty. See you, Natalie.
I have to take off as well. I have a Stranger Things and Obi-Wan came out today, so I have to do that with my kids.
There you go. And Rick is also going to be leaving soon too for that reason.
Yeah, I just real quick wanted to say
before I promised my daughter some Stranger Things time.
There you go. There you go.
I just real quick wanted to tell you thank you for allowing me to come on and be part of the group and offer some insight into the world of law enforcement. If you guys ever need somebody from the police world to work with you on a show, podcast, whatever, just let me know. And if you want to look me up, I can be found Detective Seeds on YouTube and Detective Seeds on Twitter. And I just want to tell you thank you.
That's awesome.
Yes, of course. Thanks so much for coming by, and I'm really. It was very nice getting to know you, getting to meet you, and I look forward to more collaborations.
Yes, you as well. Thank you guys, and I appreciate all your hard work. Hope you can get some rest.
All right, thanks. See ya.
Thank you.
So Alyssa Rose wants to know, I missed it. How did Elaine misrepresent Malice? Actual Malice. What was it that she said? It was something about what Adam Waldman did.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she goes out there saying Malice is when he throws down his papers in anger in front of her. What could be more malicious than act or whatever? And it's like, what the hell?
She was like, or it was something along the lines of like, what shows actual malice more than that?
Yes,
so many things.
Basically anything.
Basically everything.
You're not that far removed from the jury instruction that literally is, when we say malice, we do not mean it in the ordinary vernacular as mean or whatever that instruction said. We mean a special legalized meaning. Like it was read out loud to them not an hour and a half before.
To be fair, I think Elaine might have been playing Candy Crush at that time.
Oh my
God.
Tasty.
It was bad. It was I was not happy with that. And I mean, I have been defending I think she probably does really great work on the average case, which I think the average process of a civil case means that it never actually sees a trial. And I think her deposition work seems to be pretty good. I bet she writes a really mean motion. I just kind of feel like she got dragged out of her depth here, and the trial work really isn't her forte. And I was disappointed.
Yeah.
But Rottenborn was good. I feel like if he had more to work with, like a better client, he'd be scary to be up against.
He was a dick. He didn't shake my
You
hand.
know, he maximized a bad case. He did well.
Here's a hot take for you, which will make me about as popular as leprosy here. If he switched tables with Camille Vasquez, he would get similar level love, because I thought that
people are gonna hate me for this one, but I think as far as presentation is concerned, in that courtroom, command of composure, command of language, command of the jury box, and then just comfort, he actually was better than Benchu and Vasquez as far as his comfort.
He was easily the best.
The only reason I'll sort of agree with that with a big asterisk, and the only thing I'll add is that's really because Camille Vasquez is nervous.
She was so nervous.
She walks up and she is initially terrified, and when she leaves, you can see she's a bundle of stress, and all of that adrenaline is dumping, and but she gets over it in the middle, and that's really the important thing. It loses her about 30 seconds where she's just kind of sitting there going, and then she finds her stride, she forgets that she's terrified and she just launches in. And that, that's where she's just amazing. Once, I don't know how long she's been doing these kinds of things, but it seems to me she's going to have to lose that one day, probably. And
she
then
only has 30 seconds of stress, though. That's not too bad.
Yeah, she is amazing. She is a force of nature, and I am just super impressed with her work.
I mean, let's face it, she's got the cross-examination part down. Like, that's one of the hardest parts of the game, and she's got that thing down like packed. Like, I don't think anyone could take her on in that field. Closing and opening statements, that's a different ballgame. It's just different skill set.
Yeah.
No, I thought her rebuttal, that's where her rebuttal to me was easily her best part of all the love she's gotten. I was like, this was fantastic work. She still never touched on the whole cutting or scratching, which it's always going to bother me. If he loses his case, it's always going to bother me that we never heard that the rings must have scratched her face if he punched anything like what she was describing. But if put that aside, and I'm telling you, I literally stood up and applauded when she was done. I literally got out of my chair and applauded. She mentioned the rings, but she never once mentioned that. How does that not cause a scratch, a literal cut or scratch on her face when you punch with rings several times?
Yeah, she didn't say the words cut or scratch.
There's no blood. There's no blood.
She did. Yeah, she did say you didn't see any injuries consistent with that, or any of the injuries that you'd expect from that. But she didn't specifically say that would cut you up or slash you up or anything like that. Yeah. So, I think the jury's going to be able to read between those lines. But I mean, that's the thing, is when she's done, as a lawyer who's able to sit and not have to deal with the stress and can spend however long analyzing and whatever else, sometimes I can be like, well, here's a note where where it could improve. But it's like little things. It's, it's minor sort of stuff. This could have been a little better. Whereas, some of the other lawyers, they've walked away from things and my thoughts have been like, well, this entire section was bad. Like Chu did a really decent start of his closing, and then he kind of gets muddied up and he gets into, he gets bogged down, and I could see he was losing the jurors. And, I'm like, come on, man, get it going. And there was a point where we were both sort of writing, wrap it up, because, we're sort of sitting there going, what about the clock? Wouldn't this time be better saved? Now, that ended up being really funny when we got to Elaine, but, I was sort of going, this could be better. I mean, Camille, my notes were like really minor, this point, like maybe you could have phrased this a little slightly differently.
Yeah. For Vasquez, I always feel like I'm picking at nits. Like when she did her initial presentation, I scored at 98%, and I'm like, the 2% I'm discounting is for small stuff that, I don't think I could perform at her level anyway. I don't think I could perform at the level she was performing at. No. So I feel bad. I feel bad for critiquing what little is left, because I'm like, damn, I can't hit this. So who am I to judge, right? On some level.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is I walk out of there going, hey, with the sort of shower thought clarity, I can see this might have been better, but I will freely yield. If it was me up there doing that cross.
Yeah.
Yeah. 39 minutes, highest stress closing ever, Rob was just saying. I couldn't have done that. I couldn't have pulled that off.
Well,
she's amazing.
Yep.
Like whatever she's getting paid, it's not enough.
Yep.
And that's including if it's, a million alpacas.
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you right now, she won that case. Or you could say that Amber Heard taking the stand lost that case, because I still think that if Amber Heard doesn't take the stand, in that case, all the credibility and all the people who are so positive, all of us who are so positive, would still have questions. But I think it's either, to me, the story of this case is either Amber Heard losing it by taking the stand, or you could look at the opposite way, that CV won it with her cross and with this closing here. I think she really dominated.
Rob also pointed out that she had her husband there today, so she did all of this in front of family members, and I can tell you the stress of that is something else entirely. And
she went over to hug him afterwards, and you saw like her just unwind.
Yeah, that I really that support is a really great thing, and I actually really liked the sort of energy between the different members of the teams there. Like we could see that Camille Vasquez and Chu get along really well together. There's also a little moment that I really liked, which was Rottenborn walks out and runs into Chu in the hallway, and they both shake hands and they congratulate each other on a case well fought. And they sort of, they shared like genuine genuine sort of camaraderie and sort of relief that it's over. They then follow, shortly thereafter, there was a moment where Chu is pulling out the box, like they're getting all their boxes out of the courtroom, and 6-week trial. They're moving this on hand trucks, and he makes a joke along the lines of, "Oh well, turns out this is all the Johnny Depp fan mail," and they're both able to sort of laugh. I really liked seeing these two lawyers who have just been in some of the most contentious litigation you could imagine. Yes. So in court, there was a moment of, they were saying, we really want to thank the bailiffs and the staff and so forth. And Elaine is like, yes, yes, we do. And Ben Chu is like, on this point, I can respectfully agree with my friend. And Askarati chimes in with, well, I'm glad you guys can agree on something.
That's funny. Yeah.
It's really nice to see them being able to, everybody thinks that you've got lawyers on the opposite side and they got to hate each other. And really, it's the better thing is when you can just recognize that it is in some way this kind of, weird game that we're stuck in, and that, everybody can be friendly with each other outside the courtroom, even if you've got to be, fighting to the nines for your client, inside.
Did you think it was funny that when he agreed, he started off by uttering the words like the Freudian slip, "I disagree"? And it's like he's so used to saying "I disagree" that he was like, "Well, no, wait, I agree."
Yeah, that was really funny. That was really funny. Let's get some more super chats here. Jane Benjamin says, "Is it true that AH and JD don't have to be there when they read the jury verdict?" That is correct. Stasi Holzhauser says, "Question, please answer. How can Amber Heard's lawyers put those pictures into evidence and saying it was two separate ones? Clearly, they are the same. They admitted them, but the problem with that is that the jury can compare them side by side and on top of each other.
Right.
See exactly that. That's the problem."
I actually think that Team Johnny probably is happy that they're two different exhibits. It just shows how disingenuous they are.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that expert is like, believe our expert over your lying eyes and the metadata and the exact same second. And
yes. And I'm so sorry, but I don't know how to read Greek characters. So I can't read your name. Hi guys, it was Heard's. That's why I wrote the op-ed, the final nail in her coffin, or can her team weasel their way around it? Greetings from Greece. Well, I mean, that was never their strongest point. I think that they were arguing, but there definitely is no way around that now. If she made an open admission in court saying, I wrote the op-ed, the biggest issue that they had was specifically on the title. Of course, they would like to argue all day that she didn't write any of it, but the title was the biggest bone to pick. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing was a lot of people were asking, did the jurors, were they, did they think this was a big moment when that was admitted? And no, they didn't. They didn't really show a whole lot of reaction. I think the jurors had already gotten to that point. I don't think it mattered if she said that if she admitted that or not. The jurors seems to have, I think they'd already concluded that she had.
Was I the only one who noticed that her hairstyle today was perfect Cersei Lannister?
I noticed that it was a halo.
I was like, that's the look you're picking today, Cersei Lannister. Really, the most reviled, duplicitous character of the last 10 years. Like I was like, the only way Johnny could outdo it is he like shaved all his hair down to a tiny little mustache and like put his. That was terrible. I was like, I don't know why she would. To me, all I saw when I looked at her was that Cersei Lannister. She looked to me exactly like Cersei, but maybe I'm alone. I don't know.
Savvy says,
I mean, I just thought it was a halo look. And I thought that was a bold step, to adopt a Halo, but yeah.
I mean, it goes with the way that they've been characterizing her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it fits. Savvy says, question, where send fan art of your channel, email or DMs? Thanks for all your hard work. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Email would be wonderful. Kyla Hislop says, hello from Scotland. Been jury before, quick verdict, but we wasted time to appear serious. Does the clock, the time jury takes have any impact? Too short equals mistrial? No, that wouldn't be a mistrial. If they're pretty convinced and they're all pretty convinced and they don't have to really discuss much because they all are very conveniently on the same page as soon as they get in, they don't need to take extra time. But I understand, wanting to look like you're deliberating more and whatnot, even though everybody's basically made up their mind. No, for sure. Justin doesn't look at says, much love to you all. Hogue, any thoughts on Musk and Twitter right now? Looks like a shareholder trying to sue now for Musk's weirdness on the deal.
Yeah, there's some folks in California that are basically trying to sue on unfair competition laws and disclosure laws. Here's the deal. Elon Musk thinks he's above some of the more regulatory I-dotting and T-crossing rules. And that's not really intended to be disparaging, but he just doesn't kind of follow the, you owe me a notice when you go above 5%, you owe this recording. It almost seems to me psychologically he prefers to pay the penalties and deal with the aftermath as it comes. But effectively, he's getting sued because people feel like he's yo-yoing with the Twitter stock price. They're not wrong, and have questions about his disclosure. The answer is usually those kinds of suits get kicked straight out of court. Here, there might be a bit of a stronger argument than otherwise. I do intend to cover this kind of thing back when I'm not just doing Depp, Heard, and headlines all the time. So look out for more coverage of Elon Musk and the continuing black hole that is Twitter in June.
Hogue, Star Wars Jedi Survivor just announced.
My eyes are everywhere. I saw that announcement as it came in. So yeah, they say 2023. They didn't commit to a date. Certainly Jedi Fallen Order is a good game, but it lacked polish in certain respects. I very much hope that Survivor picks up the polish and makes an even better game out of a good foundation.
All right. Actually, here's another one. Anyone enjoyed Metro 2033, 34, Exodus, Pierogi for All?
Yes, the Metro games are very, very, very sad and also excellent. Pierogi is one of the best foods on earth.
Zaddy 1964, Hogue, I too enjoy the new Star Trek. What do you think of this Spock?
So it depends. In any kind of adaptation or reimagining, I think the best thing you can do is hope that the writers maintain the spirit of a character or a world or anything like that. I think this Spock has that spirit, but it's a very different Spock than Leonard Nimoy. But if you are interested at all, folks, in Star Trek, even if Paramount Plus has made you sad on a lot of this new stuff, Strange New Worlds, they might have mastered what they should be delivering for new Star Trek.
I refuse to accept the new Star Trek because it technically makes TNG and DS9 and basically everything non-canon because it completely resets the timeline.
There is no... Okay, so we'll have a discussion with Kurt about canon being a fiction in our minds that we can still enjoy without corporate overlords telling us what is real in fiction land on an episode of Headlines sometime. But
they tell me the Star Trek reboot movies is real. That obliterates all the timeline. It means that that it's canon anymore, and they can go eat themselves.
We're clear.
No. Listen to me. You can have two different timelines. It's science fiction. You can have two different timelines, and everything is totally fine. You can't just get bogged down with that, especially in science fiction.
I lost control.
You can't have a second timeline until it comes back and comes back to the first timeline. That's like every Star Trek movie or every Star Trek show. You do or Back to the Future with the divergent timeline. You've got to end the divergent timeline and recycle it back to the main timeline. What are you saying? Are you trying to interrupt me?
What makes what the main timeline? What makes it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You have a mute button for both Kurt and Joe if you need it.
That's true. That's a good point. I don't utilize those buttons nearly enough.
Well said.
Janet Ridgway says, Hogue, for a total newbie, what game system would you buy? I am not a shoot 'em up kind of gal. Only game I've ever played was Splinter Cell 1.
That's an interesting only game. I don't know if I've ever heard that as the only game someone has ever played. I will tell you this. You can't go wrong with the systems as they are right now. Both Nintendo, Sony, and Xbox, my grammar, good. is a good choice to potentially buy. I would recommend actually the Xbox Series S, as in Sam, right now, which is like 80% of the power of one of the formal boxes in a tiny little kit, and I just love it to death because it is so powerful. I actually have I play one. I play one every day that I play games, which it seems like has been a long time. But I recommend the S. You really can't go wrong with whatever you can find, and since there's a chip shortage, pick up whatever's in front of you.
Yep. Here's another one for you, Rick. Hogue, switch. These are going through, and I know that you're gonna have to leave soon. So I want to make sure
that's
we
cool.
get these. Hogue, switch OLED version. Is it worth it for my first console or old/cheaper version? This is for Zelda, though your comments on FFXIV are interesting.
Yeah, 14.
FF14? Okay.
Yeah, 14. So
as soon as I read that, I was like, wait, that's all right.
Zelda Breath of the Wild is excellent. It really depends on the price. You're not getting a bunch of upgrades with the OLED version. So if you've got two choices in front of you and there's a significant difference in price, get the cheaper one. If there is not, the OLED is a nice upgrade. So just look at what's being offered to you at whatever retail outlet.
Breath of the Wild was pretty good. I don't quite the.
I have actually played that
a lot of
game.
people do. Did you like Breath of the Wild? Did you like it?
Yeah, I
Breath
really
of the Wild
enjoyed
is great.
It's
yeah.
it's fine. I mean,
Okay.
Link to the Past forever.
Sure, Link to the Past is great.
Stella Robb says, Hogue, read the Jen Howell and S. Duder's witness statements. Want to hear your thoughts. I will make a list.
I'm going to make an announcement. Yeah, Alita, take it down on the list. So we're going to be doing jury deliberation streams, right? And everybody wants me to see these things and react to them. So what we're going to do is on Tuesday or whatever day makes sense, it's Alita's channel, we will just pick times and you can show me some stuff, have me listen to some stuff. I will react live in real time. Might I attach like a like condition to that for the channel? Yeah. Like you have to get so many likes until you have me listen to these things. I might do that. I can't promise anything, but I am more than happy to come here and be inundated with information and evidence that you all forget that I don't know when you yell at me for my interpretation of events. So I am more than happy to look at those things, but I might require some likes in compensation for legal bites.
Oh, you're too kind. You're way too kind. No, seriously. I also, unfortunately, I may have unstarred too quickly a question about are you guys excited or thoughts on Mass Effect, or are you excited about Mass Effect? It was something.
So Mass Effect is under current modern BioWare, which is a shell of its former self. Hopefully, they can build back up into making video games at all. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which was them putting lipstick on their prior Mass Effect, was totally fine because they were good back then. But I have my severe doubts that the new Dragon Age and the new Mass Effect will be any good because they've been in development for eons, and BioWare is many years separated from a legitimate product actually being released.
Yeah, I don't think there's new Mass Effect. It's never happening.
I have
Half-Life 3 comes out sooner.
I have my doubts as well, Kurt.
Alpha Murder Dog, Uncivil Law. Do you run any Battlefield at all? I'm going through the gaming ones right now.
Not really my speed. I'm not really into first person.
Is the Muffin Man actually separating out gaming super chats?
No, I'm actually also going through and trying to find some of these, but he's also throwing them in too.
All right.
Okay, and I think there was another.
How bad is 2042, Kurt?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just not a first-person shooter kind of guy, with the Doom exception, I guess.
Oh, all right. 2042 is maybe the worst, most incomplete product that has been released by EA, and that says something if you know Electronic Arts.
Okay.
Now, if it's that or Desert Bus, which do you play?
Oh, Desert Bus. Oh, that's a classic. I do love the Desert Bus for charity that they do every year. That's fun.
I can't play Battlefield 20.
Here's another one. Kurt/Seeds looking forward to Avatar on Snowdrop. Thoughts on Star Wars Snowdrop? Already got Hogues.
I'm already in on this. That was over on Headlines.
Oh, okay.
Kurt.
Yeah. No particular thoughts on that. While we're just talking about random games, Cyberpunk was my biggest disappointment. I played like 3 or 4 hours of it and never touched it again.
When did you play it?
Did you play it after the reboot?
I had it on PC, so I didn't have the major problems that everyone else did in the first place.
Yeah, no, it's as a game, it's
a lifeless world.
It's a game that's fine, like a 7. As the successor from the makers of The Witcher 3,
Witcher 3 kicked ass.
Witcher 3 is one of the best games of all time. So then you follow that up with Cyberpunk 2077. You run it through a 3-year hype cycle, and it was nothing but disappointing.
Well, I will say that the so Mr. Bites waited until it was sufficiently fully finished, however many months ago now. And so it took him forever to finish it because he likes to go through every little detail in every game and do every little side quest, which is but I will say that he ended up finishing the game, which is more than I can say for Red Dead Redemption 2. Not to say that Red Dead Redemption 2 is not a good game, but he just has never finished it for whatever reason. It's like he's just endlessly exploring it.
The pacing is god awful. The world is wonderful. The narrative pacing is awful.
That's it. Okay. Nelazar says, are any of you tabletop gamers Call of Cthulhu? Cthulhu.
All right, we got to get more of these super nerd topics.
I do have tabletop games. I do have a lot of board games and stuff. I actually have my laptop is on top of one of them now. It's on Trekking the World.
Okay.
So it's just the perfect height for having my laptop be right under the camera.
My microphone stand is a law book.
There you go.
Was that international law?
I mean, that's
constitutional.
Oh, there you go.
That's what law books are for, though, once you're done the class.
It's funny. When I'm not using the stand on the microphone, the perfect size is 2 law books. So I do have them both ready to go. It's a variable system. After reading the LA Times story about Emily Baker, I think mine is somewhat lower tech. But
all right. Helen M says, for Uncivil, which was the best SimCity game for me? It was 4, and thoughts on City Skylines.
I played the most of SimCity 2000. I was a big fan of Sim Ant when that game was around for a while. City Skylines is a fine game. I find it a little bit unsatisfying because after I sort of build the city, I feel like I don't have as much to do anymore. So I find it a little unsatisfying in the end. It gives you a lot more variability, but once the city sort of played out, it's like, there's nothing left to do here.
All right. And I think that's all of the video games/tabletop games here. What do you guys think of my friend's sci-fi scenario where justice is determined by AI instead of being so relied upon emotion and manipulation? I think it's terrible and terrifying.
Dystopian.
Absolutely.
Terrible and terrifying.
Well,
it would be interesting.
Think about it. Who determines the cold logic? Like, who writes the code for that?
The algorithm is everything.
Well, yes. Congress can write the code because they write it so.
God, no.
No, my favorite thing
before we go down that route.
You go into the Federal Register and you get all the asterisks that say something like this is actually a criminal death penalty statute and this is a farm bill, so we think they meant this citation. It's like,
yeah. No, we'll put Congress in charge because that's their job. It's the Article 1, don't you know?
And I'm going to sign off, but it's been good seeing you guys again. And
get some sleep, my brother. Great seeing you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm off to do is crash and have a nap because I'm hurting.
Deserve it. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Cheers.
All righty. See ya. Danny _ says, how do you think the trial would have played out given everything we've seen? If JD and H's legal teams were flipped and represent the other party, I think for all the coverage, we talked about this earlier. I think that there would have definitely been a difference. But at the same time, facts are facts. And I would like to think that the facts would have outweighed the lawyering in any case. I would hope. Chesapeake says, as the 2 different photos are so blatantly the same, is team at risk for sanctions? I mean, come on. How do you let that into evidence? And I don't think at risk for sanctions. It's just embarrassing. Remote abduction arm says, if I was on the jury and there was some evidence that maybe JD slapped AH once, I would still be inclined to rule in favor of JD. Am I a bastard? No.
No way.
Monica says, have to leave for work soon, so probably won't see the answer to this until I get back home. But do you think JD or AH will be in the courtroom when the verdict is read? Also, much love to you and your panel. Thank you. Well, no, they won't be. They won't be. Alrighty. Suze D says, could you video with a UK lawyer and compare law differences regarding trials? Thank you all so much for your coverage. Well, actually, I'm supposed to have Black Belt Barrister coming on next week to talk about the UK trial.
So ask him about the First Amendment.
Okay. Well, they don't have it because they don't
have
I know
the
that's
United
the point
States
of the Constitution.
I want to prod them.
All right, thanks.
Ask
Kurt.
about their entire Constitution while they're at it. That's good.
Okay, Kurt. Very American. Connie says, do you think AH will cry real tears after the verdict? Well, we won't see them.
She'll be in Europe.
Mumix Gaming says, my question for you all is, 1, what do you think is the outcome of this trial? And 2, what would you want as the outcome?
What were the what percentages did you guys give on this? Have you gone through that yet?
You mean in terms of like?
I thought the poll was pretty good. 75% for Johnny Depp to win. I thought it was
75% of out of 25,000 voters, 75% said they would fine for only Johnny Depp. I think after that was like 18% said fine for only Amber. No, only Amber Heard was like 4%. So yeah, I think neither. And then after that, it was like 4% for.
They both win, and 1% for only Amber Heard wins. I think something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah.
I thought that was roughly. I thought it was reasonable.
I mean, I think for me, I think 1 and 2 are the same, and I think it's an outcome for Johnny. It's just a measure of how much.
Richard, what do you think? Well, give us a
I think it's Johnny. I think it's late. I think it comes in and when he wins on reproduction and SV. So I think it's. I think it's probably 80%. And if you're doing all the cross math, I think there's a 0% chance that money goes from Johnny to Amber.
Interesting.
I think the poll's about right in terms of what I want. Well, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Sounds right about good right about now.
All right. Sounds good. Given the length of the trial, how much weight do you think closing statements will carry with the jury? Well, the whole purpose of the closing arguments is that it's intended to package everything up that they have already seen and to kind of remind them of the high points and to give as much ammunition to the supporters on your team. So that's basically how they will impact the jury and how they'll carry. Crazy Cat Queen says, I'm wearing baby blue in y'all's honor. Why are you a Dodgers fan? No shade. Just curious. I was a Dodgers fan when I was a little kid, like 10 years old. I know I completely forgot to wear blue myself. I mean, obviously we were all like, yeah, we'll wear blue. And then like, none
of us did that.
Johnny did though. That was nice. So why am I a Dodgers fan? I have been a Dodgers fan. My family has been Dodgers fans for several generations. Even my grandmother was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan, like a very, very avid one when she lived in New York. My dad, that was like his choice as a kid was like you either chose between the Yankees, that was like the mainstream team, or if you wanted to be a little bit offbeat, you chose the Dodgers, and so that's what he chose. LA says, question, do you think the JD team will tie the death inscribed knife with AH's testimony yesterday?
They didn't really bring up the knife, so.
Yeah, they didn't really bring it up. I wonder if that was just so visual that they felt like they didn't really need to.
Also didn't bring up the makeup issue with the amicus cream again, which is hilarious.
Yeah. Hippie Koala says, question, based off these instructions, it sounds like the jury can only rule in favor of one or the other. Am I misunderstanding?
No, they are technically 2 different cases. So they have to be ruled on separately. So there's Johnny's case and there's Amber's case. So as to either case, only one can win, but there's 2 different cases.
In order to fine for Johnny and Amber, you would need to say essentially that Johnny never abused her, but she never committed a hoax.
Yeah. Or at least because you could get away on the title. The title is the best logical way to get there. Because you can say, yes, he abused her, but he never committed sexual violence. So that's how you can square it really logically. It's like, right. Because there's no sexual violence alleged in those incidences. So that's right. So that's how you square them both and how they can both win.
Elizabeth Fuller says, question, couldn't it be considered malice if she filed on her daughter's birthday days after his mother died? Seems she wanted to hurt him. Well, so that's a difference between the word malicious and the term actual malice in a legal sense. Malicious, yes, that is absolutely malicious, it sounds like, because it sounds like she did that probably intentionally to hurt him. But actual malice is is very specific under the law. It means that she lied about him, either knowing that the lie was false or acting with reckless disregard as to the truth or falsity of that statement.
Yeah.
Malou Blue says, please explain the difference between regular malice and actual malice. Oh, I just did that. She said the intention. Okay, sorry, I didn't see the rest of it. Kiki McIntosh says, if the jury go into deliberation having formed a unanimous opinion, is it possible that the jury could return a verdict today? Thank you for great streams. They could have, but they didn't.
Did they go home?
They did. They did. They went home.
Losers.
Next question. Vicky McCallum. Question: does the client hear and read the closing beforehand?
Usually. At least in my experience.
Yeah. I don't think so. Internet UD Engita. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Hi, I love your program. I translate the trial in Italian. Can you give a shout out to my channel, please? Internet Today. Like English
Internet
Italian.
Today, English Italian. Yeah.
Internet Today and Italian. Yes, absolutely. Shout out right there. Awesome. Thank you so much for watching and for joining in on us. Margaret M. Wong says, Eve Barlow shared that the jury will be issuing a verdict under duress. Is this possible? What are chances passing? Thanks. You
I don't even know
all
what that
have
means.
taught
There's
me
no
a
such
lot.
thing.
I don't even know what that means.
That's not such a thing.
There's under duress, that's a bit of a stretch. Saying that, a jury can be influenced, that's another thing. That's usually the thing that we're talking about when it comes to what's it called? That's usually what we're talking about here when it comes to jury trials is a concern about influencing, but not putting them under duress. I think she's just a little bit
It's like me saying I'm appearing on this stream under cauliflower. I don't even, what the hell does that mean? Under duress? There's no under duress for a jury.
Unless you think someone is holding like one of their children's hostage, unless they give the right verdict or something.
Yeah,
that would be duress.
Yeah, okay, that could be, I guess.
Jojo Dat says, question: will everyone have to wait there while the jury deliberates? Thanks for keeping me company the last few weeks. I'm no law tuber, but I feel like part of the family. I make nerdy vids too. Oh, awesome. Well, yeah, I mean, you are part of the family here. That's what I would like to believe. And no. So what will happen is, and I know that there's probably I think a few questions in the super chats here about oh, you gotta go.
Bye, Rich.
See you, Rick. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, there you go.
You're muted.
It was great.
You're muted. Rick, you're muted.
I agree totally. I totally agree with everything.
No, you're
Indeed.
absolutely muted.
Indeed.
Yeah,
no,
he's playing a bit now. That's
profound.
Fine.
Okay.
It's profound.
I appreciate
Have a great weekend, Rick.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me and hosting me here throughout the trial. Hopefully I didn't embarrass you too much with Care Bears and whatnot. I'm looking forward to a jury deliberation, which I actually think is going to be the better part of the week. We'll see how it goes next week. But yes, I have a date with a very beautiful young woman that happens to be my daughter. We're going to be going and fighting the Upside Down tonight. She is more excited than maybe she's ever been. So we're going to go do that. To all of you, Kurt, Joe, thank you so much.
Brother.
And I will see you on the flip side when we finally get an answer to this question of Deputy Heard. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks so much.
I gotta go prep for Shabbos also. So I'm gonna fly. I will say I'm like just about at 74,000 or so. So like I'm nearing that 75,000 cusp. So
let's get it.
Yeah, let's go get it. Let's go get it.
Yes.
So,
guys, if you haven't already subscribed to Good Logic, let me just double check.
What is your problem?
Don't
subscribe to Good Logic immediately.
What's wrong?
I like
what's
that.
Wrong?
That was well done, Kurt. That's a good pitch right there. You stink.
Yeah,
what's wrong with you?
What are you doing with your life?
Are you
and
crazy?
He's officially tagged in the description below. So yeah, guys.
Joe is Good Logic, and there you go. So I'm out.
There you go.
Hey, love to both of you.
Love you too.
Especially you, Kurt.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Have a great weekend, and I will see you, God willing, next week.
All righty. See you, Joe. All righty. Sabine R says, question, is it normal to walk them through those forms? Yes. Jury instructions, you've got to read them out loud. It's a thing that they do in every trial. Yes.
Just you and me, Alita.
Yep, it's just us. Maybe we'll do some lightning round here. The Dragon's Treasure says, final week of trial, head to the Dragon's Treasure, pick up your tea, and use the code before it's gone. Yes, if you guys are interested in buying some delicious tea, buy it from the Dragon's Treasure. If you use the promo code Amber Turd, you can get 10% off. And a small commission comes to me as well, so it can also help support the channel, and help support a really great small tea business as well.
Excellent. For the panel later, how would y'all rate JD's team closing? What could they have done better, if any? Same with Amber Heard's team when they go. Thanks in advance. So I thought Camille Vasquez on her first closing was basically pitch perfect, 98%, 97%. There's some minor critiques I could give. Ron Bourne, he was great, at least at the beginning, to my mind. I thought he was doing wonderfully with a very hard case on sort of the technical legal aspects. I admire that as a person who thinks about that kind of stuff a lot, where I'm very analytical and looking at the law. And so I really, really appreciate that. Elaine is a total disaster area and a horror show to the profession. And Ben Chu was fine when he presented. He wasn't as great in my opinion, but he could use a little bit more help on his vocal variety. The information he presented, though, was very good in sort of the technical aspects. And Elaine Vasquez, again, with her 36 minutes on rebuttal close, with repeating the names and just crushing it every possible way. So yeah, she came a long way since opening, at least in my opinion. So it was a good day for Johnny Depp team. And well, I guess there's still the first 20 minutes of Ron Baum's close, if some juror wants to go that way for the technical win. So that's kind of how I think about it. Sorry, that wasn't a shorter answer to the lightning round, but
all right. Patty Lopez says, thank you for all your great coverage throughout. Question, WIA, would you all take away as lawyers from this case? Things to do or not to do. What would you take away from the case? What if anything? I get it. What if anything? Okay, WIA. I was like, what is that? What if anything would you take away as lawyers from this case? Things to do or not to do. Organize your time efficiently when you are managing your trial case, and try to have everything in place ahead of time, because it seems like I think that is one of the big issues that they ran into on Amber Heard's side, was that it felt like there was a certain level of disorganization there that was impacting their ability to run their case efficiently. And so they really legitimately did basically run out of time. I would be curious to find out if they had other witnesses that they wanted to try to put on the stand to help sort of bolster their case. But also the issue of tracking objections came up quite a bit, or tracking evidence, I should say, came up quite a bit.
I was just going to say, I think for me, the one thing I'd want to take away is the tone control that Vasquez had on her cross-examinations. I think for me, that would be the hardest thing to replicate. It's like, I think if I worked hard at it, I could replicate her close, maybe, although she's crushing it, so it's a dream. And I think I could replicate like the substance of what she's doing on the cross, but her tone control and her ability to remain measured and even and not be flustered and stay on point was something I could not replicate right now, and I admire that. So that's what I'd want to take away and focus on.
Yeah.
How, if all, do you think the jury gets past the fact that statements are not literally false? I think I had to put a yes in that blanks would be my sticking point. So the question again is, what do they mean to a person who reads them, right? So it's by implication. So a statement can be literally true on its face, but if the implication is false, then you have a problem, right? So there you go.
Yep. Rick, hey, what are you doing? You were just here. Thank you. Very kind of you. All right. Next question is Jeff. Oh, no, just did that one. All right. Taylor D. A, do you have a podcast? I'd love to hear you and Natalie talk about different approaches as a woman in the courtroom in depth. Well, not exactly, but that wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. But we have had one ladies in the law kind of stream, which was great. The first time after the Rittenhouse trial that she came on to any channel, she came on here, and that was really, really kind and generous of her. And she's always been such a very welcoming and generous person in sharing her time with us. And so for a portion of that, it was her, me, and Emily D. Baker kind of talking about the case, talking about being lady lawyers and all that kind of stuff. So absolutely. I think we might be trying to do the same thing here.
I'm not doing anything.
Me and the Muffin Man. Sorry, no, me and the Muffin Man. CBL, thank you for this very generous super sticker. Don Hinton says, question for Nate. I'm sorry, he's not here. If Rottenborn uses your suggested closing argument verbatim, should he give you credit? If not, could you sue? No.
Idea expression dichotomy.
Yes.
I'm curious if every court has a Latin phrase. There's Latin phrases in courts, if that's what you mean. Oh, you meant the Six Semper Tyrannis on the state seal, probably on Virginia. Oh yeah, that's just that's the state motto. When you see the state logo or the Commonwealth logo, Virginia, it says Six Semper Tyrannis. That's just the official state seal.
Yep. Jai Love says, question, if JD wins, do you think he will start getting studio roles again? I think so. Yeah. Gabby Priklopilova says, do we expect a verdict next Friday? Love from Switzerland. I expect it on Tuesday, actually. Jet Black says, question, so the jury will be able to have the evidence before them while deliberating. Is it limited to evidence? Yes, they will be able to have them. And it is limited to evidence and their notes. Old Dog says, panel experience, does closing ever change minds? Does closing ever change minds? I think that really it's not so much the closing that changes minds, it's the discussion that happens afterwards, and the effectiveness of your closing is how much you're able to arm the individuals going before they go back into the deliberation. Gail Grace, thanks so much for the super sticker. Old Dog. Oh, wait, no, we just did that one. All right. Oh, sorry. Cleo Mary says, first super chat to say, Alita, you're amazing. Keep up the amazing work. Hogue, do you play Eve Echoes? Come join my corp. I'm so sorry that he's not here for this one. I tried to find all of them before he left because I knew he was leaving. Rachel Schreffler says, can jury give JD more than he is asking for? Hoping they award him $57 million. Much love to Alita and panel for all the coverage.
Sounds like it's open-ended.
Yeah. Candy Cole says, anyone else feel like Rottenborn painted a picture illustrating how Amber publicly tried to defame Johnny while he just spoke poorly about her via text? Two very different things.
Yeah, but that's what a good lawyer should do, right? He's very good at doing what he should do, and I appreciate that.
Yep. Cindy Tart says, hello again from Brisbane. Question, panel's preference for each set of attorneys on closing. JD's seem humble, but Amber Heard's bloviating with wild gestures, possibly berating. That's the kind of stuff that annoys me as well. It's a huge turnoff for me. Ian Paler says, any chance of Kurt imitating Leave Amber Alone in the style of Leave Britney Alone cry during a break, of course.
Let me see if I can channel this properly. Leave Britney alone! Leave Amber alone! Leave Amber alone!
Oh, well, that guy ended up being totally right though all those years ago, right?
That is funny. He did wind up being right all those years later. So I guess he was ahead of the curve.
I feel bad for him now for becoming a meme, honestly, because
Shit, dude. Well, now you made me feel bad. That's good news.
Well, no, I mean it's no. I mean it's fine. Leah sounds like Lee says, question for all. What are plans for your channel after the trial is over? Love to all.
Well, I can say for me that I'm going to be posting a lot of other content too. In fact, I posted one story, regular story today. So on my channel right now is a regular story. It deals with a case out of Detroit where a student was trying to get back into a school to retrieve a wallet he left behind. School officials wouldn't let him in, including a security guard. He tried to force his way in anyway, and he was treated very roughly by the relevant personnel. So we cover this on the Court of Appeals and in an interlocutory against the school in the 1983 cause of action. There's a lot of terms over there, but if you want to learn more about how this school student's case progressed, check it out on my channel.
All right. And I'm definitely going to be doing some work on Manson, probably the Trevor Bauer case too, and other stuff for sure. Christina Dowdy says, question, Depp team strategy to go first on close to have lunch to strengthen their rebuttal, maybe. To go first on close. Well, they're going to go, well, they did go first, but generally speaking, they do go first anyway, because they are, they're the plaintiff in the case. So that's how that works out.
Okay.
Aaron Allison.
Would asking for $3.5 million in reparations to JD to give only the hospital come off as spiteful? No, it wouldn't come off as spiteful if he asked for that. I mean, they could say we want $3.5 million, and if you award that, I guess I don't know whether or not you could say that or not actually. And if you award that we're going to donate, I actually don't know if that would be proper or not. Now that I think about it, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you.
Nintendo Gaming Channel says, question, do you think Amber Heard, what do you think Amber Heard will do if she loses? I don't know. My guess is she probably will be quiet from the public eye for some time. Either that or have a massive public statement through her PR team. Actually, probably this. Have a massive public statement through her PR team about the fact that this is just, more of men being protected and the patriarchy and all that kind of stuff.
Have I missed it? Sanctions against Amber Heard team for not providing metadata for the pics. Yeah. So whatever sanction there was, assuming there was one, is obscured to us. I think it was dealing with the nature of the evidence that would be presented, maybe some of the redactions that would be required. But yeah, whatever it was hidden from our view. So
yeah.
Yep.
But I think ultimately they did win on the sanctions, evidenced by the fact that they were able to get their metadata expert in to comment on it. So that's my guess. My IDEA says would it be / have been objectionable for JD's team to have pointed out Amber Heard's need for attention is such a driving force that she fired and hired a new PR team during the trial because of bad press? That would be improper because of the fact that that's outside information that doesn't come in as evidence, so the jury has no idea. So that's like the outside info that they're not supposed to know about.
After hearing the audio tapes, I truly don't understand how anyone could feel bad for her. Would you feel the same if she was a man? I did appreciate that Vasquez made that point about that. I wish she had come back to it and hit it a second time. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting discovering my own biases, because I forget who said it first, but basically because I was giving Amber all this slack, on day 1, day 2 of her direct testimony. And someone pointed out, like, if the genders were reversed, and I was like, oh yeah, I never cut a man this much slack. And it's like, what does that say about me or anyone else? So that was uncomfortable.
And I do think that question also is more addressed at, I think maybe a comment by me and maybe a couple others saying that we actually feel kind of bad for her. If it were the same facts and everything were the same except this were a man instead of a woman, I think I would, because that's regardless of whether that's a man or a woman, you're talking about a person who is in a living hell and creating that hell for another person. Like name a single abuser who's in a happy place, who's in a good place, who's in a healthy place. I really would wish for health for everyone, regardless of whether they're abusing or abused, because typically it's when somebody is has some sort of internal issues, some sort of internal struggles, that they do lash out at other people and that they do take other people down and that they do abuse others. So I would definitely wish for health and peace and prosperity for either one, regardless of if they were male or female. Jaya loves his question. If JD wins, you think he will get more work? Yes, I think so. I don't think that's what this is about, but I think that he will.
I do love your very subtle KFC sponsorship placement, right? By the way, it's very, very interesting.
Mr. Bites. Mr. Bites brought this in for me.
Colonel's getting a lot of good publicity today. I asked about Amber's.
There's no sponsorship.
I asked about Amber's cross. I meant why crossing her yesterday was so detrimental. Do you think closing has changed anything? Thank you. Why crossing her yesterday? Now I have to remember yesterday? That's asking a lot.
Because we did get a super chat about that, and I thought they meant her closing. I asked about Amber's cross. I meant, why was her cross yesterday so detrimental? Second, do you think closing has changed anything? Well, because the reason why her cross examination yesterday was so detrimental to her case is because Camille was able to just open all of these doors to go right back into all of the things that were most problematic about Amber's case and just kind of go over it like again and just like trample all over her case and just reveal all of the inconsistencies and all the problems and all that kind of crud that that Amber Heard side would rather like leave behind and not reveal and all that kind of stuff. Kyle Eastland says, thanks for your expert opinions. Did JD's team mention AH's comment during her rebuttal testimony that she wrote the op-ed about JD? They didn't mention that specifically, which I don't know that they need to, because the jury's there, the jury's paying attention, and they were apparently laser focused on the cross-examination during that time as well.
Okay. How will they be notified once the jury is ready? Is there a time buffer to allow both sides to get back? And most importantly, for us to watch. Yeah. As it happened, the judge announced that there will be not less than an hour, because she's going to announce it at the top of the hour. So whatever time is left in the current hour plus the hour. So, yes. And then we'll notify them by text message, and they'll notify the media. So you plan on having 60 minutes to, 2 hours worth of notice, depending on what time of the hour they reach a decision.
Yeah. Next one. Nor says, oh, and by the way, Deborah Lee, that was a very generous amount. Thank you. Nor says, layperson, Rottenborn's felt like a lecture, but it was really hard to follow the details and timeline in his. Felt a little disorganized, not a bad delivery, but didn't feel very clear like CV and BC. Thoughts? The jury may have been thinking the same thing. And if you're trying to arm the jury with your best arguments, I mean, if they're not paying attention and they can't follow, then that's an issue.
Yeah. Do jurors have individual screens to view others? I think they just have the one laptop to share.
I think so. Glenn Gleeble says, what is LawTube's over-under on whether either party turns up to the verdict?
I have no idea, to be honest. There's no particular reason for them to be there at this point, so why? I don't know. What's better for a lawyer, a jury with strong critical thinking skills or more emotional ones? As a layperson, all of RB's arguments make no logical sense to me, but I can see some riding the wave of statements. I don't know that either is better, and I say that as a guy who is very strongly on the strong critical thinking skills. I don't know that either one is inherently better. Yeah, I got nothing. Alita?
I wouldn't say that a single on either side would be better. I think it's better to have some dichotomy, which at the end of the day is like everyone, right? No one is truly purely logical. No one's truly purely emotional. But some people are guided by a little bit, slightly more favoring one side to another. At the same time, like if something rings true or false in your gut, people are going to listen to that, but it still has to make logical sense to them as well. Midnight Joker says, can we revisit this burden of proof thing? Feel like that was two wildly different definitions of falsehood. CV, witness impeached herself. BR, have to counterprove all claims 100%. They're making two different arguments for how the jury should approach the facts and the evidence. And it's similar to how they really put on the evidence in this case, where they basically had two different universes that they had to live in, that they had to sort of like dance between, to either see things from Johnny's perspective or Amber Heard's perspective. Perry G says, question, did BR accuse JD of murderous intent?
Nice.
Next one. Matt says,
JD's team, did you want to keep alternating?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
If JD's team missed the opportunity to argue, AH's team used JD's text to show other people abuse to AH. If AH only read them for the first time as trial, we've read this before, and I don't know. I mean, she wouldn't have read them for the first time. She's had the evidence for a long time.
Yeah. 42 is the answer. I like that reference. It says, who is the man in JD's security team with white hair, glasses, and goatee and mustache? It's been driving me nuts. I don't know, because he didn't testify.
Go. What would you do? Would you do UK trial commentary? They don't allow cameras in their courtroom, so it's kind of impossible.
Yeah. Although, I mean, if you can find some excuse to get yourself to London or somewhere and go in person and then do
I'm
like
camping on the
recap videos.
grounds outside the Queen's Courthouse.
that would be awesome to be like, yes, I'm going to.
I'm going to need a much bigger YouTube presence to justify those kinds of expenses.
It's true. Lawyered Up says Vasquez did great as usual. Question: do you guys think it was a big mistake not to highlight the fake and edited pictures? I do. It was an attempt to deceive the jury. No, because I think that's something that stood out to them, and it was very recent. Like this is something that just like yesterday, day before, that they had like right in front of them. And I think that it seems like Johnny Depp's team may have just made a strategic decision to say, you know what, these strong visuals that are very impactful, we don't really need to work them all into our closing, because you don't need to throw the entire kitchen sink, right? Because if you throw everything into your closing argument, you run the risk of losing the attention of your jury. So you have to make it full enough that you are making the best argument that you can, but at the same time, you don't want it to be like you're throwing spaghetti at the wall, because they'll just get lost. So I think that maybe they made a strategic decision to say, you know what, these are so visual and so visceral that like the knife and the photos, like the two photos right next to each other, that they're going to remember that anyway. Lauren Wolf says, what do lawyers? I'm sorry.
No, I think that was yours.
What do lawyers do during deliberation? They, as Natalie was saying earlier, they often go back to the office and try to get caught up on their other cases that are woefully behind because they've been in court that whole time.
Except for resting, what upcoming projects, collabs, content does everyone have planned now the trial's over? Still a plan for charity live stream?
Yes.
Thanks for great coverage in the last month. So we're going to be looking forward to the Maryland Minster trial whenever that is. I'm hoping a lot of people would appear on my channel when I cover the Daybell case, whenever that winds up happening. I think they've agreed on January, but who knows at this point, because they keep changing the date around. But yeah, that's all I've got about that. And the charity live stream question, because that's more you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm definitely I'm planning on doing a charity live stream if we can put it together. And let's see. And I talked about Manson, Trevor Bauer. There's gonna be other stuff that I definitely will want to be talking about on this channel. Nunn says, yesterday on the stand, Amber admitted to the jury twice that she wrote the op-ed because of Johnny. So why didn't Depp's team remind the jury of this since she admitted to it? Yesterday on the stand, Amber admitted to the jury that she wrote the op-ed because of Johnny. They did. I don't think that they needed to. Yeah.
Lawyer firm here in South Africa. What are conditions for admissibility of digital photo evidence? In South Africa, we have 7 very strict conditions, and all must be complied with prior to being admitted. Writing articles on facts. So generally speaking, the standard for digital evidence is kind of the same. Well, at least as the photos, we'll speak more specifically. The standards is generally the same as it would be for a physical photo, which is that you have to have a witness who can authenticate it. So there has to be someone who can say, yes, this is an accurate photo of the thing at the time. I was there. That's how I know. Which doesn't necessarily need to be the videographer or photographer. Someone else could be there because of the authentication. Although ideally you want the photographer because they can speak to the fact that it's unchanged or whatever else you need. So that's basically what you need. Someone who can say, I can authenticate this because I was there and this is a true and accurate reflection of what was happening. That's basically it.
There you go. Jenna Forrest says, can someone please explain why the whole jury doesn't get to stay? Is that normal in Virginia? Well, it's normal in Virginia. It's normal everywhere in the United States. They want to, throughout trial, that they will have extra jurors that are there as alternates. And very often I like the system where they don't pick the alternates until the very end, because then you have everybody paying attention.
Yeah, apparently they did it in a sealed envelope. I'd pull them from a hat at the last moment. That's what I'd do.
You would pull them from your cowboy hat.
You better believe it.
I love it. But we've also seen like lotteries and there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. But the reason why is because they always start with extras, because there's somebody is bound to need to be excused for some reason, either because remember there was one man who left because he had a hernia. There was another person, I don't remember why, because there wasn't a conversation in front of the cameras. But we got to hear that other one. So yeah, medical emergencies, personal issues, that kind of stuff can pull a juror away. So you want to end up with a full jury.
A few from the UK and learning lots from great commentary. Thanks. My ask why the First Amendment is strong for Amber Heard. Surely it doesn't allow someone to shout fire. Okay, we got to talk about that. First of all, that comes from a case called Shank and is very, very, very misunderstood. So don't do the fire thing because it irritates the lawyer in me. But more to the point, it's not particularly strong at all because the First Amendment does not protect defamation. But when you got nothing, why not, wave the American flag? Because it is a value that we deeply protect as Americans. We value freedom of speech. It is in our core and in our blood. And so, if you got nothing, the flags is always a good option.
Yep. Kelly Gostad says, question for those of you who came into this trial neutral or pro Amber. When was your turning point or aha moment to switch to pro Depp? So I came into this trial already pro Depp, but for me, when I came into the issue and I was investigating the issues, I was neutral. I remembered hearing about the headlines from years ago about that whole thing that happened in 2016, the TRO and all that kind of stuff. And so I had this impression in my mind of like, oh, it's so unfortunate. I really liked Johnny Depp as an actor, and it's really unfortunate that, apparently he did these things. And I'm, geez Louise, like that's a turnaround now. So for me, the big turning point that was very convincing to me was the body cam footage in comparison to Amber Heard's arguments and the claims about what had happened on May 21st. Like that for me was like the first really big turning point.
Doesn't the jury instructions say they have to take the op-ed in whole so they can't claim just one abuse? They have to take each of the statements in the full context. What that means exactly is up to the jury to determine.
What they're going to do is they're going to apply the elements of a defamation claim to each statement to see whether he can win on each statement.
Yeah, that's good.
Martin K says Elaine and Mr. Rottenborn are from two different firms. JD's team in court are from the same firm. Do you think AH's team had some issues because two major lawyers are from different firms? I don't think so. I think you can definitely have two lawyers from different firms work well together. Sometimes it'll be because they have a personal relationship. If they are like really good friends, it can work very well. For example, in Rittenhouse, the two main lawyers on that firm were Mark Richards and Corey Sharafi. Now they weren't big firms; they both run their own firms, but they are best friends, like actual best friends. So that's one of the reasons why that worked so well.
Isn't the First Amendment angle redundant? If the jury finds your statement defaming and not protected, if the jury believes she can win, did I oversimplify? Absolutely not. You didn't oversimplify. You got it right. If it's defamation, it's not protected by the First Amendment, so the whole thing is redundant. You're absolutely correct. It's just why not wave the flag and be like, America, we value opinions. Opinions are good. Protect her opinions.
Yeah. And also there's a question in the chat about from Kat saying, my daughter just told me the jury heard Elaine only had 6 minutes left. Did Runkle verify this? Judge hasn't been saying times in front of the jury. Well, we heard it on the live stream, and that's because, I mean, the jury was well aware that there were time limits for each of them. And so, yeah, the jury heard that. They would have also seen that she had gone on for a while and then only had so much time later. So I don't see that as problematic or prejudicial, really. Raquel, question: if jury comes back fast, who likely won? It would be Johnny Depp.
How much should JD get? Will it donate to Children's Hospital? I can't speak to the last half, nor technically can't speak to the first half. I mean, it's up to the jury to determine. It's totally open. They can donate anything. They can determine anything between 0 and, well, basically any other number. So it's totally up to their discretion what they think the losses are worth.
Yeah. Leonda Lorraine Eglinton says, so what happens when the jury decides a verdict? If it happens after 5 p.m., do they still come in to hear it, or will it wait? Oh, excuse me. Until a working day. Thank you all so much. All the way from Ireland. It'll be so after 5 p.m. Of course, the jury did come back in on Tuesday. They'll come back at 9 a.m.
Do you think this case will be taught in law school classrooms? If yes, no, why? I mean, only to the extent that for trial advocacy reasons would be the only reason. So to the extent that professors agree that that's really good representative cross or something, maybe.
Snow Cruiser says, seems like JD only uses lowercase i's in handwriting, even when writing all caps. Could that be used in defense of who wrote on the mirror? The jury might notice that. I mean, I'm glad that they didn't get into that kind of minutia, because that's something that can really bog down your argument and, like, you know, your presentation of the facts. But the jury's going to analyze it, because this is a big issue for this case, is like who wrote the red stuff, right? Yeah. Joshua Rowland.
Okay, has anyone been here on jury duty, say while before getting their JD? Curious how accurate 12 Angry Men is. Well, 12 Angry Men, I can just tell you, is inherently inaccurate. So yeah, I decided to be a cool kid and put my sub counter on because I can do it in virtual cam.
I didn't realize that you could do that. That's awesome. You're almost to 89. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So we'll see if we can get 90 by the end of the stream. That'd be good.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, guys, he is linked in the description below. If you're not subbed to him, he's got a wealth of knowledge to share in all of his videos. He's got some really great content on his channel, so be sure to subscribe for sure. Scarlett Katie says, Johnny just left the court. The verdict was expected to come back today, and would they let him leave? Love y'all and love the coverage. Yeah, I don't think he or Amber, excuse me, I don't think either of them are coming back for the verdict reading. It's just going to be their lawyers, I think. Nicole,
do you
Henkel.
think JD has reclaimed the public opinion? I think so, yes.
Yes, I think that's safe to say. Arian Jackson says, question, the first thing SB started her closing argument was with the 11/2/20 date, claiming JD was wasted the time of the court and jury from the past 6 weeks, even stating JD couldn't get his legacy and reputation back even for his kids. Thoughts? Sorry, I need to reread that. The first thing SB started her closing argument with. Do you mean CV? Perhaps. As with the 11/2/20 date, claiming JD has wasted the time of the court and the jury from the past 6 weeks, even stating JD couldn't get his. Or EB. Maybe you mean EB. Elaine, right? Sorry, I'm really struggling here. Yeah, I mean, she was very dramatic. She was pretty dramatic in her.
If you get subs because I'm doing this in virtual camera and OBS, you even get instant recognition on my screen of your subscription. How cool is that?
That's so cool. That is really cool. Jen says,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. No.
Age requested not to be present for the verdict. Is this allowed? Yes, she cannot be present for the verdict. That's fine.
All right. Emily says, did you discuss team's literal argument about the op-ed? What that she did report DV and did suffer backlash. Whether or not DV is true, those op-ed statements are true. Again, thank you very much. So I think, yeah, that's why the third statement is probably the weakest one.
Why didn't Camille bring up the fact that Amber admitted yesterday she wrote the op-ed ad to expose Johnny's power? Good question, actually. I thought it was a nice little touch that would have added in, but
I figured that they didn't need it since it was just yesterday.
Sure.
The jury probably will remember it. That's what I thought. Union Zach, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, found this stream 2 weeks ago and my recommended, having not watched any LawTube prior, have been hooked every day since, much to the detriment of my work productivity. LOL. Oh no, don't get fired. From H&H into LB and finishing with Uncivil. Have enjoyed all of the coverage. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. And I'm very happy that you've been here.
If they both win even $1, then no appeals, right? No, they could appeal for errors of law. Which there are some potentially interesting legal issues depending on how it goes. I've enjoyed this, but the thought of another taxpayer-funded trial is gross. Could Amber Heard even afford it? Thanks all. I'm sure the appeal will be a lot cheaper than the amount she spent up to trial because there's a lot less to do in terms of writing the appeal because so much has already been created.
Yeah.
The trial, at least in this particular circumstance, the trial is the more expensive endeavor. The appeal could be done for quite a lot less money.
Mo Homesteading says, can the jury give Johnny more than he asked for if they side with him? Yeah, they can. Kim Williamson says, can you listen to the Australia tape now? We will for sure. Not on this particular live stream, but we will.
Do you see Ben choose a pack in his pocket? I missed that part, to be honest. I couldn't see it, but that's hilarious.
It's so cute and would love to. Oh, okay. Oh, and would love to see your reaction to seeing a pic or video of him with it. No, I didn't see that, but that is really cute. Cheetah9595 says, off topic from a legal standpoint, what's your take on sovereign citizens? They are very interesting. That's all I'll say.
They suck.
Okay. Gina Duke says, are there still people to observe the jury as they come out? I hope not. I hope they give him space.
Why didn't HD's team bring up Amber Heard admitting I wrote the op-ed while she was on the stand during closing argument? We spoke to that. We think maybe it wasn't necessary, and they did a fantastic job. So, yeah, why not?
Jessica Freitag says, question, do you think AH threw her attorneys under the bus, claiming they withheld evidence, i.e. photos AH told Camille she gave her attorneys to set herself up for an appeal on the basis of ineffective counsel? No. In order for it to have ineffective counsel, like it has to be the case where like you could have had where the attorney like knew of like a really good witness and they didn't even bother to talk to them, or like they fell asleep during trial. Like
even though falling asleep isn't necessary guarantee, but incidentally.
Fair point.
Question for, is this mine or yours? I can't keep track.
Oh, I don't know. I keep jumping in just in case, but go ahead.
Question for everyone. Detective C's, do you agree with Rittenhouse verdict in a legal sense of morality? Well, I certainly agree with it in a legal sense. I also agree with it in a moral sense because I believe self-defense is a moral right. So that's what I have to say about it.
Yeah. Sincere question. RB isn't stupid. Oh, and to elaborate on that a little bit, it's because self-defense is something that we all across the board should be able to use, whether there is a weapon involved or not, right? Because if somebody is attacking you, you should be able to use self-defense and not have to go to jail for that. Anyhow, that's really the like moral, ethical reason why I think that particular case was decided well. And I think that the evidence was there for him to have been found with self-defense. Okay. Anyway, Raul Duke 72 says, sincere question. Rodenborn isn't stupid. Do you think he truly believes they proved abuse beyond mutual verbal? Do the job and personal integrity conflict? I have been there when you have to go into a hearing and you have to make your best argument and you know that they're all crap, but it's the best one that you can make. That's your obligation and that's your ethical duty. When you are an attorney representing a case in court, is you are supposed to, like I said, make your best argument. And I think that that's what he was doing here.
Yeah. If the trial roads in Depp getting Pirates 6 and swell publicity for the movie, will Disney actually try making Pirates good again? That implies they weren't trying before, which says a lot about what they can do.
Well, I mean, Johnny did express his disappointment in the writing for Pirates 6 or Pirates 5. Denise M says, appreciate all your hard work. My guess on Amber taking notes, writing down thoughts for a feature book. Could be.
If the jury gives Amber Heard $1, is she able to appeal? Sure. Not for the monetary amount, but for the legal issues, yes.
If there are other legal issues. Marta Haydag says, what was the most memorable day for you? The day where they ended with tell the world, Johnny.
It's got to be with Camille Vasquez on day 2 of the cross because I became so uncomfortable with the tapes. And I had to actually walk away a little bit because of my own mental health. I was having such trouble.
You were
dealing with that shit. And I was like, because of the laughing and stuff. And it was just so much stuff. And dealing with just seeing this truly vindictive person. That has to be the most memorable because it made me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I remember you were having a hard time. You had to turn off your screen and walk away for a little bit.
Yeah.
Jenny Trevis says, do any of you do legal aid type work for those who have nothing? I honestly, right now I don't because I'm overseas and so my licenses are all in the United States. But I have done pro bono work. There was a time that I was working for a particular public interest firm, so meaning that they just do pro bono work. You've got mostly volunteer lawyers there. It was particularly for indigent American veterans, and it was some of the most fulfilling work that I've ever done. I did some estate planning for mostly Vietnam War era veterans. And for me personally, those are those hold a very, very soft spot in my heart, because in the United States, that was the time when veterans were treated particularly poorly because of the public outcry about the Vietnam War. So guys would come home from fighting the war and find that people absolutely were like spitting in their face and all kinds of terrible things. Maybe not everywhere, maybe not for everyone, but that was just kind of the general thing. So for those guys, it's a very soft spot in my heart. And so I absolutely loved doing that work for them. And it was also because my dad's from that era. So yeah.
It was beneficial to viewers to see how attorneys break down every word, statements, jury's actions during testimony and clothing. Exhausting, and I'm glad I'm retired. Well, some of us agree with you for sure.
Mrs. Knight Rider says, do any of you do pro bono work? If so, how does that work? So yeah, I just talked about pro bono work a little bit. You can do it either through a public interest firm as a volunteer attorney, or you can do some on your own. If somebody comes to you and says, I need help, but I can't afford an attorney, you can find that. And attorneys can do that. There's usually kind of a I don't know if every state has like an obligation to do pro bono work, but usually it's kind of like a nudge.
Strongly recommended.
We really want you to also do pro bono work, but you can also just donate to public interest services and consider that obligation fulfilled. So that also works. But yeah, you can do it. It's possible. I've done it.
Y'all keep mentioning 11 jurors at the start. Do we know what happened to them or why? And why do we know one trial they left? So one left for a health reason. The other, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah. Nick Hattie says, any chance Elaine's face some sort of censure from her bar for her borderline ethical violations in the closing? It's possible.
Thanks for streaming. I've been debating whether or not to go to law school after I graduate this year. From undergrad, Law 2 helped me decide I love the law and want to go to law school. Thanks.
Oh, wow.
My only note of caution here would be to have a really good idea what you want to do with it when you're done and look at the economics of it, because law school can be very expensive and you want to have at least some idea what you want to do with it instead of being left adrift. So I don't just look at what you want to do and what the economics look like as my only real note of strong caution on the whole thing.
I am America's Daughter says, question response from all. My respondent's defense was he had no idea his attorney sent a cease and desist demand and filed a defamation lawsuit against us. Our motion won on anti-SLAPP, but this initial brief included the C&D demand. Response from all. Okay. Defense was he had no idea his attorney sent a cease and desist. Well, all right. Congrats. That's very successful to win on an anti-SLAPP. Oh yeah, and I see that in the chat that I forgot to put Runkle in the description. Thank you for flagging that for me. I will rectify that right away.
Okay. Why was this trial televised? Well, the short answer is because the court said so. The slightly longer answer is because I think courts are becoming more and more open to it as a general prospect. Federal trial courts are still completely closed to cameras in the courtroom. The courts of appeal, at least the audio of that is becoming more available. Supreme Court audio has been available for a long time. And on the state level, it's just something that's becoming adopted more and more slowly. I mean, the pandemic went a long way to making it more and more open. So maybe we'll see more systemic change, but that's the short answer.
Yeah. Carly loves Big Bang. Oh, and in this particular case, the reason why Judge Ascarati decided it is because she knew that there was going to be a lot of interest in this case. So she wanted to try to limit the amount of people that tried to come into the courthouse themselves. That's why she allowed cameras in there, which I think was effective. I think, although it still ended up a little bit of a circus, but yeah. Carly loves Big Bang. German Hogue fan club says, question, when will a hung jury be decided? After a specific time or when the jury decides it themselves? What's the procedure? It's kind of loose, right? Like it's up to the judge to determine, like, are they really at a standstill? Is it, if I give them a little bit more time, do they think that they'll be able to come to a decision together? Or are they just absolutely butting heads and no one is talking to each other anymore?
I don't think the judge even contemplates it until not only the end of next week, but at least the start of the following week, unless the jury says something first.
Yeah.
As lawyers, how do you choose your clients' cases? Have you all struggled with your moral compass when handling cases with a horrible person? So I don't have this problem personally because I deal with patent law, and the cases I come in are technological in their nature. So I can't really speak to that issue. Alita?
Let's see. I'm trying to think. Moral compass when handling a case with a horrible person. Thankfully I've had clients that I wasn't particularly fond of, but I've never had one that I couldn't at least look at them and find some kind of humanity in them that I can recognize and understand and empathize with. So yeah. Kels,
go ahead.
Question. I want each of your opinions. What was the most damning evidence that you made that made you Team Depp? Love this channel and have learned so much about law. Thank you. Like I said before, it was the body camera footage.
What, if in any sense, did it make for Ron Bond to push the First Amendment? Yeah, just, flag wave, why not? So yeah, that's probably the reason.
Sofia Gonzalez Velasquez says, thanks for the stream. So much fun and learning. Are there any more online trials you recommend? Why would a juror be excused mid-trial? Love y'all. Juror is going to be excused mid-trial because of either health issues or personal issues. If they have like a family problem that comes up, like a parent or a child, there's some sort of an issue that they have to leave to respond to. Or, if they have a health, there was a man that was in extreme pain for a hernia, and he was like, I just need to go home, take some medicine, lay down for the rest of the day, and I can come back tomorrow. And Judge Escaride is like, you can't do that. You got to be here the whole time. So any more trials that you recommend? Kurt, do you recommend any upcoming trial?
Well, as it happens, I can recommend one very specific upcoming trial. That's the Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow case out of Idaho. It is a very sad case of a couple who are involved, sort of, the whole thing's complicated. They're kind of a cult unto themselves, involved in cult level things, and they murdered their own children. And not only in Idaho, but there are also chief suspects in other murders in other states. I think Arizona wants a piece of them. I think New Mexico wants a piece of them. It's a whole nightmare. And just on top of everything, to just add cherry to the parfait, Lori Vallow was adjudicated mentally unfit to stand trial for a while, which isn't something you see every day. She apparently is now mentally fit to stand trial, but you better believe insanity is probably going to be an issue that's going to come up during the trial. So it is a whole nightmare of trying to unpack the facts on this thing. It should be entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. Alex Rose says, I missed it. How did it? Oh, no, we covered this one. Eli Maksudian says the verdict should be $7 million for JD, and then JD will donate it both to charity. What do you think? Well, I'm not going to say what Johnny's verdict should be or what Johnny should do with the money that he gets in the verdict. It would be very poetic if that were the case, and if he donated all of it to, well, it would be funny if it was to the Children's Hospital of LA instead of the ACL. I don't know if he would donate it to the ACLU at this point because of their connection to everything that happened here. But it would be very poetic, but I'm not gonna, I for one say, let the man do whatever he wants with whatever money he receives from this case, because he's been through hell and back, and God love him to do whatever he wants.
Is it fair for lawyers to play dumb when it comes to obvious invalid injunctions? Would it be more meaningful to have any sort of time penalties when attempting to throw the kitchen sink during testimonies? I think it's bad pool personally. I think you should only object if you have a good basis to object. But I don't know about the rest.
Yeah, would it be more meaningful to have any sort of time penalties when attempting to throw the kitchen sink? Well, generally speaking, it is a typical typically understood thing among trial attorneys that in a closing argument, you don't want to over object because you're going to look bad, especially if you don't win on those objections. Jessica Garcia said,
oh. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I keep doing it too. I expected JD's team closing arguments to go more into the timelines and the consistency of testimonies. Why didn't they do more? Well, because you don't want them to go through every single detail, because if they throw the kitchen sink at it, if they go through all of the details that they went through during the trial, number one, it would not be it wouldn't be able to fit in under 2 hours, right, in the time limits. But number two, you're going to lose the attention of the jury. What you want to do is package up enough of them and get the brush strokes there so that you can convince the jury. You can arm some of them. You can arm your most dedicated folks on the jury with your best arguments so that they can then convince the others.
Greg Palmer says, what kind of abuse does Amber Heard have to prove for it not to be defamation? What kind of abuses are stated in the article? Said that there was any. Is this true? Do you think the jury believes it? So there are no specific abuses mentioned in the article. So what is...
Well, essay.
Yeah, but exactly what that means, I still is like...
Sure.
Yeah, so what exactly does domestic abuse mean? What exactly does SV mean? Is an open question. I mean, there's no specific incident, I mean, either way, mentioned in the article. So the whole thing becomes a question of what does the jury understand it to mean? The question is fundamentally at its core. When an ordinary person read this article, and the jury is a stand-in for the ordinary person, that's kind of their point, because they're just random people picked off the street. So the jury is the ordinary person. So when the jury collectively read this or would have read this, what would they have understood the article to be conveying? Was it just conveying literally the words that are there, which doesn't mention Johnny Depp by name, as every article that's sort of pro Amber Heard has pointed out? Does it mention Johnny Depp? If so, what is it saying in relation to Johnny Depp? What kind of allegations, if any, are being alleged? When 2 years ago, does that bring into pool the entire concept of the things that were happening 2 years ago, and so forth and so on? So, it's a question for the jury to unpack. So this is sort of where Amber Heard has her best arguments are on the straight law, because there is a way for her to get to where she needs to be. She didn't do a lot helping herself on that endeavor, though, by claiming all the worst possible physical abuse known to the history of time. So she made that job much harder for her attorneys, but what else is new?
Mrs. Knight Rider says, question, I've been a nurse practitioner for 20 years and have been trying to get into legal work. Any suggestions? Well, you can, I mean, it depends on what you want to do. Are you talking about working like as a paralegal, as an attorney, like a full career change, or would you want to be some kind of an expert? That really depends on kind of those questions of like what specifically you would want to be doing in legal work. So you can go to law school. you can get training to be a paralegal. You could go into the like medical malpractice field. All of that background would be very useful for that.
What happens to the jury if they can't decide? Well, they're good to go home and spend Memorial Day weekend with their family, in which no one will ask any questions.
The Foley 3 says, how will the public find out the decision is in? There will be notifications out of the courtroom. The jury will send a note to the judge saying we are ready, and the judge will alert the court staff or whomever, and then eventually court TV or all of these other folks, the media, will find out. Notifications will be sent out. We'll be notified. We'll all come back in, and the jury will the courtroom will be packed, and the jury comes in, and then they'll read them. That's how that happens.
What did Elaine say during closing that resulted in objections? Thanks, you guys have been awesome. So many things. She misstated the law. She misstated the facts. She was very, very bad.
LG says, Alita, what is your favorite department at Nordstrom? Have to offset the video game talk. Let's go shoes.
I like the perfumes and colognes. I have a mildly decent collection, and I always like to see what's out there. You want to talk perfumes and colognes for a while? I could do that.
Well, let's finish up with these super chats.
Okay.
Shampasta says, do you all think AH will get prosecuted in UK or Australia? I don't know. I've been hearing that in Australia they're investigating her possibly, but I don't know the systems well enough to really be able to say.
How do they make sure juries don't do outside research or watch coverage? They cross their fingers and hope.
Gordon G says, GJ, everyone, been following you intensely for the last weeks. You plus Elden Ring were the worst for my job focus. Can you please comment on all the texts JD sent to AH after Fallout, making so many excuses?
No, I'm sorry.
The text messages.
GJ, everyone, been following you intensely for the last 2 weeks. You plus, no, we just read this. What am I doing?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the question I was trying to figure out how to answer.
I'm sorry, I'm an idiot.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It's long.
I'm a bad co-host.
No, it's okay. We're 10 and a half hours in. Can you please comment on all the texts JD sent to AH after Fallout's making so many excuses? After Fallouts, that's the part that I'm. Are you talking about the like after each incident, like when he would text her? I'm not sorry. I'm not sure I'm connecting on this one. I'm sorry, Gordon. I'm very sorry.
If you're defending someone who you know is certainly guilty of a heinous crime, is it right for you to defend that person innocent in court with all your heart? Would you have you? Why is that right? I don't get it.
Yes.
Well, first of all, how would you know for certain unless you're there, which raises a whole set of problems. But more to the point, yes, because just because a person has done the thing doesn't mean that the state gets to send them away. We believe there is a presumption of innocence until proven guilty. This is a baseline presumption. So just because a person did a bad thing is not sufficient in and of themselves to send them away to prison. We need to actually prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't know what the alternative could even theoretically be, because I suppose we could have it where we didn't have that presumption, but that seems more bad.
Well, and it's also, I mean, when I interned at a public defender's office in Southern California, and I remember asking one of the attorneys that works there, I was like, what do you do when you are pretty sure that one of your clients is guilty? Like, does that impact the way that you do your work? And so his response was like, no, because I know that the other side is going to try to make their best case, and they will try to keep me in line. So my job is to keep them in line. My job is to keep the state in line, so that they don't overstep my client's constitutional rights for due process and everything else, so that they have the adequate process and that they get the justice that they deserve, not more, not less.
Mm-hmm.
Madeline Mason says, I asked UL before, but would love y'all's take too. As a forensic psychologist early in my career, any advice from a lawyer's POV on how to better engage juries and increase credibility while testifying? Pretend like I would say if you're on the stand, pretend like you are explaining something to one of your best friends.
Good idea.
Yeah.
The account that by JD that he dipped his own finger in paint to use as a brush was strange. Could it be shock, but also suggest self-injury? I hadn't really thought about it.
40 Doherty says, any truth to saying that
opening?
Oh, the opening args win a case. Yes, actually, Peter was talking about that weeks ago, how he was saying that that a shocking number of jurors actually make up their mind by the end of opening statements.
Yeah. If we get a hung jury, is this the end? Does JD need to apply for a new trial? Yes. Will it be the same jury? No. Is it a bad sign the jury takes longer to decide? Not inherently, no.
No, they might just be being very careful, being very diligent. Sadiq, says, why did they never talk about Fantastic Beasts? I think it's because of the fact that he actually did get paid under their contract, even though he was removed from there. And that is it. That's the end of the super chats. All right. So we have, let me just double check here that we do have the redirect set up.
I hadn't actually set it up yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
No,
are you thinking of maybe taking a break or what?
Oh no, you think we should take a break? What are you doing for the rest of the day?
I'm gonna finally get some sleep. I haven't slept. I
guess we might as well continue the theme. It is the last day of the trial, so let me go ahead and set that up, and you can vamp for 3 minutes.
Sure. Okay, cool. Set that up, and then I will add you in the redirect. So anyhow, well, we don't have any extra super chats to go through.
You can just talk about your feelings, your thoughts.
No, I was gonna say like normally the last day of the week we have like a super chat catch up hangout stream, and we didn't need that this time because we were able to get through all of them.
Yeah. So I feel sad. I feel lonely. What will we do with ourselves?
Yeah. Oh, and questions about whether I'm going to do a summary for yesterday and today. Yes, I am planning to. I might need to pick it up after I've gotten some more sleep. So I apologize for the lateness of yesterday's recap. It's not even. I haven't even started working on it. I think people can hopefully, if you're aware of stuff going on, you can understand that. Hopefully, but I do plan on it. Did somebody said that a chat has been missed? Oh no, I hate that. I always hate it when that happens.
They could be trolling you.
Well, but this is a mod is telling me. Whoever it is, can you ask me in the chat right now and I'll answer it? Okay, Kate. Yeah, if you want to message in the yeah, if Kate, if you're still in the chat and you want, if you want to ask the question here, I'll totally answer it. Oh, okay. So yeah, while we.
That's how long it took me to do.
Perfect.
I've really enjoyed being with you. This has been a lot of fun, and I feel like one of the real benefits is I feel like I've really gotten to know a friend.
Yeah.
On a lot of levels. It's like I think we're friends at this point. And that's positive.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like friends.
Yeah. No, me too. I definitely feel like we've definitely increased our friendship bond, and I'm very, very happy about that. So
and yeah. I'm obviously thrilled for all the gigantic success you've had because it's been very inspirational to watch. And I have also gained a lot from this too, because I was about 54, so I'm about 34,000 plus. So that's about what 60% more, give or take. So I mean, it's been nice for me too, and I know that the revenue is not going to be the same as I go full time into the future, but it does make it feel like it's possible for me to do this and try to get something done. So
good.
That's really, really positive.
And we'll get you to 100K.
And if I need a loan, I know who to ask.
Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens after this. Still have to pay the editor.
Well, the editor deserves whatever they're getting, I guess.
He absolutely does, and he's done a phenomenal job. Shout out to the Muffin Man. And also, guys, shout out to the mods. You guys, you have had an unenviable job as of late, and I really do appreciate all of your work to try to keep things very as smooth as possible. So I really do appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody that has been in the chat. I mean, the fact that there's still 16,000 people here, after so long, just going through super chats. Kate, the makeup was never addressed by JD's lawyers. I thought they'd bring it up with an expert. Are makeup artists not experts?
Can be.
I guess they could be, but I feel like it would have to be a very specific type of makeup artist or something. Like, I guess they could have gotten someone from
Melania
from Hollywood. Yeah, like that would have been interesting, but I don't know because I don't know why they didn't, but that's a very interesting point. So anyhow, yes, so I love seeing all the love for all the mods and everything too. You guys absolutely absolutely deserve all the best congrats and all the best like kudos for sure. Oh, Connor Bentley also had one that was missed. If you can put it in the chat, then I'll answer that one too. For sure. No, Connor Bentley. You can ask it in the chat. We'll go over it.
Is it weird kind of like not having any super chats to read? It's kind of like a little empty. It's like
no, but it's all right. It's all right. Can we please give some credit to Wayne Dennison? Yes, absolutely. I think he did I think he did a much better job than we gave him credit.
I see 3 chats in the start that I don't know if we responded to or not.
Yeah, I don't see those.
Okay, well, I'll read them just in case we didn't cover them. Kate Water asked how likely was it for JDH to show up for the verdict. I couldn't speak to that. MJ Browse 90 said, what do you think AH was writing on the sticky notes? Maybe practicing for cameo in Law and Order. Love you guys. Well, Law and Order is back on the air finally after, what was it, 10, 15 years off the air? So classic Law and Order. And the first episode didn't disappoint in getting the law just all the wrong. And Robert Tiwati gave 1,000 rubles, Indian rubles. Trust me, if I went to a police station in India
rupees,
with a
if it's Indian, rupees.
Damn it.
Rubles is Russian.
Shit.
That's okay.
Rubies. Trust me, if I went to a police station in India with a complaint of a female to male DV, they would just laugh on my face and ask me to go home. Maybe that's the reason why I'm so interested in this case. I think you'd actually get a lot of that in the US too. Maybe not as much as you used to, but there are definitely some places where they would laugh in your face. So those are the super chats I saw that were still starred.
So I still haven't seen from Connor. I'm trying to look for it. If he's got one. Oh, hey, Varanya Chakur. Welcome to YouTube memberships. I really appreciate that. Oh, you guys, Joshua Verlaine. Thanks so much for the super sticker. Really kind. Yeah, hey Connor, if you don't ask it here, if you can, oh, there it is. Okay, good. Awesome. Question. I've been following the Manson case. I'm a music teacher in Southeast Michigan. It would be interesting hearing a musical perspective to provide context. I'm available. Email me. For sure. Yes, please do. That would be kind of cool.
Cool.
All right. Yes, Joshua Relian. Thank you so much.
Should I go live so you can sign off?
Yes. Go ahead and go live, and I'll sign off of here, and then folks can head out to yours.
All right. I am live. I will see you guys over on my channel in 20 seconds.
All right.
Later. Bye.
See you, Kurt. All right, guys. So, Nubia Brunis, did I also miss yours? I'm so sorry. You know what? If you can email me, I will try to answer it directly by email. I gotta get some sleep. For sure. And then, but otherwise, thank you guys. This, I wasn't really sure what was going to happen with today's live stream, and you guys all made it wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. So I'll see you guys in the next video.